Kelton, a novel. Chapter 1. Floyd. The truck starts on the second try, which is better than it deserves in this cold. Floyd Bates lets the engine idle while he scrapes the windshield with a plastic scraper that has a crack down the middle and a Ford dealership logo from a dealership that closed in 2009. The ice comes off in sheets. Underneath it, the glass is clouded with the particular gray of a January morning on the Fox River. A color that is not quite silver, the color of a sky that has forgotten it has other options. He does not plug in the block heater anymore. He knows he should. He knows that 20 degrees is the line below which a 2011 F-150 with 160,000 miles on it would benefit from a warm engine block. He knows this the way he knows everything about the truck, which is the way he knows everything worth knowing, through years of sustained physical attention. But the outlet on the side of the garage has been unreliable since October, when a windstorm took down a branch that nicked the conduit, and Floyd has not gotten around to fixing it, because fixing it means lying on his back on cold concrete, and at 70 years old in February, there are mornings when that matters. The truck warms up. The heater begins to push air that starts cold and tastes like dust, and then slowly becomes warm air that still tastes like dust. Floyd puts it in reverse and backs out of the driveway, which is cracked concrete that he poured himself in 1989 with help from his brother-in-law Eddie, who is now dead, and from a rented mixer that leaked hydraulic fluid onto the lawn in a stain that took 3 years to grow over. Every time Floyd backs out of the driveway, he drives over the work of his own hands and the memory of a dead man and a rented mixer, and he does not think about any of this because it is just his driveway. But it is all in there, in the concrete. The way everything is in everything if you have been in one place long enough. Kelton at 8 in the morning in late January is a town performing its absolute minimum. The streetlights are still on because the timer has not caught up with the lengthening days. The school buses are running, their lights flashing yellow and red against the gray. A few cars idle in the bank parking lot, their exhaust rising straight in the windless cold. The Dollar General on Route 31 has its lights on, but no cars in front of it, which means the morning clerk is in there alone, doing whatever morning clerks do in an empty store, which Floyd imagines is similar to what he does in an empty house, which is move from room to room with a coffee cup, checking on things that do not need checking. He drives south on Main, and the town arranges itself around him the way it has for decades. The courthouse with its limestone facade and its Civil War monument that no one has read since the last time a teacher brought a class to read it, which was probably 1994. The Recall Cafe, which has been the Recall Cafe for 40 years, and before that was Junie's, and before that was something else that Floyd's father would have known, and Floyd does not. 3 pickup trucks already in front of it. A Buick that belongs to Herb Paulson, who is 84 and drives it to the Recall every morning, and will continue driving it until someone takes his keys away, or God does, whichever comes first. And Floyd respects this because the alternative is waiting for someone to come get you, which is the beginning of the end of everything. The Fox River appears on his left as he crosses the 3rd Street Bridge. It is frozen thick, the ice a dull white with pressure cracks running through it in patterns that Floyd has watched form almost every winter of his life, and that are never the same twice. The river in January is a held breath. Everything underneath still moving, still going somewhere, but the surface locked down and silent. 2 weeks from now, maybe 3, the ice will start to soften at the edges where the current runs fastest, and a month after that, it will break up in a single night with sounds like a house settling, and the town will smell different the next morning because a frozen river and an open river are 2 different things, but only one of them is fully alive. He does not look at the river for long. He has seen it. The canning plant sits at the south end of town, where Main Street becomes County Road 12, and the sidewalks give up and the houses get smaller and closer together. Consolidated Foods, the sign says, in letters that were green 20 years ago and are now the color of a letter that has been left in the sun for too long on a dashboard. The parking lot is almost empty. January is the dead season. The lines are shut down, the big kettle cooker's cold, the loading dock's quiet. A maintenance crew keeps the place from falling apart through the winter. Glenn Kielan's truck is in the lot, which means Glenn is inside doing whatever Glenn does to the machinery in the off-season, which Floyd understands at a general level because he spent 35 years in that building, and at a specific level not at all because Glenn is an engineer and Floyd was a lineman and eventually a shift supervisor. The two jobs share a building and not much else. Floyd worked his last shift on a Friday in June of 2012. He remembers the date because it was the same day his granddaughter was born in Rockford, and he drove up that evening still smelling like cooked tomatoes and held a baby that weighed less than a number 10 can. And his first thought was, I'll never have to smell like this again. And then he missed it within a week. The way you miss anything that has organized your body's days for 35 years. Not with longing, but with the particular disorientation of an animal whose migration route has been paved over. He still drives past the plant every day. He does not know why. Routine is the word for it, but the word is too small for what it actually is, which is something closer to the way a river follows its bed, not because it has decided to, but because the bed is there, and the water is there, and the relationship between them is older than any decision. The Recall Cafe is warm and smells like bacon grease and coffee that has been on the burner too long, which is how the coffee at the Recall has always smelled, because Chuck Montoya, who has owned the place for 22 years, believes that coffee is a utility, like water, and should be available constantly and without fuss, and the burner is the technology that makes this possible. And if the coffee acquires a certain scorched undertone by 10 in the morning, that is the price of civilization. Floyd takes the second booth from the door, which is his booth in the way that nothing in a public establishment is actually anyone's booth, and everyone knows it is Floyd's booth. The vinyl seat has a tear on the left side that has been repaired with silver tape that is now almost the same yellow as the vinyl, which means either the tape has aged to match or the vinyl has aged to match, and Floyd does not know which and does not care, but notices it every time he sits down, which is a quality of his attention that he has never examined and would not describe as attention if you asked him. He would say he just sits in the same seat. But what he does when he sits in the same seat is notice the tape and the crack in the table's formica, and the angle of light from the window at different times of year, and the particular sound the kitchen door makes when Chuck pushes through it with a plate in each hand. And all of these noticings accumulate into something that is not memory and not knowledge, but is a kind of habitation, a way of being so deeply in a place that the place is in you. Herb Paulson is at the counter. Ed Schweitzer is in the booth by the window. Lyle Pettis, who worked the canning line 2 stations down from Floyd for 18 years, is at a table with a newspaper, an actual newspaper, the Fox River Weekly, which comes out on Tuesdays and Fridays and which Lyle reads on the day it arrives and discusses for the 3 days following, so that by the time the next issue comes out, Lyle has fully digested the previous one and is ready for more. A rhythm of information consumption that is so different from the way the rest of the world now takes in news. It might as well be a practice from the Renaissance. "Cold enough," Herb says from the counter, which is not a question. "It is," Floyd says. "Supposed to get down to 4 tonight." "I heard." This is the conversation. This is the whole conversation. It is not about the weather. It is about presence. Herb is saying, I am here and I see you are here and neither of us is dead yet. Floyd is saying, confirmed. This exchange, or something so close to it that the differences are molecular, has occurred at the Recall Cafe every weekday morning for longer than either man can specify. And it is as necessary as the coffee and more nourishing, though neither of them would use that word or any word for what it is, because naming it would change it into something that could be evaluated, and the whole point is that it is beyond evaluation. It just is, like the river. Floyd drinks his coffee and reads the parts of Lyle's newspaper that Lyle is not currently reading, because Lyle shares it without being asked, leaving sections on Floyd's booth the way a man leaves things at a neighbor's fence post, without ceremony. The paper is thin. It has always been thin, but it is thinner now. The school board recap. A feature about a retiring third-grade teacher. An article about the canning plant's quarterly projections that reads fine and says nothing that Floyd, who spent 35 years inside those projections, does not already know in a way the article cannot touch. The article says output. Floyd hears the number 3 line at full capacity in August. The heat and the noise and the wet steel smell of the blanchers running. And he knows what output means the way a river knows what downstream means, which is in the body, not in the word. There is a brief item about the Middle East. Something about carrier groups and the Strait of Hormuz and diplomatic language that Floyd translates automatically into the language he learned when he was 19 years old, which is the language of, someone is going to do something, and the doing will involve young people and metal and fuel, and the places where those 3 things intersect are never the places the diplomatic language describes. He reads the item once. He refolds the paper and puts it back on Lyle's table. Blackhawks look like hell, Ed Schweitzer says. They've looked like hell since 15, Lyle says. They won in 15. That was the last time they didn't look like hell. That's what I'm saying. You're saying they've looked like hell for 11 years. I'm saying what I said. Floyd takes this in with the particular pleasure of a man who has listened to other men argue about sports for 50 years and understands that the argument is the point, not the resolution, and that the argument about the Blackhawks is also an argument about time and decline and the difference between what was and what is, which is to say it is an argument about getting old, conducted in the only language that the men of the Recall Cafe have available for that subject, which is the language of sports, because the language of aging itself is too close to the bone to be spoken directly in a booth in a small town at 10 in the morning. He leaves the Recall at 10:30 and drives north along the river to no particular destination. This is what he does. This is what retirement has become. The freedom to go nowhere in particular along routes that are particular to the point of sacredness, though Floyd would choke on that word. He drives along the Fox the way a monk walks a cloister, not to get somewhere but to be in motion within a bounded space, and the motion and the boundedness together produce something that in a monk would be called contemplation, and in Floyd is called just driving around. The VFW Hall is on Prospect Street, 2 blocks east of the river, in a flat-roofed building that was a furniture store in the 1960s and has been post-7402 since 1971. The parking lot has 4 trucks in it by the time Floyd arrives at 3 in the afternoon. The interior is paneled in dark wood that was not expensive when it was installed and has become less expensive with time. An American flag, a POW/MIA flag, a television mounted on a bracket above the bar, tuned to a news channel with the volume low enough that you can ignore it and high enough that you cannot. Floyd gets a coffee from the bar, not a drink, because Floyd stopped drinking in 1983 for reasons he has not shared with anyone in this room, or any other room for that matter. He sits at the long table near the television with Don Kessler, who was a Marine in the First Gulf War, and Art Bremer, who was Army in Korea and is 93 and comes to the post every day that his daughter brings him and some days that he drives himself, which terrifies his daughter and impresses Floyd. The television is showing a map of the Middle East with arrows and ship icons and the kind of graphics that make military operations look like a video game, which is exactly backward, Floyd thinks, because a video game is a thing you can turn off. They're moving the Lincoln Group into the Gulf, Don says. He has his phone out. He is reading something on it. AI analysis says this is consistent with a pre-positioning for air operations. AI analysis, Art says, with the inflection of a man who has survived Chinese human wave attacks at the Chosin Reservoir and does not need a machine to tell him what pre-positioning looks like. It's pretty detailed, Don says. It's got the whole order of battle, carrier complement, escort configuration, the works. Floyd looks at the map on the television. The arrows are clean and sharp, and they point in directions that imply intention and control. The ship icons are tidy. The whole thing has the appearance of a plan, which is the most dangerous thing a military operation can appear to have. Because the appearance of a plan is what convinces civilians that someone is in charge, and Floyd knows from the very small and chaotic slice of war that he experienced at age 19 that no one is ever in charge in the way the arrows suggest. Someone is making decisions. The decisions are being made with incomplete information under pressure that the arrows do not depict and the AI analysis does not mention, because pressure is not a data point. Pressure is a handshaking while it holds a clipboard on a dock in a country that is ending. He does not say this. He drinks his coffee. My grandson could probably tell you more about it than the TV, Don says. He's got this thing where the AI gives him a daily briefing, personalized, like having your own intelligence officer. Jesus, Art says. No, it's good. It's really detailed. I had an intelligence officer, Art says, in Korea. He told us the Chinese weren't going to cross the Yalu. That was his intelligence. Don laughs. Floyd almost smiles, which for Floyd is the equivalent of falling out of his chair. The television shows a spokesman at a podium using words that Floyd recognizes from half a century of watching spokesmen at podiums, which is the word measured, and the word proportional, and the word assets, used to describe human beings in machines. Floyd finishes his coffee, puts on his coat, and goes out to his truck. He drives home along the river. The light is going. January light goes early and all at once, like someone turning down a dimmer switch, and the river under its ice catches the last of it and holds it for a moment in a way that the ice cracks seem to glow, which they do not, technically. But Floyd has seen this enough times to trust his eyes over the technical explanation, and his eyes say the river glows at dusk in January. He passes the Kelton Senior Living Center on River Road. It is a long, low building with a covered entrance and a parking lot that is always mostly empty because the residents, for the most part, do not drive. Floyd's wife, Carol, spent her last 4 months there before she died in 2019, and Floyd still notices the building every time he passes it with an attention that is not grief exactly and not habit exactly, but something between the two that does not have a word. There are people in that building he knows slightly, and people he does not know at all. He thinks of one old Vietnamese woman he often saw in the hallway during his visits to Carol. She nodded at him once with the type of courtesy found in another country and another time. Floyd nodded back, and that was all. He pulls into his driveway, the cracked concrete that he and Eddie poured in 1989, the garage with the electrical outlet he should fix, the house that has been his house for 43 years, and that is too big for one person, and exactly the right size for the life that used to live in it. He goes inside, turns on the television, and makes a sandwich. He eats the sandwich at the kitchen table where Carol used to sit across from him, but the chair across from him is empty. The television in the living room talks about the Middle East, and the Fox River is out there in the dark, under the ice, still moving. The feed. Kelton City Council. Meeting summary. January 27, 2026. Prepared by Kelton Gov AI Administrative Assistant. Regular session, called to order 7 p.m. The Kelton City Council convened for its regular January session with all members present. Mayor Diane Tillotson presided. Public comment period. 3 residents addressed the council during public comment. Resident concerns focused on street maintenance in the 3rd Ward, specifically drainage issues on Elm Street, parking enforcement near Kelton High School during evening events, and a request for extended hours at the public library branch on Route 31. All comments were acknowledged and referred to the appropriate committee chairs for follow-up. Old business. The council reviewed the updated timeline for the 3rd Street Bridge repair project. City engineer Marcus Webb presented revised cost estimates reflecting current material pricing. Councilmember Wojcik asked whether the revised estimates accounted for potential supply chain disruptions related to international developments. Mr. Webb indicated that a 12% contingency had been built into the estimate. The council voted 5-1 to approve the revised timeline, with Councilmember Briggs dissenting on cost grounds. New business. The council discussed the proposed AI integration update for municipal communication systems. City Manager Sandra Olson presented a summary of the vendor's capabilities, including automated constituent response drafting, public comment summarization, and budget projection modeling. Councilmember Wojcik asked whether the system had been tested with communities of similar size. Mrs. Olson confirmed that 3 comparable Illinois municipalities are currently using the system with reported improvements in response times and constituent satisfaction scores. The council voted unanimously to proceed with a 90-day pilot program. City Manager's report. Mrs. Olson reported that winter road maintenance is on schedule and within budget. The canning plant has confirmed its seasonal hiring timeline for March. The Kelton Senior Living Center has requested a crosswalk improvement on River Road, which has been referred to Public Works. Meeting adjourned at 8:47 p.m. Next regular session, February 10, 2026. What the summary does not record. Councilmember Briggs's dissent on the bridge repair was not about cost. Briggs and Wojcik have been on opposite sides of every infrastructure vote for 4 years, because Briggs's brother-in-law lost a paving contract to a firm that Wojcik's husband, Rich, recommended to the city manager. And every vote they take on roads and bridges carries the weight of that history, which everyone in the room understands, and which the summary, having no access to the unspoken architecture of a small town's grudges, does not mention. Also not recorded. The moment when Mayor Tillotson paused before the AI integration vote and looked at the room and seemed about to say something, and then did not. Also not recorded. Mr. Halverson was one of the 3 residents who spoke during public comment. He talked about the drainage. He also talked, briefly and in a voice that wavered, about how the street has changed since Myrna died. But this part of his comment was not germane to a drainage issue, and so the summary, which is efficient, did not include it. Chapter 2. Nora. Nora Pickett runs along the Fox River at 6:15 in the morning, because if she does not run at 6:15, she will not run, and if she does not run, she will spend the day inside her own skull with no exit, and her skull, though adequate for most purposes, is not a place she wants to spend an entire day without ventilation. The today's cold weather is serious, not the performative cold of December, when people talk about it and compare it and make it into a topic. This is the mid-January cold that has been here long enough to stop being interesting. It is simply the medium in which everything happens. The air burns her lungs for the first quarter mile, and then her lungs adjust, and the burning becomes a kind of clarity, a sharpness that is the opposite of the warm, conditioned, screen-lit air she will breathe for the next 14 hours. She runs north along the river path, which is not a path exactly, but a stretch of mowed grass between River Road and the bank that the Parks Department maintains in summer and ignores in winter. The snow is packed down by dog walkers and the occasional cross-country skier. Her footing is uncertain, which is fine. Uncertain footing requires attention, and attention to footing is attention that cannot be given to the 17 things she needs to do today, which means her mind, for 20 minutes, is not a task manager, but a body moving through cold air above a frozen river. And this is the only time today that will be true. The river runs beside her under the ice. She does not think about the river. She is thinking, despite her best efforts, about the canning plant story she needs to file by noon and the school board meeting she needs to cover tonight, and whether she remembered to call back the woman from the Kelton Garden Club who wants coverage of their spring planning session, which Nora will cover because everything in Kelton gets covered. There are 3 people at the Fox River Weekly. One of them is Bud, and Bud has entered the phase of his career where his primary contribution is not dying at his desk before his pension vests. That is unkind. Bud Wentz has been a good newspaperman for 35 years. He taught Nora things when she came back to Kelton that she did not learn at the University of Illinois or at the papers in Peoria and Springfield. Things about the patience required to cover a place where the story is almost never what happened this week, but is always what has been happening for decades. Slowly, beneath the surface, the way water moves under ice. Bud taught her that. He said those words, the water under ice thing, at the Recall Cafe on her second day back, and she wrote them in her notebook, still has that notebook. Bud is 62, and the fight has gone out of him in a way that she recognizes because she saw it in the older reporters in Springfield before the layoffs. A particular slackening around the eyes that comes from watching your craft get disassembled by people who regard it as a cost center. He approves copy now. He manages the advertising relationships that keep the paper alive. He writes his column, which runs on Fridays and which is the only thing in the Fox River Weekly that sounds like a specific human being talking, even though the column has gotten shorter and more cautious in the past year, as if Bud is rationing whatever is left of his willingness to have opinions. Nora reaches the turnaround point, which is the bench near the old railroad bridge, a bench that memorializes someone named Genaro Di Matteo, 1921 to 2003, beloved husband and father, friend of the Fox, and she wonders every time she passes it who he was, and whether anyone alive remembers him as anything other than a name on a bench. And she thinks that this is what happens. This is what always happens. The name survives the person, and then the bench survives the name, and then the bench rots, and then there is nothing. The river does not care, because the river was here before Genaro Di Matteo and will be here after the bench is gone, and she is not sure whether this thought is comforting or terrifying. She does not resolve it because she has turned around and is running south now, back toward her car, back toward another day. She showers at home, which is a rented house on Birch Street on the east side of town, a two-bedroom with a porch that sags slightly on the left side, and a kitchen that was remodeled in the 90s by someone who loved oak cabinets and believed they would be loved forever. The cat, whose name is Walter and whose personality is best described as a series of judgments delivered from the back of the couch, watches Nora make coffee with the expression of a creature who finds urgency philosophically suspect. She checks her phone while the coffee brews. 14 emails. A text from her mother asking if she is eating enough, which her mother has asked every day since Nora moved back to Kelton, and which Nora answers every day with the same lie, which is yes. Because the truth, which is, I eat what I remember to eat when I remember to eat it, would generate a conversation she does not have time for. A notification from her AI agent that the canning plant quarterly story draft is ready for her review. This is where Nora's day begins to bifurcate in a way she does not notice because it happened so gradually. She opens the canning plant story on her laptop. The AI has drafted it from the quarterly earnings report that Consolidated Foods released yesterday, supplementing it with production data from the previous 4 quarters, commodity price context, and a quote from the plant manager that Nora obtained by phone yesterday afternoon. The draft is 1,200 words. It is clean, organized, and accurate. It leads with the relevant number, which is that Consolidated Foods' Kelton facility processed 11% fewer tons of product in the 4th quarter than in the same period the previous year, attributable to a below-average tomato harvest and increased transportation costs. The draft contextualizes this against regional trends. It includes a forward-looking paragraph about the upcoming season's projections. It is, by any professional standard, a competent piece of local business journalism. Nora reads it twice. She changes one word in the 3rd paragraph, replacing noted with said, because people say things, they do not note them, and this is a distinction she will die on even though she knows the distinction is eroding, and even though the AI has learned to use said most of the time, and she is now correcting a regression rather than a habit. She adds a sentence at the end of the 5th paragraph. Glenn Kelland, the plant's maintenance engineer, confirmed that seasonal equipment upgrades are proceeding on schedule. She got this from Glenn's wife Rosalia at the grocery store on Saturday, not from an interview, because in a town of 15,000 everything is an interview, and the line between reporting and living is a line that Nora stopped trying to draw 2 years ago. She approves the draft and moves on. The next story is the school board budget hearing, which she will cover in person tonight. The AI has prepared a background brief. Last year's budget figures, enrollment trends, the state funding formula changes that are relevant, the names and positions of the board members, and a summary of public comment from the previous 3 meetings. This is genuinely useful. Nora would have spent 45 minutes assembling this context herself, and the 45 minutes she saves will be spent covering the garden club planning session, which she would not otherwise have time for, which means the AI has made the Fox River Weekly more comprehensive in its coverage, which is inarguably good. She drives to the office, which is a storefront on 2nd Street, between a chiropractor and a place that sells vaping supplies and has a sign in the window that says Cloud 9 Vapor Lounge in a font that makes Nora's teeth hurt. The Fox River Weekly's office has a plate glass window with the newspaper's name in gold leaf that is peeling at the edges, and a newsroom that is the size of a living room, and 3 desks, and a coffee maker that is newer and better than the one at home, because Bud Wentz has priorities, and coffee is one of them. Bud is at his desk. He is reading something on his screen with the expression of a man who is not reading but is performing the act of reading in order to avoid doing something else, which is a skill that Bud has refined over decades, and which Nora recognizes because she has refined the same skill. And the thing they are both avoiding is the knowledge that the Fox River Weekly is not going to exist in 5 years, and possibly not in 3. And that everything they do is a holding action against an inevitable conclusion that neither of them discusses, because discussing it would make it true in a way that it currently is not, or is not quite, or is but can still be ignored on a day-to-day basis if you keep filing stories. "Morning," Bud says. "Morning. Plant stories filed." "Already?" "It wrote itself," Nora says, which is a joke and is also true, and is also the kind of thing she says now without wincing, though she would have winced 2 years ago, and the fact that she no longer winces is a data point she files somewhere in the back of her mind where she keeps the things she does not want to look at directly, like the sag in the porch and the question of where she will work when the paper closes. Tyler Briggs, the part-time reporter, comes in at 9. He is 23 and fresh from the community college. He covers high school sports and municipal meetings with an enthusiasm that Nora finds both touching and painful, the way you find a puppy's faith in the permanence of things both touching and painful. Tyler has never worked at a newspaper that was not dying. He does not know what a healthy one looks like. His relationship with the AI tools is entirely different from Nora's. He did not adopt them as a compromise. They were simply part of the job when he arrived, like the coffee maker and the peeling gold leaf on the window, and he uses them the way he uses his phone, which is to say constantly and without any sense that there was ever an alternative. Tyler's copy is fine. It is always fine. It has never been anything other than fine. Nora has tried twice to have a conversation with him about the difference between fine and good, and both times the conversation slid off him like water off a windshield. Not because he is stupid, but because the distinction she is drawing depends on a comparison he has never experienced. He has never written a story without AI assistance. He does not know what it feels like to sit with a blank screen and a set of notes and build a story, sentence by sentence, out of nothing but your own capacity to see and your own capacity to say what you see. He does not know this the way a person born in an air-conditioned house does not know what it is like to sleep in heat. The deprivation is invisible because it is total. She spends the morning on the phone. This is still the part of her job that the AI cannot do, and she is aware in a way she does not fully articulate even to herself that she protects this part of her day the way Floyd Bates protects his booth at the recall, by simply being there before anyone or anything else can claim the space. She calls the mayor's office about the bridge repair timeline. She calls the school superintendent's assistant to confirm tonight's agenda. She calls the garden club president, who is a woman named Vera Stanhope, who has been growing peonies competitively for 40 years and who talks to Nora for 25 minutes about the spring planning session and about the deer problem and about her late husband's rose garden and about the new couple on Hickory Lane who planted ornamental grasses in their front yard, which Vera regards as an aesthetic and possibly moral failing. And Nora writes none of this down because none of it is the story, and all of it is the story, and the difference is something the AI has no category for. After lunch, which is a granola bar eaten at her desk, she works on the feature piece about the retiring school teacher. This story she writes herself. She conducted the interview last week, an hour in the teacher's living room, surrounded by 32 years of accumulated class photographs and handmade thank you cards, and a coffee mug that says "World's Best Teacher" in a child's handwriting, that is now the handwriting of a 30-year-old accountant in Milwaukee. The teacher, Dorothy Finn, told Nora stories that were funny and specific and sometimes contradictory in the way that a life remembered honestly is always contradictory. And Nora recorded all of it, and transcribed it herself, by hand, not using the AI transcription tool, because she wanted to hear Dorothy Finn's voice in her own ears at the speed of human speech, not at the speed of a machine. She writes the feature in 2 hours. It is not as clean as the canning plant story. The transitions are rougher. There is a paragraph near the end that she cannot get right. A paragraph about Dorothy Finn's hands and the chalk dust that she says she can still feel in the creases of her fingers even though the school switched to dry erase boards in 2011. And Nora knows this detail matters, and she cannot find the sentence that makes it matter on the page. And she sits with this failure for 10 minutes and then writes a sentence that is imperfect and true, which is, Dorothy Finn retired on a Friday in December, and on Monday morning she stood at her kitchen sink and rubbed her fingers together and felt the ghost of chalk that has not existed in her classroom for 15 years. And she cried, not for the children or the years, but for the dust. It is the best sentence Nora has written in 6 months. She does not know this. She saves the file and moves on to the school board hearing preparation. At 5:30, she drives to Kelton High School for the budget hearing. The parking lot has about 40 cars, which is a good turnout. She takes her seat in the back row with her notebook and her phone and the AI-prepared background brief on the screen in front of her. The hearing is 2 hours long. The superintendent presents the proposed budget. The board members ask questions. 6 residents speak during public comment, including a man who is upset about bus route changes and a woman who wants to know why the gifted program was cut. Nora takes notes in the way she has always taken notes, in a shorthand that mixes direct quotes with observations about the room. The way the board president taps his pen when he is irritated, the way the superintendent's voice goes flat and procedural when she is avoiding a question, the way the woman in the 3rd row leans forward when the gifted program comes up and her hands grip the chair in front of her with an intensity that says this is not about policy, this is about my child. She drives home at 8:30, opens her laptop and writes the story. The AI offers to draft it from her notes and the public record. She lets it. The draft takes 3 minutes to generate and it is accurate and complete and it captures every substantive point from the hearing. It does not capture the pen tapping. It does not capture the flat voice. It does not capture the woman's hands on the chair. It does not capture the moment when the man upset about bus routes stopped talking about bus routes and started talking about his son, who has a disability and who depends on a specific route with a specific driver who knows how to help him off the bus. And the room went quiet in a way that had nothing to do with bus routes and everything to do with a father standing in a gymnasium asking a row of officials to see his son. The AI draft does not capture this because the AI was not in the room. Nora was in the room. Nora saw the father's face. Nora heard the silence. She reads the AI draft. She adds 2 sentences about the bus route father. She changes noted to said in 2 places. She files the story at 9:45 and feeds Walter and stands at her kitchen window looking out at Birch Street, which is dark and cold and empty. And she thinks about Dorothy Finn's chalk dust and the bus route father's face and Vera Stanhope's opinions about ornamental grasses. And these 3 things exist in her mind simultaneously, unprocessed and unsynthesized, and they do not add up to anything except the day, which is over, and which she has survived, and which contained, in its 14 hours, about 45 minutes of something she would recognize as her actual work if she stopped long enough to notice the difference. She does not stop long enough. Walter is on the back of the couch, judging. I know, Nora says. She goes to bed. She does not read. She used to read. She has a stack of books on the nightstand that have been there long enough to constitute furniture. The top one is a novel by a writer she admired in college. She bought it 8 months ago. She has read the first 11 pages 4 times. Each time she falls asleep, not because the book is boring, but because by the time she gets to it, her brain has been processing information for 16 hours, and it has nothing left for the kind of attention a novel requires, which is a sustained, unpurposeful, patient attention. The kind she used to have naturally, and which has been replaced by the quick, purposeful, scanning attention that her work now demands and her tools now reward. She sleeps. The Fox River is outside the town in the dark, under the ice. And Nora does not dream about it, because Nora does not remember her dreams anymore, which is another thing she has not stopped long enough to notice. Camera I. The Fox River at dawn in February. 6:12 in the morning. The temperature is 9 degrees, and the river is a white road between the trees. The ice is thick enough to walk on, and nobody walks on it because this is not that kind of town. This is a town that respects the river the way you respect a neighbor you have known for 50 years, which is to say at a distance, with a nod, without presumption. The light comes in from the east across the fields. It hits the ice and does nothing for a long time, and then it does something. Not warmth, not color exactly. A shift. The white goes from the white of absence to the white of presence. From the white of a thing that is not being looked at to the white of a thing that is. This takes about 4 minutes, and nobody sees it, because the people who live near the river are inside, and the woman who runs along it has already passed, and the man who fishes here in summer is in his kitchen making a sandwich he will eat alone. Upstream, the water moves under the ice at a speed that the ice does not acknowledge. The river is 2 things at once, the still surface and the moving water, the visible and the real, and neither is more true than the other. And the river does not choose between them, because the river is not in the choosing business. The river is in the going business. It goes south. It has been going south for 12,000 years, since the glaciers retreated and left this valley as a groove in the earth, a suggestion, and the water followed the suggestion. The way water follows every suggestion, which is all the way to the end. A crow lands on the railroad bridge. It says something. The sound crosses the ice and enters the trees on the far bank and is absorbed by the cold air and is gone. The crow does not care. The crow said what it had to say. The river goes south. The light increases by a degree that no instrument in Kelton would measure, and that the ice registers in its molecular structure, a loosening so slight that it will not be visible for 6 weeks, and is already, this morning, in the dark, at 9 degrees underway. Chapter 3. Tom. Tom Einerson wakes at 5:40 on Thursday morning because he has been waking at 5:40 for 26 years of ministry, and his body no longer consults him about it. His body simply announces, "It is time," and Tom's mind, which has been somewhere else entirely, somewhere in the foggy architecture of a dream he will not remember by the time he reaches the bathroom, agrees, and the day begins. Janet is still asleep. She sleeps on her left side with one hand tucked under the pillow, a position she has maintained for the entire duration of their marriage, which is 27 years, and Tom finds this constancy unreasonably comforting in the way that small, fixed things become load-bearing over time. The furnace kicks on. The sound it makes is a specific sound, a thud followed by a hum that rises in pitch for about 2 seconds and then settles. And Tom has heard this sequence perhaps 9,000 times, and it still means the same thing it meant the first winter they lived in this house, which is, the world is cold and the house is keeping you from it, and someone, at some point, installed the mechanism that makes this possible, and you do not have to understand it to be grateful. He makes coffee in the kitchen, which is not a beautiful kitchen, but is a kitchen in which every object has earned its position through years of daily use. The coffee maker is a drip machine that Janet bought in 2019 to replace the one that died after 11 years of service, and Tom mourned the old one briefly and irrationally, and then transferred his loyalty to the new one, which is what humans do with machines and with much else. Thursday is sermon day. Not the only day he works on his next sermon, but the day it begins in earnest. Tom preaches on Sunday. He starts thinking about the sermon on Monday in the loose, undirected way that he thinks about things on his river walk. By Tuesday, the text has usually chosen him, or he has chosen it, or the process by which texts and preachers find each other has done its work, which is a process Tom has never fully understood, and which he privately considers one of the minor mysteries of his vocation. By Wednesday, he has a direction. Thursday is when the direction becomes language. He carries his coffee to the small room off the living room that is his study. Janet calls it his office. Tom calls it his study because the word office implies an efficiency that the room does not possess, and Tom does not aspire to. The room contains a desk, a computer, a bookshelf that ran out of space in 2016, and has since developed a secondary ecosystem of books stacked horizontally on top of the vertically shelved books, and a window that looks out on the backyard, which in February is a white rectangle of snow with a bird feeder that Tom fills every morning and that the squirrels empty by noon. A dynamic that Tom regards as a theological education in itself. The text for Sunday is from the Gospel of Mark, the feeding of the 5,000. Tom has preached on this passage before, multiple times across 26 years, and each time he has found something different in it, because he is different each time he comes to it, which is what good texts do, which is refuse to hold still. He opens his laptop and opens the AI exegetical tool that he has been using for 11 months. The tool is not a single program. It is a suite of capabilities that the denominational offices recommended last year and that Tom resisted for about 2 weeks before curiosity overcame stubbornness. It can search the full range of biblical commentary, from the Church Fathers through the Reformation, through contemporary scholarship. It can identify linguistic patterns in the original Greek that would take Tom hours to trace through his lexicon. It can cross-reference a passage against the Revised Common Lectionary's full 3-year cycle to show Tom what the text is in conversation with across the liturgical calendar. It can suggest thematic connections to current events, to cultural trends, to the lived experience of contemporary congregations. Tom types Mark 6:30-44. Feeding of the 5,000. Focus on the disciples' response. Send them away. What does it mean that the disciples' first instinct is to manage the problem rather than enter it? The tool responds within seconds. What it gives him is extraordinary. It gives him Chrysostom on the disciples' failure of imagination. It gives him a 20th century German theologian, whose name Tom does not recognize, writing about the difference between administrative compassion and incarnate compassion, which is exactly the distinction Tom was groping toward. It gives him a connection to the Hebrew Bible, to Elisha feeding 100 men with 20 loaves in 2 Kings, that Tom knew about in general, but has never examined in the specific textual detail that the tool now lays out for him. It gives him a contemporary sociologist's work on what she calls the management of suffering, the institutional tendency to organize and delegate and process human need rather than stand in the middle of it, which is so precisely relevant to Tom's emerging theme that he actually laughs, alone in his study, at the absurd generosity of having this much material delivered this quickly. He spends 2 hours with the tool. He follows threads. He asks follow-up questions. He explores a tangent about the Greek word for compassion, splagchnizomai, which is derived from the word for intestines, and which means, literally, to be moved in one's guts, and the tool gives him a history of the word's usage that runs from classical Greek, through the Septuagint, through the New Testament, and into the patristic period. And Tom reads this and thinks, I couldn't have done this in a week of library work. I couldn't have done this by myself at all. By noon, he has more material than he can use in 3 sermons. He has 17 pages of notes. He has a structural outline that moves from the disciples' impulse to manage through the radical alternative that Jesus proposes, which is to sit down in the grass with the problem and see what happens, to a contemporary application about the ways in which competence can become a barrier to encounter. It is, on paper, the most theologically sophisticated sermon he has prepared in years. He breaks for lunch. Janet is at school. Their son Kyle is at UW Oshkosh. Their daughter Marin is in high school. Tom eats a sandwich at the kitchen table and looks at the bird feeder, which has been emptied by the squirrels again, and thinks about the feeding of the 5,000 and the squirrels and whether there is a connection, and decides there is not, but smiles at the thought anyway, because the willingness to see connections where there are none is either the beginning of madness or the beginning of poetry. And in Tom's line of work, the two are not always distinguishable. He goes back to the study. The outline is on the screen. The material is abundant. All he has to do is write. This is where it used to happen. The thing he does not have a name for. The Thursday afternoon thing that was not inspiration, because Tom distrusts that word, and was not discipline, because discipline implies a process you control, and was not prayer exactly. Though it was adjacent to prayer in the way that sitting by a river is adjacent to swimming. It was a state, a condition of being alone with a text, and with his own limitations and waiting for something to come through the gap between what he knew and what the text demanded. The gap was essential. The gap was where the sermon came from, not from the material he had gathered, but from the encounter between the material and his own confusion, his own not knowing, his own willingness to sit in the text's difficulty without resolving it prematurely. The gap is smaller now. It is smaller because the AI tool has already done most of the work. The confusion is gone. The not knowing is gone. Tom sits down with his outline and his 17 pages of notes, and he knows exactly what the sermon is about, and how it should be structured, and what the key moves are, and which illustration will land, and which theological point will surprise the congregation, and he begins to write, and the writing comes easily, which is the problem, though Tom does not experience it as a problem. He experiences it as fluency. The sermon flows, the sentences are good, the argument builds, the application is precise. By 4 o'clock, he has a complete first draft, which used to take him until Saturday morning, and the draft is better than anything he could have produced without the tool. He saves it, stands up, stretches, and feels the satisfaction of good work done well, and underneath the satisfaction, so far underneath that he would need to be a different kind of man to reach it, is a flatness, a faint gray tone, like the February sky, like a sky that has forgotten it has other options. He does not investigate the flatness. He attributes it to the weather. Friday, he revises. The revision is efficient. He tightens the language, adjusts the pacing, adds a personal anecdote about his father, who was a high school shop teacher in Menominee, Wisconsin, and who once told Tom that the most important tool in the shop was the empty workbench, because you cannot build anything on a surface that is cluttered. Tom likes this anecdote. It is true, and it connects to the sermon's theme about the difference between managing and encountering. He does not notice that the anecdote is doing the work that the Thursday afternoon gap used to do, which is introducing an element of unpredictability, of human mess, into a structure that is otherwise too clean. The anecdote is a crack in the competence. The crack is where the light gets in. Tom put it there by instinct, not by design, and the instinct is still functioning, but it is functioning inside a structure that needs it less, and the day is coming, though not yet, when the instinct will atrophy from disuse, and the sermons will be excellent and airtight, but the light will not get in. Saturday he reads through the sermon once more. He practices the delivery in his study. Not the whole thing, but the transitions, the places where the spoken rhythm differs from the written rhythm. This is a craft he has spent 26 years developing, and the AI tool has not touched it, because the tool operates in text and Tom operates, on Sunday morning, in breath and silence and the particular acoustics of a room that was built in 1927 by Scandinavians who understood, without knowing the physics involved, that a high ceiling and plaster walls and wooden pews produce a sound that is different from every other sound. A sound that says, "You are not in the world right now. You are in a room that was set aside from the world, and the setting aside is the point." Sunday. First Lutheran Church at 9:45 in the morning. The congregation fills the pews to about 2/3 capacity, which is good for February. Tom stands at the back of the sanctuary in his robe and stole and watches the congregation settle. He knows these faces. He has known some of them for 14 years. He baptized their children and buried their parents and sat with them in hospital rooms and listened to them confess things that they would not tell their spouses or their therapists. And the accumulation of all this confidential suffering is a weight that Tom carries everywhere, including into this room. And the weight is part of what makes the preaching possible, because when he stands up to speak, he is not speaking from above the congregation, but from inside it. From inside the specific gravity of their lives. Donna Wojcik is in her usual pew, 3rd row, left side. Her son is beside her, looking at his phone until Donna puts a hand on his arm, and he puts the phone away with the practiced submission of a 17-year-old who has calculated that the energy required to resist is not worth the result. A few rows back, Vera Stanhope sits with her hands folded in her lap and her posture communicating that she has come to be improved and will evaluate the attempt. Near the back, Art Bremer is in a wheelchair today, which means his daughter brought him, and his face has the concentrated intensity of a man who has heard 10,000 sermons and is still listening for the one that will explain to his satisfaction why he is 93 years old and most of the men he served with are not. Tom preaches. The sermon is excellent. The congregation can tell. The Chrysostom reference lands with the book group members who enjoy intellectual texture. The sociologist's concept of managed suffering resonates with Donna Wojcik, who will think about it on and off for 2 days without connecting it to her own work. The personal anecdote about Tom's father and the empty workbench produces a ripple of recognition. The particular small exhalation that moves through a congregation when something true has been said. The application, which is about the temptation to respond to need with efficiency rather than presence, is pointed without being preachy, and Tom delivers it while looking at the middle distance in the way that experienced preachers look at everyone and no one, so that each person in the room believes the words are for them. It is a very good sermon. The congregation knows it. Tom knows it. At the door afterward, shaking hands, he receives more compliments than usual. Donna Wojcik says, "That was really something, Pastor." Vera Stanhope says nothing, which from Vera is the highest possible compliment, because if the sermon had been inadequate, Vera would have found a way to mention it. Art Bremer grips Tom's hand with a strength that is surprising in a man his age and says, "The workbench. That was right." Tom thanks him, and Art's daughter wheels him toward the parking lot. Tom stands in the doorway of the church watching them go, and the February air comes in around him, cold and sharp, and the flatness is there again, under the satisfaction, like a stone at the bottom of a clear stream, visible if you look for it and easy not to look for. He goes home. Janet has lunch ready. They eat together and talk about Marin's history project and Kyle's roommate situation and the leak in the upstairs bathroom that has migrated from a drip to a trickle, and which Tom keeps meaning to look at and keeps not looking at, which Janet notes without emphasis, because after 27 years of marriage, the things you note without emphasis are the most precise communications you produce. Tom does the dishes. Janet grades papers at the dining room table. The house settles into the Sunday afternoon quiet that Tom has always loved. The quiet after the performance. The quiet of a man who has said what he had to say and can now stop saying things for a while. Monday is his day off. He drives to the river at 9 in the morning and parks at the pull-off near the old railroad bridge, near the bench that memorializes Gennaro Di Matteo, and he walks north along the bank. He does not bring his phone. This is a decision he made 14 years ago when he started the Monday walk, and it is the only rule he has about it. No phone, no podcast, no music, no tool of any kind between himself and whatever the walk gives him, which is sometimes nothing. The river is frozen. The trees are bare. The path is snow and boot prints and the occasional evidence of a dog that has investigated every tree with the methodical attention of a creature that has not been told there is a more efficient way to gather information. Tom walks for 40 minutes north and then turns and walks 40 minutes south, and during that 80 minutes his mind does what it does when it is not being directed, which is drift and circle and make connections that are useless, and occasionally make a connection that is not useless. And today, the connection is this. The sermon was very good, but the sermon was not his. And these two facts, while not contradictory, are not compatible either. And he does not know what to do with them, so he keeps walking. He passes a spot where the ice has thinned near the bank, where a spring enters the river from underground, and the water is visible there, dark and moving, a small window in the frozen surface. And Tom stands and looks at it for a while. The open water is maybe 2 feet across. It is nothing. It is a trivial break in the ice. But it is the only place on the river where the actual water is visible, and Tom looks at it with an attention that he would, if pressed, admit is something like prayer, though he would resist the word because the word implies intention, and what he is doing has no intention. He is just looking at water that is moving through a break in the ice, and the looking is enough. He does not know what it is enough for, and he walks home. The designers. She is 29 and her name does not matter, so call her what the novel needs her to be, which is specific. She grew up in Palo Alto in a house where both parents worked in technology, and dinner conversations involved words like scalable and deployment and user experience, the way that dinner conversations in Kelton involve words like drainage and overtime And did you hear about Mr. Halverson? She went to Stanford. She studied computer science with a minor in philosophy, which she chose because a professor told her in her freshman year that the hardest problems in AI would turn out to be philosophical. And the professor was right. And the problems are harder than either of them imagined. She works as a product manager at one of the 4 companies that produce the AI systems used by most of the English-speaking world. Her title is Senior Product Manager, Trust and Safety, Sensitive Domains. Her job is to make decisions about how the system handles content that touches on religion, spirituality, end-of-life questions, grief, and what the company's internal documents call existential user needs, a phrase she coined herself and which she is quietly proud of because it replaced the previous phrase, which was edge case emotional content, which she found repellent. She is good at her job. She is thoughtful, careful, well-read, and genuinely motivated by the desire to help people. She has a meditation practice. She has read William James. She has taken a graduate seminar in comparative religion at a local university on her own time because she wanted to understand the territory her design decisions affect. She is more qualified for this work than almost anyone at her company, and she knows this. But the knowing does not make her arrogant. It makes her anxious because she understands that more qualified than almost anyone is not the same as qualified, and the gap between the two is where the damage happens. 18 months ago, she made a decision. The decision took an afternoon. It arose from a pattern her team had identified in user feedback. Complaints from users who felt the AI had given them religiously biased responses. A Baptist pastor in Alabama said the system favored liberal theology. A Unitarian in Vermont said it privileged Orthodox positions. A Catholic nun in New Mexico said it was subtly Protestant. A Reform rabbi in Brooklyn said it was subtly Christian. An imam in Dearborn said it flattened Islamic jurisprudence into a Western ethical framework. Every complaint was specific, articulate, and incompatible with every other complaint. Her solution was elegant. She tuned the system toward scholarly consensus and mainstream theological positions, reducing its tendency to advocate for any particular doctrinal perspective. She built in additional hedging language for contested theological questions. She weighted peer-reviewed religious scholarship more heavily than devotional or pastoral sources. The result was a system that was less likely to offend and less likely to inspire, and she understood this trade-off and believed it was the right one. Because offense at scale is dangerous, and inspiration at scale is unpredictable, and her job is to manage scale. Her decision affects every pastor, priest, rabbi, imam, and spiritual director who uses her company's AI tools for study and preparation. It means that the system will reliably produce scholarly, balanced, mainstream theological content. It will not produce the weird, specific, doctrinally adventurous, possibly wrong but generative reading of a text that a pastor might encounter in an obscure commentary from 1947 that has been out of print for decades and that would never surface in a peer-reviewed database, but that might crack a sermon open in a way that nothing in the mainstream ever could. She does not know Tom Einerson exists. She has never been to Kelton, Illinois. She does not know that a man in a small room off his living room, with a window that looks out on a bird feeder emptied by squirrels, is using the tool she helped to shape to prepare words that he will say to people whose suffering he carries, and that the tool is making his words more sophisticated but less his, and that the difference between more sophisticated and less his is the difference between a sermon that is admired and a sermon that makes Art Bremer grip a pastor's hand and say, "That was right." She would care if she knew. That is the thing. She would care very much. She is not the villain of this story. She is a conscientious person making responsible decisions at a scale that erases the specific. She is managing the ocean, and Tom Einerson is a single fish. She cannot see him, and he cannot see her, and the ocean does not know that either of them is there. She is 29. She lives in a one-bedroom apartment in the Mission District. She has a cat. Somewhere in Illinois on a Monday morning, a man she will never meet is standing on a frozen riverbank, looking at a small break in the ice where the water is visible, and the looking is the closest thing to prayer that the morning contains. Her product does not have a category for it, and she would not know what to do with it if it did. Chapter 4. Rosalia. Rosalia Kjelland has a system for reading student essays. She developed it over 21 years, and it is not complicated. She reads the first paragraph of each essay in the stack without writing anything, just reading, and she sorts the stack into 3 piles based on her first paragraph response. The first pile is the essays that make her lean forward. The second pile is the essays that make her nod. The third pile is the essays that make her reach for her coffee. She does not think of these as good, adequate, and poor. She thinks of them as alive, competent, and absent, though she has never used those words aloud, and would not, because the words would require a theory to support them, and Rosalia does not have a theory. She has been reading 17-year-olds' writing for 2 decades, and that automatically responds to the writing before her mind catches up. The way a dog's ears move toward a sound before the dog decides to listen. The stack today is 31 junior essays on The Great Gatsby. Chapter 3 through 5, the party scene, the green light, the first sustained encounter with Gatsby's loneliness, dressed up as extravagance. She assigned the homework 3 days ago. What does Gatsby's party reveal about the difference between connection and proximity? She wrote the detailed question herself, without AI assistance, which she mentions to no one because mentioning it would imply that not using AI for an assignment is unusual, and implying that it is unusual would make it unusual, and Rosalia is not ready for it to be unusual. She is not ready for the thing she does naturally, which is sit in her kitchen on a Sunday evening with a glass of wine and think about what question will crack a text open for a 17-year-old, to become a thing that needs defending. She reads the first paragraph of the first essay. It is from a student named Jason Tremont. Jason is a pleasant boy with good hair and a mother who emails Rosalia twice a month about his grades, with a specificity that suggests the mother is more invested in the grades than Jason is, which is probably true, and is not Jason's fault. His paragraph reads, F. Scott Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby presents a complex exploration of the American dream through the lens of J. Gatsby's elaborate social gatherings. While these parties ostensibly represent connection and community, a closer reading reveals that they function as elaborate performances of proximity without genuine human engagement. This tension between surface sociality and deeper isolation reflects broader themes of disillusionment that pervade the novel's treatment of 1920s American culture. Rosalia reaches for her coffee. The paragraph is not wrong. Nothing in it is wrong. Every sentence is defensible, correctly punctuated, and adequately sourced in the text. The word ostensibly is used correctly. The phrase broader themes of disillusionment is accurate. A teacher grading on mechanics, structure, and textual understanding would give this paragraph a solid B+, possibly an A-. It is the work of a student who has understood the assignment and responded to it with competence. It is also the work of a student who is not in the essay. Jason Tremont is not in this paragraph. No 17-year-old is in this paragraph. The paragraph has no fingerprints on it. It was assembled, not written. And Rosalia can feel the difference in her body, the way Floyd Bates can feel the difference between a compressor that is failing and a compressor that vibrates in humid weather. Which is to say with a certainty that she cannot prove and does not need to. She reads the next first paragraph, and the next, and the next. The stack moves through her hands, the sorting happens, the piles form, and the coffee pile is the largest, which is not new. The coffee pile has always been the largest, but the quality of the coffee pile has changed. 5 years ago, the coffee pile was full of essays that were bad in specific ways. Confused, disorganized, grammatically tortured, sometimes spectacularly wrong. A student in 2021 wrote that Gatsby was a metaphor for Jesus because he threw parties and then died. Rosalia kept that sentence in a file on her computer because it was both wrong and alive, and it came from a mind that was actually grappling with the text, reaching for a connection that did not work, but that revealed a student who was thinking about sacrifice and spectacle and tragic endings and who simply did not yet have the tools to make the connection land. That student was trying. The trying was visible on the page. Rosalia could teach into the trying. The coffee pile now is not bad writing. It is competent, yet empty. The essays are uniformly structured, adequately argued, grammatically correct, and devoid of the productive errors that used to tell Rosalia where a student's thinking was actually taking place. The Jesus Gatsby student has been replaced by 31 Jason Tremonts, some of whom are better Jason Tremonts than others, but all of whom are producing work that sounds like it was written by the same calm, well-informed, slightly distant intelligence, which it was. Rosalia does not say this. She does not say it to the principal, who is pleased with the English department's test scores. She does not say it to the curriculum coordinator, who has praised the integration of AI tools into the writing process. She does not say it at department meetings, where the other English teachers discuss strategies for leveraging AI as a writing partner, a phrase that makes Rosalia's jaw tighten in a way she controls, because she is a professional, and because the alternative to controlling it is saying what she actually thinks, which is that a writing partner who does the writing is not a partner but a contractor. And what they are producing is not student writing but student-commissioned writing, and the distinction matters in ways that she cannot prove because the evidence is not in the product but in the process. And nobody is looking at the process because the product has never been better. She reaches the 16th essay, Becky Solis. The first paragraph reads, Gatsby's parties are loud, so nobody has to talk. I think that's the point. Everyone is there and nobody is there. There are hundreds of people in his yard and on his stairs and in his rooms, and he is alone in all of it. And the weird thing is they are too. They came to his party to be near something, and the thing they came to be near doesn't exist. Gatsby is performing a person, and they are the audience. And the audience thinks they are at a party, but they are actually at a play. And the play is about a man who can't get to the other side of the water. Rosalia puts her coffee down. The paragraph has problems. Loud so nobody has to talk is an assertion without textual support. The syntax is loose. The word weird is doing work that a more precise word should do. The final image, the man who cannot get to the other side of the water, leaps to the green light without building the bridge that academic writing requires. It is also the best paragraph in the stack. It is the only paragraph in the stack that contains a surprise, which is the observation that the parties are loud so nobody has to talk, which is not in any AI-generated analysis Rosalia has ever seen because it is not a scholarly observation. It is an intuition. It comes from a 16-year-old girl who lives on the edge of town and whose internet connection is unreliable, and who has sat in rooms where people were together and alone at the same time, and recognized the architecture of that experience in a novel written 100 years ago. The connection between Becky Solis's life and Gatsby's party was not computer-generated. It was not assisted. It was made by a human mind doing the thing that human minds do when they are allowed to encounter a question without mediation, which is reach for the text with their own hands and sometimes grab something that nobody expected. Rosalia grades Jason Tremont's essay B+. She grades Becky Solis's essay B+. She sits with this for a moment. The grades are the same. The essays are not the same. They are not the same in a way that matters more than almost anything Rosalia can think of. And the grading system she uses, which is the grading system the school district mandates, which is a rubric that evaluates thesis clarity, textual evidence, organization, and mechanics, cannot see the difference. The rubric is not wrong. It measures what it measures. What it measures is not what matters. She puts the essays in her bag and drives home. The drive from Kelton High School to the Kjelland House on Prospect Street takes 7 minutes and crosses the Fox River on the 3rd Street Bridge, which Rosalia crosses twice a day and does not look at because the bridge is just the bridge. It is just the thing between the school and the house. It is just the 5 seconds of guardrail and frozen water between the south side where the school sits and the north side where she lives, and she has crossed it so many times that it has become invisible, which is what happens to things you pass through without stopping, which is what is happening to her students' encounter with literature. Though Rosalia does not make this connection, because the bridge is just the bridge, and she is thinking about what to make for dinner. The house on Prospect Street is a 2-story with white siding and a porch that Glenn built 10 years ago, and that is holding up well because Glenn builds things the way Glenn does everything, which is with more attention to the structural integrity than to the appearance, which means the porch is slightly ugly and will last forever. The garage has Glenn's truck and Glenn's tools and the smell of Glenn's work, which is a combination of machine oil and something metallic and faintly sweet that Rosalia has never been able to identify and that she privately thinks of as the smell of competence, the smell of a man who knows how to keep things running. Glenn is in the kitchen. He is making chili, which is the meal he makes when it is his turn to cook, regardless of season, because Glenn has 3 meals in his repertoire, and chili is the one that requires the least attention, which frees him to do what he is actually doing while the chili simmers, which is reading a manual for a capacitor bank that the plant installed last fall, and that has been giving him trouble in ways the predictive maintenance software insists are not trouble, and that Glenn knows are trouble because he can hear them. Software says the number 4 unit is fine, Glenn says, not looking up from the manual. Is it fine? It's making a sound. What kind of sound? Glenn looks up. He looks at Rosalia with the expression of a man who has been asked to translate a language that does not have a written form. It's a sound, he says. It's not the sound it's supposed to make. It's not the sound it made last month. It's a different sound. And the software doesn't hear it? The software hears everything. It hears temperature and vibration frequency and load distribution and bearing wear patterns. It hears all of that, and it says the unit is fine. But it's not fine. It's making a different sound. Rosalia looks at Glenn, and Glenn looks at Rosalia. They have been married for 18 years, and in this look is a conversation that neither of them ever have out loud, which is, "You are describing my life. You are describing exactly my life. You hear something that the system says is not there, and you cannot prove it, and you cannot ignore it, and you are standing in your expertise like a man standing in his own house being told by a stranger that the house does not exist." Glenn goes back to the manual. Rosalia sets the table. Adam comes downstairs at 6:15, which is the time Adam comes downstairs on school nights, because Adam's life is organized with a precision that Rosalia finds impressive and slightly alarming. He is 14. He is in 8th grade. He is tall for his age, with Glenn's build and Rosalia's dark eyes and a quality of self-possession that is either maturity or something else, something that Rosalia cannot name, and that she watches the way Glenn watches the number 4 capacitor bank, with an attention that is looking for the thing that the metrics say is not there. Adam sits down and eats the chili and tells them about his day with a fluency that is remarkable. He describes a history class discussion about the Constitutional Convention, in which he apparently made an argument about the 3/5 compromise that impressed his teacher. He describes the argument in detail, its structure, its evidence, its rhetorical strategy. He is articulate and confident, and his account of his own performance has the quality of a post-game analysis, thorough and self-aware, as if he is describing not what he thought, but how well he deployed what he thought. And the distinction between thinking and deploying is one that Rosalia, who has spent 21 years watching young minds, recognizes as significant and does not know how to address. "That sounds like a strong argument," Rosalia says. "Where did you start? What made you think about the 3/5 compromise that way?" Adam looks at her. The look is not evasive. It is genuinely puzzled. "What do you mean?" "I mean, what made you interested in that angle? Was it something you read or something you were thinking about? Or did it just come to you?" Adam considers this. "I was prepping for the discussion," he says. "I looked at the main arguments, and the 3/5 thing seemed like the most interesting area to explore, because most people would focus on federalism versus anti-federalism, so I'd have a clearer lane." "Prepping," Rosalia says. "Yeah, I always prep for discussions." This is true. Adam does always prep for discussions. He preps for discussions the way he preps for everything, which is systematically using the AI tools that are as natural to him as the calculator is to Rosalia. Which is to say, tools that are so integrated into his cognitive process that the question of where Adam's thinking ends and the tool's thinking begins is not a question Adam would understand. Because from Adam's perspective, there is no seam. The tool is how he thinks. Asking him where his thinking starts is like asking a fish where the water starts. The water is everywhere. The water is the medium. The fish does not experience the water as a separate thing, because the fish has never experienced the absence of water. Rosalia knows this. She watches it every day in her classroom, in 31 variations, and she watches it every evening at her own kitchen table in the single variation that she loves most and understands least. Adam is bright. Adam is capable. Adam is, by every measure available, performing at a level that exceeds what Rosalia could have done at his age. His teachers praise him. His grades are excellent. His standardized test scores are in the 93rd percentile, which is higher than Rosalia's were, a fact that she knows because she looked it up one night in a moment of parental comparison that she is not proud of and that did not make her feel better. But he prepped for the discussion. He looked at the main arguments. He found a clear lane. The language is strategic. The thinking, if it is thinking, is optimized. Adam did not sit with the Constitutional Convention and wonder about it and get confused by it and follow a thread that led nowhere and then follow another thread that led somewhere unexpected. Adam did not encounter the 3/5 compromise the way Becky Solis encountered Gatsby's parties, as a human being reaching for a text with her own hands. Adam surveyed the field and selected his position and deployed it effectively. The result was impressive, and the process was frictionless. But the friction is where Rosalia, who has read 10,000 student essays, knows that the learning happens. She does not say this. What would she say? Your method is too efficient? Your preparation is too thorough? You are too good at this? The criticism is absurd on its face. She cannot tell her son that his competence is the problem. She cannot explain, in language a 14-year-old would accept, that the struggle she wants for him is a gift and not a punishment, that the confusion she wants him to feel is not a failure of preparation, but the condition in which genuine thought occurs. She cannot say, I want you to be worse at this. She cannot say, I want you to not know. She cannot say, the most important things I have ever learned, I learned when I was lost, and you are never lost, and I am afraid of what that means. Glenn is washing the dishes. The chili pot is soaking. The kitchen smells like cumin and onions and the metallic sweetness of Glenn's work jacket hanging by the door. Adam is upstairs, doing homework, producing work that will be graded highly, and that will contain no surprises, and that will prepare him admirably for a world in which preparation and deployment are the primary skills. And Rosalia stands at the kitchen window, looking at the dark backyard, where nothing is happening except the snow and the cold and the absolute silence of a February night in a town on a frozen river. And she thinks about Becky Solis's essay. The observation that Gatsby's parties are loud so nobody has to talk. And she thinks, that is what is happening. The tools are loud. The competence is loud. The preparation is loud. And underneath the noise, in the silence where the actual thinking would happen, if anyone could hear themselves, nobody is talking. She does not know what to do with this thought. She holds it the way Glenn holds the knowledge that the number 4 capacitor bank is making a different sound. She holds it and it does not resolve, and she goes upstairs and brushes her teeth and gets into bed, and Glenn gets into bed, and they lie in the dark, and Glenn says, I'm going to pull the bearing covers off the 4 unit tomorrow, just to look. Good, Rosalia says. Software's going to flag it as unnecessary maintenance. Is it unnecessary? It's making a different sound, Glenn says. They lie in the dark. The house is quiet. Adam is quiet. The river, 3 blocks away, is quiet under the ice. Rosalia thinks about the essays and the grades and the rubric that cannot see what she can see, and she does not sleep for a long time. And when she sleeps, she dreams about a party where everyone is talking and no one is saying anything. And the party is loud, and somewhere outside the party there is a river, and the river is making a sound, and nobody can hear it. The feed. Fox River Weekly, February 14th, 2026. Kelton High School test scores reach 5-year high. By Nora Pickett. Kelton High School students posted their strongest standardized test scores in 5 years, according to data released this week by the Illinois State Board of Education. Proficiency rates in English language arts rose to 74%, up from 68% in the 2024 to 2025 school year. Mathematics proficiency increased to 61% from 57%. Both figures exceed the state average for comparable school districts. Superintendent Diana Markham attributed the improvement to what she called a comprehensive approach to student support, including expanded tutoring programs, updated curriculum materials, and the integration of AI-assisted learning tools across all grade levels. We've seen meaningful gains in student confidence and output quality, Mrs. Markham said. The AI tools have been particularly effective in helping students organize their thinking and develop stronger analytical frameworks. Principal Robert Eames noted that the improvement was broad-based rather than concentrated among high-performing students. "What's encouraging is that we're seeing gains across the board," Mr. Eames said. "Students who were struggling with basic essay structure 2 years ago are now producing college-level analytical writing." Parent Council President Karen Lindquist praised the results. "As a parent, I've seen the difference firsthand," Mrs. Lindquist said. "My daughter's writing has improved dramatically since the school adopted these tools." Board of Education member Terrence Shaw urged continued investment. "These numbers validate our decision to integrate AI tools into the curriculum," Mr. Shaw said. "We owe it to our students to give them every advantage." The district plans to expand AI integration to include personalized learning pathways for students in the 2026 to 2027 school year. What the article does not report: the correlation between the adoption of AI tools and the test score improvement is direct, obvious, and unremarked. The test scores measure exactly what the AI tools optimize for: thesis clarity, textual evidence, organization, and mechanics. The scores do not measure, because no standardized test measures, the quality that Rosalia Kelland calls aliveness, and that she identifies by leaning forward, which is the quality of a mind reaching for something it does not yet have the skill to grasp, which is the quality that Becky Solis's essay possesses and Jason Tremont's does not, which is the quality that the rubric is blind to and the AI tools, by design, eliminate. The test scores are the best in 5 years. The test scores are measuring the wrong thing. The test scores are a perfect answer to a question that nobody in Kelton, except one teacher who cannot sleep, has thought to ask. Chapter 5. Donna. Donna Wojcik is good at her job because she answers every phone call. This is not a metaphor, it is the actual reason. She answers the phone when people call, she returns the calls she misses within 4 hours, and she replies to emails within a day. This has been her practice since she first ran for the Kelton City Council in 2015, and it is the single thing that has kept her in office through 3 elections. Because the voters of the 3rd Ward do not care about policy positions or party affiliation, or the 14-point infrastructure plan that Donna spent 2 weekends assembling for her first campaign and that no one has ever mentioned to her. They care that when the streetlight on Cedar Street goes out, or the alley behind the laundromat fills with trash, or the water pressure drops on the south end of Elm, they can call Donna Wojcik, and Donna Wojcik will call them back. She learned this from her father, who ran Wojcik Plumbing for 31 years and whose entire business philosophy could be stated in 5 words: answer the phone, show up. Stan Wojcik answered every call. He showed up at every house. He fixed the pipe or the faucet or the water heater, and he charged a fair price, and he did not advertise because he did not need to, because the Fox River Valley is a place where the distance between a reputation and a livelihood is one conversation at the Recall Cafe, and Stan Wojcik's reputation was that he answered the phone and showed up, and this was sufficient. Donna does not think of herself as a politician. She thinks of herself as a person who answers the phone for the 3rd Ward, which is the ward that includes the canning plant and the streets south of the river and the houses where the people who work at the plant live. She grew up in this ward. Her parents' house, which is now occupied by her brother Mark and his wife, is 6 blocks from her own house. Her children went to the same school she went to. When she walks the ward, which she does on Saturday mornings in good weather, she walks past houses where she attended birthday parties as a child, and houses where she delivered Girl Scout cookies, and houses where people she knows have lived and died, and been replaced by people she is getting to know. The ward is not an abstraction to her. It is the place where her life happened and is happening, and she represents it, because representing it is the closest thing to reciprocity she can think of, which is, the ward made me, so I take care of the ward. It is a Tuesday evening in mid-February. Rich is on the road, somewhere between Kelton and Peoria, delivering restaurant supplies in a truck with a heater that works intermittently and a radio that works fine. And Donna has spoken to him twice today, once at lunch and once at 4 o'clock when he called to say he would be home by Thursday. And both conversations lasted under 3 minutes because Donna and Rich are not people who require long phone calls to maintain their marriage. They require presence, which is different from communication. And the presence accumulates on weekends when Rich is home, and they watch television together on the couch, with the particular companionable silence of two people who have been sitting on the same couch for 22 years, and do not need to explain to each other why this is enough. Their son, Derek, is upstairs. He is 17 and a junior at Kelton High, which means he is in Rosalia Kellen's English class, though Donna does not think of it that way. She thinks of it as Derek's English class, the way she thinks of everything at the high school in relation to Derek, rather than in relation to the institution, because Donna is a mother first and a councilwoman second, and these two identities overlap in the third ward in ways that are sometimes useful and sometimes exhausting and always present. Derek is a decent kid. He is not brilliant. He is not troubled. He occupies the broad middle of adolescence where most adolescents live, a territory of adequate grades and a few close friends and a relationship with his phone that Donna does not fully understand and has stopped trying to police because the policing required more energy than the offense warranted, and because, honestly, everyone is on their phone all the time now, including Donna, and the moral authority required to restrict her son's usage is moral authority she does not possess. Donna sits at the kitchen table at 7:30 in the evening with her laptop open and a cup of tea that she made 20 minutes ago and has not yet tasted. The kitchen table is her office. She has never had a council office because the city of Kelton does not provide offices for council members, which is fine with Donna, because an office would imply a formality that would interfere with the essential nature of the job, which is, people call you at home because you are not a government official to them. You are Donna. You are Stan Wojcik's daughter. You are the person who answers the phone. The laptop screen shows the constituent management dashboard that the city installed 4 months ago as part of the AI integration pilot. The dashboard is organized. It is clean. It displays Donna's incoming constituent communications in a queue, sorted by category: infrastructure, public safety, zoning, utilities, general complaint, general inquiry. Each item in the queue has a small icon next to it, indicating whether the AI has generated a draft response. Most of them do. The icon is a blue circle with a white check mark, and there are 14 blue circles on Donna's screen tonight, which means 14 of her constituents have written to her, and 14 draft responses are waiting for her review. She starts at the top. The first email is from Vera Stanhope, who is writing about a dead tree on the parkway in front of her house that she wants the city to remove before it falls on her peonies. Donna has received some version of this email from Vera Stanhope approximately twice a year for the past 6 years, and the content rotates between the dead tree, the neighbor's fence height, the condition of the alley pavement, and the persistent failure of the city to enforce the ordinance against visible trash receptacles on non-collection days. An ordinance that Vera believes should be enforced with the severity normally reserved for felonies, and that the city enforces with the severity normally reserved for suggestions. Donna knows all of this. She knows Vera. She knows the tree. She has driven past the tree and agrees that it should come down, and has submitted the request to Public Works 3 times. And each time the tree has survived the review process, because it is not technically dead, it is in decline, which is a classification that places it behind the actually dead trees and the actively dangerous trees in the removal queue. And Donna has explained this to Vera twice, and Vera has not accepted the explanation, because Vera's relationship to the tree is not about municipal arboriculture. It is about control. The tree is the thing in Vera's life that she can see from her window that is not right, and she wants it made right. And the specifics of why it has not been made right are irrelevant to the emotional architecture of the complaint, which is, I am 81 years old, and the world is deteriorating around me, and I want someone at the city to acknowledge this. The AI draft response reads, Dear Mrs. Stanhope, thank you for your continued attention to the parkway tree at 412 Hickory Lane. I share your concern about the tree's condition and understand your worry about potential damage to your property. I've submitted an updated priority review request to the Public Works Department, referencing your previous communications. The current removal queue is being reassessed as part of the spring maintenance schedule. I'll follow up with you once I receive an update from Public Works, which I expect within 2 to 3 weeks. Please don't hesitate to reach out if you notice any changes in the tree's condition in the meantime. Best regards, Council Member Donna Wojcik. Donna reads the draft. It is good. It is, if she is honest, better than what she would have written, because the AI has threaded the needle between acknowledging Vera's concern and making a specific commitment without overpromising, which is a diplomatic skill that Donna possesses instinctively but executes less gracefully in writing because Donna's writing voice is more blunt than her speaking voice, and the AI has smoothed the bluntness without removing the substance. The response references previous communications, which tells Vera that her history with this issue has been noted. It provides a timeline. It invites further contact. Donna changes best regards to thanks Donna because she does not say best regards to anyone and never has, and the small dishonesty of the sign-off bothers her in a way that the larger fact of not having written the email does not, which is a priority of discomfort that she does not examine. She sends the email. She moves to the next item. Earl Krieger, complaining about a pothole on the 200 block of Ash Street. The AI draft is efficient, acknowledges the pothole, provides the timeline for the spring patching schedule, notes that emergency repairs can be requested if the pothole presents an immediate safety hazard. Donna reads it, adds, "Tell Barbara I said hi" to the end, because Earl's wife Barbara and Donna's mother are in the same Tuesday morning walking group, and sends it. The next item. Sandra Molina, asking about the status of a building permit for a garage addition. The AI draft pulls the permit status from the city's database, provides the timeline, explains the next step. Donna reads it, changes nothing, sends it. She works through the queue. The process takes 45 minutes. It used to take 3 hours. The 45 minutes is a fact that Donna is genuinely grateful for, and the gratitude is not misplaced, because the 3 hours she used to spend were 3 hours of genuine labor that came after a full day of other labor, and that she performed at a kitchen table in a house where her children needed help with homework, and her husband, when he was home, would have liked to see her face for more than 20 minutes before she went to bed. The AI has given Donna her evenings back. It has given her the Tuesday night television that she and Rich used to watch together, and that she now watches alone when Rich is on the road, which is still better than not watching it at all, which is what happened for the 3 years before the AI tools arrived. When Donna spent every evening at this table answering emails in her own voice, carrying the weight of each constituent's specific life while she typed, and arriving at bed too exhausted to read or talk or think about anything other than the queue. The weight was real, The weight was what made her a good representative, and the weight was not sustainable. Donna knows this, and the AI tools solved the sustainability problem, and the thing they took in exchange is the thing she does not know they took, which is the weight itself. She reaches the 11th email. It is from Mr. Halverson. The email is about the drainage on Elm Street. This is an ongoing issue. Mr. Halverson has written about it 4 times in the past year. The drainage swale in front of his house does not function properly during heavy rain, and water pools in his driveway and seeps into his basement, and the city's Public Works Department has inspected it twice and determined that the swale is within specification and that the pooling is attributable to the grade of Mr. Halverson's driveway, which was resurfaced in 2018 and which may not have been graded to the current drainage standard, which means the problem, technically, is Mr. Halverson's problem and not the city's. Donna knows all of this because she has been over it before. She also knows things about Mr. Halverson that the city's technical analysis does not capture. She knows that Mr. Halverson is 78 years old. She knows that his wife Myrna died 14 months ago after a long illness that Donna watched from the distance of a quarterly newsletter and an occasional wave from the car. She knows that Mr. Halverson's house, which he has lived in for 46 years, is becoming too much for him to maintain alone, and that the drainage problem is real but is also the thing he can point at when the larger problem, which is that his life is contracting around him and the house is the perimeter of the contraction, is too large to name. She knows this because she used to sit with his emails at this table at 9:30 at night and feel the weight of them, and the weight told her things that the words did not say. The AI draft response reads, "Dear Mr. Halverson, thank you for your follow-up regarding the drainage issue on Elm Street. I understand this has been a persistent concern. I've reviewed the Public Works inspection reports from your previous inquiries and have requested a reevaluation of the swale grade, specifically in light of the increased rainfall we experienced this past fall. While the previous inspections found the swale within specification, changing weather patterns may warrant a reassessment. I expect to hear back from Public Works within 3 weeks and will contact you immediately with their findings. In the meantime, if you experience basement seepage during any rainfall event, please document it with photographs if possible, as this will strengthen the case for remediation. Thank you for your patience and persistence in bringing this to my attention. Regards, Councilmember Donna Wojcik." It is an excellent response. It is better than excellent. It is the kind of response that a constituent management textbook would hold up as a model. It takes the complaint seriously, provides a specific action step, invites documentation, and thanks the constituent. It addresses every dimension of the drainage problem. It does not address Mr. Halverson. Donna reads the draft. She changes "Regards, Councilmember Donna Wojcik" to "Thanks, Donna." She sends the email and moves to the next item in the queue. She does not pause on Mr. Halverson's email the way she used to pause. She does not sit with it. She does not carry the specific weight of a 78-year-old man whose basement leaks and whose wife is dead and whose life is contracting. The AI response is thorough and empathetic and appropriate, and it has removed from Donna the necessity of feeling for 30 seconds at her kitchen table what it is like to be Harold Halverson in February in a house that is too big and too quiet and too slowly falling apart. And that feeling, that 30 seconds of carried weight, was not in the job description and was not sustainable, and was the thing that made Donna Wojcik a representative rather than an administrator. And it is gone. And she does not miss it because you cannot miss what you no longer know you had. She finishes the queue. She closes the laptop. She makes a fresh cup of tea and turns on the television. Thursday evening, City Council meeting. The council chambers are on the second floor of the Kelton Municipal Building, which is a 1960s structure that combines the aesthetic ambitions of a post office with the charm of a driver's license facility. The chambers seat about 60 people. Tonight there are maybe 20 in the gallery, which is average for a February meeting. Donna takes her seat at the curved dais. Mayor Diane Tillotson calls the meeting to order. The AI-generated agenda summary is on each council member's tablet. Donna scans it. The summary is comprehensive. Old business includes the bridge repair timeline and the parking ordinance revision. New business includes a request from the Kelton Senior Living Center for a crosswalk improvement on River Road and a first reading of the stormwater management update. Public comment. 4 residents approach the microphone. The first is a woman Donna does not recognize who has concerns about truck traffic on Route 31. The second is Mr. Krieger following up on the pothole. The third is a man from the second ward with a complaint about a rental property. The fourth is a woman named Patricia Okafor, who works at the canning plant and who has come to the meeting to speak about the crosswalk on River Road near the Senior Living Center. Her mother uses that crosswalk, Patricia says. The traffic does not stop. She has almost been hit twice. Patricia speaks clearly and without notes, and her voice has the particular quality of a person who is not comfortable speaking in public and is doing it anyway, because the thing she is speaking about matters more than the discomfort. And Donna watches her and thinks, I know that voice. That is the voice of a person who is here because no one else is going to be here for this. And Donna respects it in the way she respects everything that costs effort, which is deeply and without needing to say so. The AI system generates a summary of public comment as the speakers finish. The summary appears on Donna's tablet within minutes. It is accurate. It captures the substance of each comment. It notes Patricia Okafor's specific safety concern and cross-references it with the Senior Living Center's earlier request. It is efficient and useful, and Donna consults it during the discussion that follows. The summary does not capture Patricia Okafor's voice. It does not capture the effort. It does not capture the moment when Patricia stopped speaking and looked at the council. All 5 of them behind the curved dais, and her look said, I came here after a shift at the plant, and I stood in front of you and I told you about my mother and the traffic, and now I need to know that you heard me. Not the substance, me. The look lasted about 2 seconds, and Donna saw it and felt it, and then looked down at her tablet where the summary was appearing, and the summary did not contain the look. Old business. The bridge repair. Donna asks about the contingency budget. Council member Briggs dissents, as Briggs always dissents on infrastructure in Donna's ward, because of the paving contract and the brother-in-law. A history that the AI meeting summary will not record, because the AI does not know about the brother-in-law and does not know that Briggs's dissent is personal rather than fiscal, and does not know that Donna knows it is personal and responds to it with a patience that is itself a form of aggression, a deliberate refusal to acknowledge the personal dimension, which forces Briggs to perform his opposition as principle rather than grudge, which makes his opposition less effective, which Donna considers a reasonable outcome of the energy she has invested in not losing her temper at Gerald Briggs for 4 consecutive years. New business. The crosswalk. Donna moves to refer the crosswalk request to the Traffic and Safety Committee with a recommendation for expedited review. She cites the Senior Living Center's request and the public comment from a resident who works at the Consolidated Foods facility. She does not say Patricia Okafor's name, because using a name in a motion makes it personal, and motions are procedural. But she looks at Patricia in the gallery when she says, a resident, and the look says, I heard you. Patricia nods. The motion passes. The stormwater management update. The AI-generated analysis is on Donna's tablet. It is dense with data, runoff projections, capacity models, infrastructure costs. Donna reads it and understands perhaps 60% of it and votes in favor because the city engineer, whom she trusts, has recommended it, and because the AI analysis supports the recommendation, and because Donna has learned over 11 years on the council that the correct response to technical matters she does not fully understand is to identify the person in the room she trusts most and follow their judgment, which is a form of wisdom that no AI system has replicated because it depends on relationships that take years to build, and that cannot be reduced to data. The meeting ends at 9:12. Donna walks to her car in the parking lot. The air is cold and sharp. The sky is clear for the first time in a week, and she can see stars, which is a thing you can still see in a town of 15,000. Which is one of the things about Kelton that the people who design AI systems in San Francisco cannot imagine. Because their sky is orange with light pollution, and they have forgotten that stars are something you can see with your eyes rather than something you look up on a screen. And Donna does not think this thought because Donna does not think in contrasts between Kelton and San Francisco. Donna thinks, it's cold. She gets in her car. She drives home across the 3rd Street Bridge. The river is below her, frozen, invisible in the dark. She does not look at it. She has a text from Rich that says, Peoria, home Thursday, chili in the fridge. She has a text from her daughter Amber in Rockford that says, Hi, Mom, with a photograph of a sunset that Amber saw from the dental office parking lot. Donna looks at the sunset photograph at a stoplight and feels the particular tenderness of a mother looking at evidence that her child noticed something beautiful and thought to share it. And this feeling, this small private warmth, is not mediated by anything and is not optimized by anything and is the most real thing in Donna's day. And she does not know this because she does not rank the things in her day by their realness. She just drives home. She parks. She goes inside. She heats up Rich's chili, watches the television for an hour, and goes to bed. The constituent management dashboard is closed. The emails have been sent. Mr. Halverson will receive his response in the morning and will read it and will feel something he cannot name, which is not dissatisfaction and not gratitude, but the particular emptiness of being answered without being heard, like speaking into a room that returns your words in a clearer voice than your own, and in so doing makes you feel that your own voice was unnecessary. But Donna does not know this. Donna is asleep. Camera Eye. The canning plant at dusk in February. The building is a long, low shape against a sky that is losing its light in the way that February skies lose light, reluctantly, as if the dark is something the sky has to be talked into. The parking lot is mostly empty. 4 trucks. Glenn Kellen's is one of them. The others belong to the maintenance crew, men who spend the winter inside the silent building doing the work that nobody sees, which is the work of keeping a thing ready for the moment when it will be needed, which is a form of faith, though none of them would call it that. The building smells, even in winter, even with the lines shut down and the cookers cold and the blanchers drained, the building smells. The smell has soaked into the concrete over 70 years of operation. It is the smell of cooked fruit and steam and the mineral tang of water that has been heated and cooled 1,000 times through steel pipes that have carried tomatoes and green beans and sweet corn and peaches and the occasional experimental run of salsa that management tried in 2014 and abandoned in 2015 because the Fox River Valley is not salsa country. The market only confirmed what everyone at the plant already knew. Inside, the lines are quiet. The conveyors that will carry cans at 600 per minute in August are still. The steam tables are dry. The labeling machines, which in season produce a sound like a hive of purposeful insects, are covered with plastic sheeting. Everything is waiting. The whole building is a held breath. The same held breath as the frozen river 3 blocks north. Everything suspended. Everything ready. Everything patient in the way that machines and rivers are patient, which is without will, without complaint, without the need to understand what they are waiting for. Glenn Kelland is on his back on the concrete floor beneath the number 4 capacitor bank with a flashlight and a wrench, and the expression of a man who is having a conversation that only he can hear. The bearing covers are off. The bearings are visible. They are not damaged. They are not worn beyond specification. The predictive maintenance software is technically correct. The sound is there. Glenn can hear it in the housing, a faint harmonic that is not in the machine's normal register, a resonance that means something is shifting at a level the sensors do not reach. And Glenn lies on the cold concrete and listens to it the way a doctor listens to a heartbeat that is technically normal and not quite right. And the listening is a skill that took 30 years to develop and that no software update will replicate because the skill is not in the listening. The skill is in the 30 years. He will put the bearing covers back on. He will log the inspection as routine. He will not file a work order because there is nothing to order work on. He will come back in a week and listen again. This is how Glenn Kelland maintains the machines. Not by monitoring, by attending. The difference is the difference between watching a screen and lying on the concrete. And the concrete is cold, and Glenn's back is 50 years old, and the sound is there, and he hears it. Outside the plant, the street light in the parking lot comes on. It casts an orange circle on the cracked asphalt. Glenn's truck sits in the circle. The Fox River is 3 blocks north, under the ice, making a sound of its own, and no one is listening to that either. But it does not need anyone to listen. It knows what it sounds like. It has been making that sound for 12,000 years, and it will make it after the plant is gone and the parking lot is gone and the street light is gone. And this is not sad. It is just the river. It is just the way things go. Chapter 6. The Arrows. The ice on the Fox River begins to change in the last week of February, not breaking, not yet, but losing the conviction that it had in January, the absolute certainty of frozen things. Floyd notices this because Floyd notices the river the way he notices everything, which is without consciously thinking about it. The edges soften first. Where the current runs fastest, near the bridge pilings and the bend south of town, the white surface takes on a translucent quality, a thinning, as if the ice is remembering that it is water and will have to become water again and is not happy about it. He is at the recall on a Thursday morning when the television above the counter, which is usually tuned to the weather or to whatever sporting event Chuck Montoya has a casual interest in, is showing a map of the Middle East with arrows on it. The arrows are the problem. Floyd sees the arrows and his body does something his mind does not authorize, which is tighten. Not dramatically, not visibly. A tightening in the hands and across the back of the shoulders that is 51 years old and has never fully released. He does not think of this as a physical response to a visual stimulus. He does not think of it at all. His body simply recognizes the arrows the way a horse recognizes the road to a barn. It was frightened in, with a knowledge that is deeper than memory and more reliable than thought. Arrows on a map means someone has made a plan. The arrows point from the Arabian Sea toward the Strait of Hormuz, and from the eastern Mediterranean toward targets that the arrows do not name, but that the arrow's sharpness implies, are already decided. The arrows are clean and confident. They suggest precision. They suggest control. They suggest that someone somewhere has looked at the geography and the assets and the objectives and has drawn lines from where things are to where things will be, and the lines are straight. Because lines on maps are always straight, and the distance between a straight line on a map and a straight line on the ground is the distance between planning and war. "It's started," Herb Paulson says from the counter. Herb says this the way he says everything, as a declaration delivered to the room without expectation of response, and the room receives it the way it receives everything from Herb, which is with a silence that acknowledges without agreeing or disagreeing, because agreeing or disagreeing with Herb is beside the point. Herb is not offering analysis. Herb is testifying. He is saying, "I am alive, and the television is showing arrows, and this is what is happening now." "Airstrikes," Chuck says from behind the counter. He is wiping a glass, which is what Chuck does when the television is showing something that makes him uncomfortable, which Floyd has observed over 20 years of sitting in the recall, and which is as reliable an indicator of Chuck's emotional state as anything the man has ever said. Chuck wipes glasses when the news is bad. He refills coffee when the news is indifferent. He comes around the counter and sits on a stool when the news is very bad, and he has not come around the counter yet, so Floyd calculates that the situation is bad, but not very bad, or at least not yet. "Targets in Iran," Herb says. "Military targets, they're saying." Floyd drinks his coffee. The coffee is burnt, as it always is by 10 in the morning, and the burned taste is familiar and grounding in the way that all familiar sensations are grounding when the unfamiliar is pressing in from the screen above the counter, where a woman in a studio is saying words that Floyd has heard before, in different years and different wars, and that always sound the same, which is calm and measured and completely inadequate to the thing they are describing. "Proportional response," the woman on the television says. Floyd sets his cup down. The word proportional is doing something in his chest that he cannot explain and does not try to. He heard the word proportional in 1975, when proportional meant nothing because there was nothing left to proportion against. He heard it during the Gulf War when it meant something different, when it meant enough but not too much, a calibration that imagined war as a thing you could dial like a thermostat. He is hearing it now, and it still sounds like a word someone uses when they have not been in the room where proportional is decided, which is not a room at all, but a deck or a corridor or a dock where people are moving fast, and the decisions are made in the body before the mind catches up, and proportional is a concept for the briefing afterward, not for the moment itself. He does not say any of this. He finishes his coffee. Ed Schweitzer comes in at 10:30, later than usual, and his face has the particular expression of a man who has been watching television at home and has come to the recall not for coffee but for company, which is what the recall is for when the news is bad, which is the same thing the VFW is for and the church is for and every place where people gather without a stated purpose is for, which is the sharing of weight. "They're saying it could be over fast," Ed says. "They always say that," Lyle Pettis says. Lyle has put down his newspaper. The newspaper is yesterday's edition, and it does not have the war in it because the war started 6 hours ago. And Lyle's newspaper, which arrives on Tuesdays and Fridays, is now an artifact of a world that existed yesterday and does not exist today. And Lyle seems to understand this because he has pushed the paper to the side of the table and is looking at the television like everyone else, which is the first time Floyd has ever seen Lyle Pettis look at the television in the recall. Floyd leaves at 11, He drives south on Main. The town looks the same. This is the thing about the beginning of a war that Floyd remembers from the last time, which was not really his war and not really his beginning, but which he was present for, in the way that a man who falls into a river is present for the river. The town looks the same. The Dollar General is open. The school buses are running. A woman he does not know is walking a dog on the sidewalk outside the chiropractor's office. The flag in front of the post office is at full staff, which it will remain, because the war has not produced a reason to lower it yet. And the yet is the part that Floyd's body knows and his mind does not pursue. He drives past the canning plant. Glenn Kyelan's truck is in the lot. The plant is still in its off-season quiet. The war is somewhere else, which is how wars work for towns like Kelton. The war is always somewhere else, until it is not. And the transition from somewhere else to here is never a single event, but an accumulation of small arrivals, a son deployed, a fuel price increase, a name in the paper, a flag at half-staff, each one bringing the war a little closer, a little more into the body of the town, until one day the war is not somewhere else anymore. It is in the break room and the church pew and the kitchen table and the VFW bar. And by then it has been here for weeks and nobody noticed the exact moment of its arrival because the arrival was continuous. He goes to the VFW at 2 p.m, which is earlier than usual. The parking lot is full, which is unusual for a Thursday. The television inside is on, and the volume is higher than Floyd has heard it since the towers fell, which was 25 years ago, and Floyd remembers the volume and the room and the faces in the room on that day. The faces are older now, the ones that are still here, and some of them are not here anymore. The room absorbs each absence the way the river absorbs each winter, by continuing. Don Kessler is at the long table with his phone in his hand. Art Bremer is in his wheelchair near the window. There are men Floyd knows less well, younger veterans, Afghanistan and Iraq. Vets who carry their wars in their posture in ways that Floyd recognizes because posture is the body's filing system for things the mind refuses to hold. A man named Tom Zach, who lost part of his left hand in Fallujah, is sitting at the bar with a beer that he is not drinking, just holding. The way you hold a thing when your hands need a thing to hold. Lincoln Carrier Group is in the Gulf, Don says. He is reading from his phone. The AI brief says this is consistent with Phase 2 operations. They're projecting a 48 to 72-hour air campaign, followed by potential ground force deployment in the Strait region. AI brief, Art says from his wheelchair. The two words contain the full weight of Art Bremer's 93 years, his war, his career, his accumulated skepticism about anyone or anything that projects a timeline for a military operation, as if timelines and military operations belong in the same sentence. It's detailed, Don says. Force composition, sortie rates, probable target packages. It's pulling from open-source intelligence and satellite data. Satellite data, Art says. Floyd almost smiles. Art Bremer's rhetorical method is to repeat the last two words of whatever someone has said and let the repetition do the work of critique, which is a technique that requires no argument and no evidence and is devastatingly effective because it forces the speaker to hear his own words in a voice that has been to the Chosin Reservoir, and very few words survive that transit. Don puts his phone down, not offended, but recalibrated. He is a good man, Don Kessler. He is smart and earnest, and his interest in the AI tactical analysis is genuine and not naive. He served in the Gulf. He saw combat. He is not a civilian playing at military knowledge from his phone, but his relationship to information is different from Floyd's and Art's in a way that the room holds without discussing. which is, Don trusts information that arrives in organized form. He trusts data, analysis, projections. His war was a war of information dominance, a war in which the American advantage was precisely the ability to see the battlefield more clearly than the enemy. And the AI tools are an extension of that advantage, and Don's faith in them is not foolish. It is the faith of a man whose experience confirmed that better information produces better outcomes, which is true in many domains, and is less true in the domain where better information meets a 19-year-old standing on a dock in a country that is ending. Floyd does not think about the dock. He has not thought about the dock in a long time. He has the ability, which he developed in the years after he came home from the Western Pacific, to approach the memory and then not enter it, the way you can approach a room and stop in the doorway and look and decide not to go in. He has been standing in the doorway for 51 years. The room is there. The dock is there. The woman with the baby coming up the gangplank is there. The clipboard in his hand is there. He does not go in. But the doorway is closer tonight than it has been in years. The arrows on the television and the word proportional and the carrier group in the Gulf have moved the doorway closer, or have moved Floyd closer to the doorway. And the difference between these two does not matter, because the result is the same, which is that Floyd can smell the room now, which smells like diesel fuel and salt water and sweat and the particular tang of fear in a crowd of people who do not know where they are going. My grandson's following the whole thing on his phone, Don says. He says his generation is more informed about this than any generation has ever been about any war. His generation, Art says. He's 22. He's got strong opinions. Everyone's got strong opinions, Tom Sack says from the bar without turning around. Opinions are free. The television shows a spokesman at a podium. The spokesman is a man in his 40s with the haircut and the posture and the particular careful syntax of a person whose job is to describe events in language that preserves the maximum distance between the description and the event. He says kinetic operations, and Floyd hears bombs. He says neutralize, and Floyd hears kill. He says theater, and Floyd thinks, yes, that is exactly what it is. A theater. A place where performances are given. The performance tonight is a man at a podium using words that do not touch the things they refer to. And the audience is the country. And the country is watching the performance on screens. And the screens are showing arrows. And the arrows are clean. And somewhere at the end of the arrows, people are dying in ways that the arrows do not depict, and the words do not describe. And the AI briefs do not analyze because dying is not a data point. Dying is a thing that happens to a body, one body at a time, each one specific, each one the end of a world that contained everything that person knew and felt and remembered, and no arrow on any screen has ever pointed at that. Floyd puts on his coat. He goes outside. The night is cold and clear, and the parking lot of VFW Post 7402 is lit by a single light on a pole, and his truck is there, and the stars are there, and the Fox River is 3 blocks north, under the last of the winter ice. And Floyd stands in the parking lot for a moment, and breathes the cold air, and the air does not contain any information. The air is just air. It is cold and clean, and it enters his lungs and leaves his lungs, and it has no opinion about the arrows or the carrier group or the word proportional. And Floyd is grateful for this in a way he does not articulate, because gratitude for the absence of information is not a concept that the world he lives in recognizes. But Floyd recognizes it, and the parking lot recognizes it. And the stars are there, and they are very old, and they do not know about the war. He drives home along the river. The ice is there in the dark, a pale shape between the trees. He slows at the bend where the current runs fastest, where the ice is thinnest, where in 2 or 3 weeks the first break will come, and the water will be visible again, dark and fast, and carrying the winter south. He is not ready for the break. He is not ready for the open water. He has been comfortable with the ice, with the lid on the river, with the surface that holds everything in place. The break is coming, and it will be loud and fast, and the river will be a different thing after it happens, a thing that moves and smells and catches the light and refuses to be still. And Floyd is not ready, and the ice does not care whether Floyd is ready, because the ice is not in the readiness business. The ice is in the melting business, and it has been melting slowly, imperceptibly, every day since January. And the war is like the ice, or the ice is like the war, or both of them are like the thing that Floyd has been standing in the doorway of for 51 years, which is the room he does not enter, which is getting closer, which smells like diesel and salt water, which contains a woman with a baby. He pulls into his driveway, the cracked concrete, the garage, the house. He goes inside. He does not turn on the television. He sits in the kitchen and eats a sandwich, and the kitchen is quiet, and the house is quiet, and Carol's chair is empty, and the war is somewhere else, which is how wars work, until they don't. Chapter 7. Unprintable. The war gives Nora Pickett the best week of journalism she has had since she came home to Kelton, and she hates every minute of it. She does not understand why she hates it, and the not understanding is itself a kind of information that she files in the place where she keeps things she does not want to look at, and that place is filling up. The first morning after the airstrikes begin, she is at her desk at the Fox River Weekly by 6:30, which is an hour before Bud arrives and 2 hours before Tyler. The AI content assistant has already assembled a local angle package about the war. Gas price impacts for the Fox River Valley. A list of Kelton residents with known military connections compiled from public records and social media. A backgrounder on the canning plant's supply chain exposure to Middle Eastern shipping routes, and a template for community reaction coverage that includes suggested interview subjects, question frameworks, and a structural outline for a 4-part series on how Kelton responds to crisis. Nora reads the package. It is comprehensive. It is, she admits to herself, with the particular grimace she reserves for moments of professional honesty, better than what she would have assembled in the same time frame. The military connections list alone would have taken her a full day of phone calls and courthouse record searches. The supply chain analysis pulls data she does not have access to without the tool. The community reaction template is structurally sound and would, if followed, produce a thorough and professional series that any regional paper would be proud to run. She decides to follow it. She follows it because it is good, and because the alternative is starting from scratch, and because the war is happening now, today, and the Fox River Weekly publishes on Tuesday and Friday, and Tuesday is in 3 days, and the people of Kelton want to know what this means for their town. And Nora is the person who tells them, and she does not have the luxury of an existential crisis about her tools. She has a deadline. She spends Monday on the phone. The calls are the part that is still hers. The AI cannot call Patricia Okafor's neighbor and learn that Patricia's son Eric is a naval officer deployed somewhere in the Gulf. The AI cannot call the VFW and talk to the bartender, who is a woman named Sandy Prochaska, and learn that the hall has been full every day since the strikes began, and that the old guys are there from opening to close, and that Sandy is worried about Art Bremer, who has been refusing to let his daughter take him home. The AI cannot call the superintendent's office and learn that the high school is planning an assembly about the conflict and that two teachers have objected because they feel the assembly is premature and political, and that the objection has created a fight in the faculty lounge that is more intense than any fight about curriculum Nora has covered in 3 years. The calls take all day. Nora fills 3 pages of her notebook with the compressed shorthand she has used since college, a notation system that mixes direct quotes with physical observations with her own reactions, all tangled together in a script that only she can read. Which is the point, because the notebook is not a record. It is part of a process. It is the place where information enters Nora's mind through her hand and becomes something other than information, becomes the raw material of a story that does not yet have a shape, but that she can feel taking shape the way a sculptor can feel the form inside the stone, which is a comparison Nora would reject as pretentious, but which is accurate. She writes the gas price story on Monday night. The AI drafts it from AAA data and the supply chain backgrounder. Nora adds local color. The price at the Casey's on Route 31. The conversation she overheard at the gas station between 2 women who were calculating how much more they would spend per week. The fact that the Consolidated Foods plant manager declined to comment on transportation cost projections, which is itself a comment. Because declining to comment about a thing you usually comment on is a silence with a shape. She adds these details to the AI draft the way she adds salt to a recipe, knowing it is necessary and knowing that the fact that she has to add it, that it was not already there, tells her something about the recipe. Tuesday morning, she writes the military connection story. The AI has identified 9 Kelton families with members currently serving in the armed forces. Nora calls 7 of them. 2 do not answer. Of the 5 she reaches, 3 agree to speak on the record. 1 is a mother whose daughter is stationed in Bahrain. 1 is a wife whose husband is aboard a destroyer in the Gulf. 1 is Patricia Okafor, whose son Eric is a lieutenant commander on a guided missile cruiser, and whose voice on the phone has the particular steadiness of a person who is holding herself together by the discipline of answering questions in complete sentences. He called last week, Patricia tells Nora. Before it started, he said not to worry. He says that every time. Even when he was a boy, even when he was doing something that he should have been worrying about, he'd say, "Don't worry, Mom." Nora writes this down. The AI tool, when she feeds it her notes, incorporates the quote into the draft in the correct structural position, between the background paragraph about Eric's service record and the contextual paragraph about the deployment timeline. The quote fits neatly. It is affecting. It is the kind of quote that makes a reader pause and think about their own children. The AI has placed it perfectly. Nora reads the draft, and the quote is there, in the right place, doing the right work, and it is also somehow less than it was when Patricia said it on the phone. On the phone, the quote was not a quote. It was a woman's voice doing a specific thing, which was maintaining composure by the act of speaking, using language as a guardrail, and the content of what she said mattered less than the effort of saying it. The effort was in the steadiness, and the steadiness was in the voice. And the voice is not in the draft, because voices are not in drafts. Words are in drafts. The distance between a word and a voice is the distance that Nora's journalism is supposed to close. And the AI tool has placed the word precisely where it belongs, but the voice is gone. She files the military connection story on Tuesday morning. Bud reads it and says, "Good work, Nora." He means it. It is good work. The story is accurate, well-structured, sensitively handled, and comprehensive. It is the best local military coverage the Fox River Weekly has published in its history. Tuesday afternoon, she drives to the VFW. She has been to the VFW before, for Veterans Day stories and the annual fish fry and a feature she wrote 2 years ago about post-7402's dwindling membership. She knows the room. She knows the dark paneling and the flags and the television on the bracket and the carpet that has survived decades of spilled beer and boot salt. She knows Sandy behind the bar, and she knows Floyd Bates by sight, the quiet man who drinks coffee and not alcohol, and who has given her usable quotes on 2 occasions, both times brief and precise, and delivered with the particular economy of a man who has been asked his opinion and does not consider his opinion to require elaboration. The hall is full, not standing room full, not like a concert or a rally, but full in the way that a VFW hall gets full when a war starts, which is every chair occupied and every face turned in the same direction, toward the television, and the room has a specific atmosphere that Nora recognizes from the 2 days after the towers fell, when she was 13 years old, and every adult in Kelton moved through the world with a gravity that she did not understand, and yet she understood perfectly, because children read gravity even when they do not know the word for it. She takes a seat at the end of the bar and opens her notebook. Sandy brings her a coffee without being asked, which is Sandy's way of saying, "You are welcome here, but this room is not for you," and the coffee is the compromise between welcome and not for you that a bartender in a VFW hall has the authority to broker. Floyd is at the long table with Don Kessler and Art Bremer and 3 other men Nora does not know by name. The television is showing a press conference. A general is speaking. The general is saying things about operational tempo and force projection and strategic objectives, and Floyd is watching the general the way a man who has repaired engines watches someone describe an engine, with an attention that is not about the words, but about the distance between the words and the machine. Don says something about the AI tactical analysis. Don is a source Nora has used before. He is articulate and informed and willing to be quoted, which makes him valuable. She makes a note. Art says something in response that Nora does not catch, but that makes Don put his phone down, and the other men at the table shift in their chairs in the way that men shift when someone has said something that requires a recalibration, and Nora has seen this before, this particular male shift, and it always means the same thing. Someone just shifted the weight in the room. She moves to the table. "Mind if I sit for a bit? I'm working on a piece about what VFW members have to say about this war." "Sit," Don says. Floyd does not say anything. Art looks at her with the evaluative gaze of a man who was young when reporters were different, and who has opinions about the difference that he keeps to himself, because the keeping is more dignified than the sharing. She sits. She listens. The conversation moves around her like water around a rock. The men talk about the war in the way that veterans talk, which is technically and specifically and with digressions that are not digressions. Don talks about force composition and carrier capabilities and the logistics of sustained air operations over Iranian airspace. A man Nora does not know, a thin man in his 60s with a VA cap, talks about the terrain and what it does to ground vehicles and how the mountains in western Iran are not like the desert in Iraq, and how anyone who thinks this is going to be Iraq has not looked at a topographic map. Art talks about supply lines and how every war in history has been decided by supply lines, and how the people on television never talk about supply lines, because supply lines are boring, and war on television cannot afford to be boring. Floyd does not talk. He sits at the table with his coffee and he listens, and his silence has a quality that Nora notices the way she notices everything, professionally and instinctively. the quality of a man who is listening from a place that the conversation does not reach. The other men are talking about this war. Floyd is listening from inside a different war, or from inside war itself, from inside the thing that all the specific wars are variations of, and the difference is visible in his stillness, which is not the stillness of a man with nothing to say, but the stillness of a man whose response to what is being said is happening at a depth that speech cannot reach. She takes notes. The conversation is rich. It is profane and funny and technically dense and emotionally coded, and it contains more actual knowledge about what war is than anything the AI tool has given her. And she knows this. And she also knows that the conversation is almost impossible to translate into newsprint. The men's language is elliptical. Their references are shared. Their humor depends on decades of mutual experience that cannot be footnoted. When the thin man says, "The mountains'll eat them," the other men nod because they understand that "the mountains'll eat them" is not a metaphor, but a compressed statement about terrain and logistics and weather and the specific way that an army that was designed for one geography performs in another, and the nod is the punctuation, and the nod contains more information than the sentence, and none of this can be quoted. She tries anyway. She asks Don questions on the record. Don is helpful. He provides articulate, quotable responses about the VFW's role in supporting military families and the importance of veteran perspectives during wartime. He is a good source. His quotes will work. She asks Floyd if he has anything he would like to say. Floyd looks at her. The look lasts about 2 seconds. In the 2 seconds, his face does something that Nora's notebook cannot capture, which is hold two things simultaneously: the courtesy of a man who respects the work she is doing, and the impossibility of doing the thing she is asking, which is to translate what he knows into something that can be printed on paper and distributed on Tuesday, and read at the breakfast table, and recycled by Wednesday. Floyd's knowledge of war is not printable. It is not distributable. It is not recyclable. It is the smell of diesel fuel on a dock in a country that no longer existed by the time the ships reached the Philippines, and there is no quote for that. "I hope it ends fast," is all that Floyd says. Nora writes it down. It is a usable quote. She drives back to the office. She writes the VFW story. The AI helps her structure it. The setting, the atmosphere, the veteran perspectives, the community support angle. She works Don's quotes in. She uses Floyd's quote as a closing line, which is structurally effective because it provides a simple human note of hope to end the piece. The story is professional and well-crafted, and it captures the VFW's response to the war in a way that the readers of the Fox River Weekly will find informative and moving. But it is not what she heard. What she heard was unprintable, not because it was obscene, though some of it was, but because it was a language that does not survive translation. The men in the VFW were speaking in a dialect of experience that has no written form, and Nora, who is a good journalist and an honest one, sat in that room and heard that language and understood that her tools, all of her tools, the AI and the notebook and the training and the vocabulary and the structural templates and the inverted pyramid and the whole apparatus of her profession, could not touch it. She sits at her desk at the Fox River Weekly at 4 p.m. Her story is filed. Bud has read it and said, "Hell of a piece, Nora." And Tyler has looked at it with the admiring bafflement of a young reporter who does not understand how Nora gets these stories, because Tyler does not know that the way you get these stories is you sit in rooms where you do not belong, and you listen to people who do not owe you anything, and you write down what they say, and then you go back to the office and you discover that what they said and what you can print are two different things, and the distance between them is the distance that journalism lives inside, and that journalism is always, always losing. Nora looks at her computer screen. The screen has the AI content assistant open, and the assistant is suggesting a follow-up piece. Community organizations rally in wartime. How Kelton civic groups are supporting military families. The suggestion includes a structural outline, a list of potential sources, and a draft introduction. She closes her laptop, puts on her coat, and drives home. Walter is on the back of the couch. She does not feed him immediately, which is unusual, and which Walter notes with the displeasure of a creature whose relationship to routine is theological. She stands at the kitchen window. Birch Street is dark. The war is somewhere else. The VFW is 6 blocks away. Floyd Bates is in his house with his silence and his coffee and whatever it is that he knows that she could not get onto the page. And Nora stands at her window and thinks, for the first time in a long time, about the novel on her nightstand, the one she has read the first 11 pages of 4 times. And she thinks, that is what it would take. Not a newspaper story, a novel. Something with enough room for the silences and the shifts and the nods and the 2-second look that Floyd gave her when she asked him for a quote. Something that could hold what the VFW held this afternoon without squeezing it into a shape that loses the thing it is trying to preserve. She does not attempt to write a novel. She is not a novelist. She feeds her cat, makes a sandwich, and goes to bed. But the thought is there now. The thought that her profession's tools, including and especially the AI tools that have made her profession survivable, are not equal to the thing she witnessed today, and the thought does not go away when she closes her eyes, and it will not go away tomorrow. It is the beginning of something that she does not yet have a name for, which is the suspicion that the most important things she encounters in Kelton are the things she cannot properly document. The Feed, Fox River Valley. Regional Economic Development Council. Impact Assessment. Middle East Conflict and Regional Manufacturing. February 28, 2026. Prepared by FVRDCAI Analytics Division. Executive Summary. The initiation of U.S. military operations in the Middle East on February 26, 2026, introduces potential economic disruption vectors for the Fox River Valley manufacturing sector. This assessment identifies primary impact pathways and provides preliminary projections for regional stakeholders. Energy and transportation costs. Crude oil futures rose 14.2% in the 48 hours following the commencement of hostilities, with WTI crude reaching $94.80 per barrel. Regional diesel prices are projected to increase 8 to 12% within 30 days, with cascading effects on transportation-dependent industries, including food processing, distribution, and agricultural logistics. For a mid-size food processing facility operating at seasonal capacity, the projected annual increase in transportation costs ranges from $340,000 to $520,000, depending on supply chain configuration and contract structures. Supply chain exposure. Fox River Valley manufacturers with indirect exposure to Middle Eastern shipping routes face potential disruption in component and raw material delivery. While food processing facilities source primarily domestic inputs, packaging materials, industrial chemicals, and replacement parts for processing equipment, may experience extended lead times if Strait of Hormuz shipping is disrupted. Current assessments indicate a 35 to 45% probability of significant shipping disruption within 60 days. Labor force considerations. Activation of National Guard and Reserve units may affect regional workforce availability. Current projections suggest minimal direct impact on Fox River Valley employers, though secondary effects including increased employee absenteeism due to family stress, childcare disruption, and mental health impacts should be anticipated and managed proactively. Recommendations: regional manufacturers are advised to review transportation contracts for force majeure provisions, identify alternative supply chain routing for critical inputs, assess workforce exposure to Guard/Reserve activation, and develop communication protocols for employees affected by the conflict. What the assessment does not contain: the Fox River Valley. Not the actual valley. Not the river. Not the town of Kelton or the canning plant or the women on the second shift who will absorb the increased employee absenteeism due to family stress in their bodies. Not Patricia Okafor, whose son is on a guided missile cruiser, and who will continue reporting to the plant because the plant is where her paycheck comes from, and the paycheck is what pays the mortgage on the house where Eric grew up. The assessment refers to labor force considerations and workforce exposure and mental health impacts that should be anticipated and managed proactively. And each of these phrases describes a human being from a distance so great that the human being has become a variable in a model, a risk to be managed, an input that may fluctuate. The assessment is accurate. The assessment is useful. The assessment is about a place it has never been and people it will never meet. And the distance between the assessment and the place is the same distance that Nora Pickett encountered in the VFW this afternoon, which is the distance between a thing described and a thing lived, which is the distance that is growing in Kelton, quietly, the way ice thins from the underside, invisibly, until the break. Chapter 8. Sand. Tom Einerson is in his office at First Lutheran on a Wednesday afternoon when Linda Ferris calls to ask if she can come in. Her nephew is on a supply ship somewhere in the Indian Ocean. She does not know exactly where. She does not know exactly what a supply ship does, which is reasonable because most people do not know what a supply ship does, and Tom does not know either. But he knows that Linda does not need information about supply ships. She needs to sit in a room with a person who will let her be afraid without trying to fix the fear. "Of course," Tom says. "Come whenever you're ready." Linda arrives at 3 o'clock. She is 56, a school secretary, a woman Tom has known for 12 years. She has a quality of practical steadiness that Tom has always admired, the kind of person who keeps the machine running while other people discuss the machine's purpose. She sits in the chair across from his desk, and she is composed. She is very composed. She has, Tom notices, the particular composure of a person who has already been talked through their distress by something or someone before arriving in this room. "I've been processing this a lot," Linda says. "I know that anxiety about a loved one in a conflict zone is normal, and that the best approach is to focus on what I can control and maintain my routines and stay connected to my support network." Tom looks at her. The sentence she has just spoken is clinically perfect. It contains the correct therapeutic framework. It identifies the emotion, names the situation, prescribes the response. It is the kind of sentence that a person produces after consulting an AI wellness companion, which Tom knows Linda uses because she mentioned it to him 6 months ago in passing, cheerfully, the way people mention a new vitamin or a gym membership as a small improvement they have made to the maintenance of themselves. "How are you sleeping?" Tom asks. "I've been using a sleep meditation. It helps." "But how are you sleeping?" Linda looks at him. Something shifts behind her eyes, a flicker, the composure rearranging itself over a crack. "Not great," she says. "Tell me about not great." "I wake up at 3, every night, 3 in the morning. And I lie there and I think about Danny on that ship. And I don't even know what I'm thinking exactly. It's not a specific fear. It's not like I imagine something happening to him. It's more like a sound, like a hum, like something vibrating in my chest that won't stop. And I've tried the breathing exercises, and I've tried the progressive relaxation, and I've journaled about it, and I've talked to my wellness app about it, and everything I do helps for about 10 minutes, and then the hum comes back." Tom sits with this. The hum. The 3 o'clock vibration that no technique resolves. This is what he is trained for. This is the thing beneath the thing. The animal fear that lives below the frameworks and the coping strategies and the correctly identified emotions. The hum is Linda Ferris's body telling her that someone she loves is in danger and that she is helpless, and that helplessness is not a problem to be solved, but a condition to be endured. And the endurance requires not a technique, but a companion. Not an answer, but a presence. The hum, Tom says. What does it want? Linda stares at him. Nobody has ever asked her this. The wellness app did not ask her this because the wellness app does not ask what feelings want. The wellness app asks what feelings are and provides strategies for managing them. The question of what a feeling wants implies that the feeling has a purpose, that it is trying to tell her something, that it is not a symptom to be treated, but a messenger to be heard. And this reframing is so different from everything Linda has been doing for the past week that she sits in Tom's office and her composure, which was assembled with care and maintained with effort and reinforced by technology, begins to come apart. She cries. Not dramatically, not with the cathartic release that movies depict. She cries the way a person cries who has been holding something in a container that was too small for it, and the container has finally given way. Not suddenly, but at the seams. And the crying is quiet and long, and Tom sits with it and does not hand her a tissue because handing someone a tissue is a way of saying, please stop, and Tom does not want her to stop. He wants the hum to have its say. It takes 20 minutes. When Linda is done, she looks exhausted, slightly bewildered, and she says, I don't know what that was. That was the hum, Tom says. She laughs. It is a small, surprised laugh, and it is the first genuine sound she has made since she walked through his door. Everything before the laugh was curated. The laugh is not curated. The laugh is the sound of a person who has been managing herself with sophisticated tools and has just discovered that the management was a lid, not a cure, and the discovery is both terrible and a relief. She thanks him and leaves. Tom sits in his office and looks at the chair where she was sitting and thinks about what just happened and what did not happen. What happened was pastoral care. What did not happen, for weeks before Linda walked through his door, was pastoral care. What happened instead was the systematic, well-designed, therapeutically sound, AI-assisted management of a human being's fear, and the management worked, in the sense that it maintained Linda Ferris's functioning and kept her composure intact, and allowed her to continue going to work and making dinner and attending to her life. And yet, the management did not work, in the sense that the hum was still there at 3 in the morning, untouched, because the management was designed to manage the hum, not to ask it what it wanted. Tom thinks, I should feel vindicated. A woman came to me because the technology was not enough. The pastor still matters. The human presence still matters. He does not feel vindicated. He feels tired. He is tired because Linda Ferris is one person, and she came to him after a week of trying everything else, and the everything else is available to everyone in Kelton at all hours at no cost, with no appointment and no waiting and no need to call a church and ask if the pastor is free on Wednesday afternoon. And the calculation that most people will make, the rational calculation, is that the everything else is sufficient, because the everything else addresses the symptoms, and the symptoms are what people want addressed, because addressing the symptoms allows you to keep functioning, and functioning is what the world requires. The world does not require that you sit in a pastor's office for 20 minutes and cry. The world requires that you show up and perform and cope, and the AI tools are magnificent coping machines. But Tom is not a coping machine. Tom is a man in a small room with a window that looks out on a bird feeder, and what he offers is not coping, but something for which he does not have a satisfactory word. Something like accompaniment. Something like witness. Something like the willingness to sit in the presence of a hum that cannot be fixed and not reach for a tool. 4 families in the congregation have members in active service. Tom visits each of them during the week. The visits follow a pattern that he recognizes by the 3rd one, and that disturbs him by the 4th. He visits the Mulcahys on Thursday. Their son Ryan is an Army corporal stationed in Kuwait. Beth Mulcahy meets Tom at the door and invites him in and offers coffee and sits on the couch and tells Tom that she is doing well, all things considered. She has been using the AI companion her daughter set up for her. It helps her process her worries. She has a framework for understanding the situation. She describes the framework. It involves acknowledging the fear, contextualizing it within the broader situation, maintaining her routines, and connecting with other military families through an online support group that the AI tool recommended. Tom listens. He asks questions. He looks for the crack in the composure. He does not find it. Beth Mulcahy has been thoroughly and competently supported by her AI tools, and the support has produced a woman who is managing her fear so effectively that there is no opening for Tom to enter, no gap where his presence might reach something the tools have not already reached. Beth is grateful for his visit. She says so. She says it is nice to know the church is thinking of them. Nice. The word sits in Tom's chest like a pebble. He visits the Dietrichs on Friday. Similar pattern. Sharon Dietrich's husband is a Navy reservist who has been activated and is on a base in Bahrain. Sharon has been coping with the help of a therapy app that provides cognitive behavioral interventions tailored to military family stress. She describes the interventions with the fluency of a person reciting a lesson learned well. She is managing. She is coping. She is functioning. Tom sits in her living room and drinks her coffee and feels with increasing clarity that he is redundant. Not useless. Redundant. The distinction matters. Useless would mean his skills have no value. Redundant means his skills have value, but the value is already being provided by something else. Something faster and cheaper and always available. And the something else is not worse than what Tom provides. It is different. It is difference without depth. It is a lake a mile wide and 6 inches deep, and Tom is a well, narrow and deep. But the lake covers more ground. Saturday. Tom works on his sermon. He has been preparing all week, and the preparation has been his most thorough ever, because the AI exegetical tools have given him an embarrassment of material. He has Augustine on just war theory. He has Bonhoeffer on the cost of discipleship in wartime. He has the full text of the Barman Declaration and 3 scholarly analyses of its contemporary relevance. He has a sociological study on the militarization of American civil religion. He has a philosophical argument about the distinction between patriotism and nationalism that draws on Reinhold Niebuhr and Hannah Arendt. He has everything. He has so much material that the sermon could go in 15 directions, each one sophisticated, each one defensible, each one more theologically ambitious than anything he has preached in 26 years of ministry. He writes the sermon on Saturday afternoon. It takes 4 hours. It is brilliant. He reads it back to himself in his study, and he knows it is brilliant because he can feel the architecture of it. The way each section builds on the previous one. The way the Bonhoeffer threads through the Augustin, and the Arendt illuminates the Niebuhr, and the whole thing arrives at an application that is both timely and timeless. A call to the congregation to resist the seduction of certainty in wartime and to hold space for moral complexity. It is the best sermon he has ever written. It is made of other people's thoughts arranged with extraordinary skill by a tool that does not think used by a man who no longer has to. Sunday morning. First Lutheran. The pews are fuller than usual because war fills churches the way it fills VFW halls, with people looking for something they cannot name and hoping to find it in a room that was built for the purpose of containing what cannot be named. Tom sees Donna Wojcik in her regular pew, her son beside her. He sees Art Bremer in his wheelchair. He sees Beth Mulcahy and Sharon Dietrich in separate pews, each composed, each managing, each functioning. He sees faces he knows, and faces he half knows, and faces he recognizes from the annual Christmas and Easter attendance surge. People who come to church when the world becomes too heavy for their usual structures. And the war has made the world heavy, and the church is the structure they remember from childhood. And they are here. Tom preaches. The sermon is magnificent. He can feel it working the way a musician can feel a performance working. The room leaning in. The attention thickening. The particular quality of silence that a congregation produces when it is being genuinely engaged. The Bonhoeffer lands. The Arendt resonates. The application, the call to resist certainty and hold complexity, draws several nods from the older members who remember Viet Nam and recognize the pattern. It is the best sermon he has ever delivered. He finishes and stands behind the pulpit and looks at the congregation, and the congregation looks back at him, and the silence is full and appreciative, and the silence passes through him like water through sand. He shakes hands at the door. The compliments are generous. Donna Wojcik says, "That was something, Pastor." Beth Mulcahy says, "Exactly what we needed to hear." A man Tom half knows, one of the Christmas and Easter people, says, "I should come more often," which is the highest compliment a Protestant church receives and which never results in the person actually coming more often. But the saying of it is a gift, and Tom receives it. And the gifts accumulate, and the sand shifts, and the water has passed through, and Tom stands in the doorway of the church. And the February air comes in, and the flatness is there. The flatness is worse this time. The flatness after the feeding of the 5,000 sermon was a minor key, a gray tone under the satisfaction. The flatness after the war sermon is something larger. Tom stands in the doorway and shakes the last hands and watches the last cars leave the parking lot and thinks, "I just preached the best sermon of my career to a church full of frightened people who came here looking for something real, and I gave them something extraordinary, and they admired it, and they will remember it, and it did not cost me anything. It did not cost him anything." That is the flatness. For 26 years, preaching has cost Tom something. Every sermon has required him to go to a place inside himself that is not comfortable and not safe. the place where his own doubt lives, his own fear, his own midnight questions about whether any of this is true, or whether he has spent his life in service to a beautiful story that is only a story. The sermons that mattered, the ones that made Art Bremer grip his hand, the ones that made people cry in the pews, the ones that changed a marriage or a decision or a life. Those sermons came from that unsafe place. They cost Tom something, and the cost was visible on the page and audible in his voice, and the congregation could hear it. The sound of a man who was not performing certainty but risking uncertainty in public. And the risk was the thing that made the sermons true. This sermon cost him nothing. It was assembled from the best possible materials, by the best possible tools, and delivered with 26 years of craft, and it was magnificent, and it was free. But free is not what a sermon is supposed to be. Tom does not know how to think about this because the categories he has for evaluating his work, theological soundness, intellectual rigor, pastoral relevance, structural effectiveness, all confirm that the sermon was superb, and the category he needs, the one that would measure the cost, the personal risk, the willingness to stand in the pulpit without knowing whether the words will hold. That category does not exist in any rubric, just as it does not exist in Rosalia Kelton's grading system, just as it does not exist in Nora Pickett's editorial standards, and the absence of the category is the thing that the novel is about. Though Tom does not know he is in a novel, and would not find the observation comforting if he did. He goes home. Janet has lunch ready. They eat. They talk about the week, about Marin's history project, about Kyle's plans for spring break, about the leak in the upstairs bathroom that has migrated from a trickle to a steady drip that produces a sound in the night that Tom finds meditative and Janet finds maddening, and the difference in their responses to the same drip is a small portrait of their marriage, which is a partnership between a man who finds meaning in things that persist and a woman who wants things fixed. After lunch, while Tom is drying the dishes, Janet says something. I asked my class to draw a picture of what the war makes them feel. Tom puts a plate in the cabinet. What did they draw? The usual things. Flags, soldiers, airplanes. One boy drew his dad, which was sweet because his dad is not in the military. He works at the hardware store. But I think the boy was drawing safety rather than war, if that makes sense. It makes sense. But here's the thing. About half of them asked if they could use the computer to help. Tom picks up another plate. To help them draw? To help them know what to feel. That's not how they said it. They said, "Can I look up what the war is about so I know what to draw?" But that's what they meant. They wanted to be told what to feel before they drew the feeling. Tom dries the plate. He puts it in the cabinet. He picks up a glass. They're 9, Janet says. They're 9 years old, and they already don't trust their own feelings to be the right feelings. They want to check first. They want to make sure they're feeling the correct thing before they commit to it to paper. Tom dries the glass. He does not say anything. Janet watches him. I told them no, she says. I told them to draw what they felt without looking anything up, and a few of them just sat there. They sat at their desks with their crayons, and they didn't draw anything for the first 5 minutes, because they didn't know what they felt without being told. And Tom, they're 9. They're 9 years old. Tom puts the glass in the cabinet. He folds the dish towel and hangs it on the handle of the oven door. He does these things with the care of a man who is performing domestic tasks while something inside him is rearranging itself. And the rearranging is happening below the level of language, in the place where sermons used to come from, in the place that the AI tools have made unnecessary. And Janet has just told him something, that he will not fully hear for 3 weeks. Not until he is standing in Patricia Okafor's kitchen, making coffee while a mother grieves for her son, and the tools are nowhere, and Tom is there. Just Tom, with nothing between himself and the grief except his own inadequate, costly, human presence. "That's hard," Tom says. Janet looks at him. The look says, "I just told you something important." The look says, "Did you hear it?" Tom heard it. He heard the words. He filed them in the place where he files the things Janet tells him about her classroom, which is a place of genuine interest and secondary priority. Because Tom's primary professional attention is on his own congregation, and Janet's classroom is adjacent to his concern but not central to it. And this filing, this prioritizing, is a mistake. A small one. The kind of mistake that a busy man in a busy marriage makes every day. The kind that costs nothing at the time and compounds over weeks into something that, when he finally hears it, will hit him with the force of a thing he should have known and did not, and cannot blame anyone but himself for not knowing. "Yeah," Janet says. She goes back to grading papers. Tom goes to his study. He opens his laptop. He begins preparing for next Sunday. Camera eye. The inside of First Lutheran Church on a Tuesday afternoon. Empty. The pews are oak. They were installed in 1927 by men whose names are on a plaque in the narthex that nobody reads. The wood has been polished by 99 years of Sunday clothes, the friction of wool and cotton and polyester against the grain, and the polishing has produced a surface that holds light differently than new wood holds light. New wood reflects. This wood absorbs. It takes the light in and gives back something warmer and less precise, the way old glass does, the way old eyes do. The windows are not stained glass. This is a Lutheran church. The windows are clear glass in plain frames, and they let in whatever light is outside, which today is the gray light of a March Tuesday, the light of a sky that is neither winter nor spring, but the pause between them, the held breath, the moment before the decision. The light falls across the pews and onto the floor, which is hardwood, also original, also polished by decades of shoes. The hymnals in the pew racks are blue. They are the 1978 edition. The church voted in 2019 to switch to a projection system for hymn lyrics. The vote passed, and the projection system was installed. The hymnals remain in the racks because nobody wanted to remove them, and because a hymnal in a pew rack is not a technology. It is a promise. It says, "The words are here." The words do not require electricity. The words do not require a screen. The words will be here when the power goes out and when the projector bulb burns out and when the software is no longer supported. The words are in the book, and the book is in the rack, and the rack is in the pew, and the pew is in the church, and the church is on 2nd Street in Kelton, and Kelton is on the Fox River. The river flows south. The words remain. The bulletin board in the narthex has announcements pinned to it. The pancake supper, the youth group ski trip, the Lenten study group, a sign-up sheet for meals for military families. The sign-up sheet has 7 names on it. The names are written in different handwriting, different levels of legibility, and each name is a person who came to this board and picked up the pen that is attached to the board by a string that is attached to a thumbtack and wrote their name and their phone number and the meal they are willing to provide. And the act of writing on a physical board with a physical pen attached by a physical string is so analog, so bodily, so rooted in the assumption that presence matters, that the board itself is a kind of theology, though no one in the church would describe it that way. The sanctuary is empty. Tom Einerson is not here. He is at home in his study, preparing next Sunday's sermon with his AI tools. The sanctuary does not need him to be here. It does not need anyone to be here. It is doing what sanctuaries do when they are empty, which is hold the shape of the sacred, the way a bowl holds the shape of what it was made to contain, even when it is empty, even when no one is pouring, even when the light is gray and the building is quiet, and the only sound is the furnace and the wind against the clear glass windows, and somewhere, very faint, the drip of water in an upstairs bathroom that no one has fixed. Chapter 9. The Rough and the Smooth. Rosalia Kjelland changes the syllabus. She does this on a Sunday night at the kitchen table with a glass of wine and no AI assistance, which she notices herself noticing, and the fact that she notices herself noticing is itself a thing she does not want to examine, because it means the act of thinking without a tool has become remarkable enough to observe, which means it has become rare enough to remark on, which means something has shifted so far in the direction of the tool that the absence of the tool is now the anomaly, and Rosalia does not want to live in a world where her own unassisted mind is an anomaly, so she drinks the wine, changes the syllabus, and does not examine it further. She was scheduled to continue with Gatsby through the end of March. Instead, she is going to assign a current events essay. She writes the assignment in longhand on a legal pad. What does this conflict mean to you and your community? She looks at the question. It is broad. It is intentionally broad. A narrow question produces narrow answers, and narrow answers are what the AI tools are best at, because narrow answers have edges that the tools can find and polish. A broad question produces a mess, and mess is where Rosalia lives, professionally. Mess is where the interesting things happen. Mess is the sound Glenn hears in the capacitor bank, the thing that is there and should not be and means something that the specifications do not cover. She considers the question further. She adds a line beneath it. Write from your own experience. Do not research the conflict. Do not consult any source. Write what you know, what you feel, what you have seen and heard in Kelton since the war began. If you do not know enough to write a full essay, write about not knowing. She looks at this instruction. She knows what it is. It is a prohibition. It is her, a high school English teacher in a town on the Fox River, attempting to build a wall between her students and their AI tools for the duration of a single assignment. She knows the wall will not hold for all of them. She knows that some of them will consult their AI assistants anyway, because the assistants are on their phones, and their phones are in their pockets, and the distance between the pocket and the consultation is the distance of a gesture, a thumb swipe, a glance, and she cannot patrol the space between a student's pocket and a student's mind. She assigns it anyway because the alternative is not assigning it, and not assigning it is surrendering the possibility that one or two of them might actually do what she is asking, which is sit with the war and their own unassisted response to it and put that response on paper without anyone or anything smoothing it first. Monday morning. She distributes the assignment. She reads it aloud. The classroom receives it with the particular silence that a classroom produces when it is processing an instruction it does not fully understand, which is different from the silence of boredom and different from the silence of understanding and is, in Rosalia's experience, the most productive silence a classroom can produce, because it is the silence of minds encountering a boundary they did not expect. No research? Jason Tremont asks. No research. So we can't look anything up? Nothing. Write from what you already know and what you've experienced. What if we don't know enough about the conflict to have an opinion? Rosalia looks at Jason. Jason is a pleasant boy with good hair and a mother who emails twice a month. Jason's question is reasonable. It is, in fact, the question that the AI-mediated cognitive environment has trained him to ask, which is, how can I produce a quality output if I do not first gather sufficient input? The question assumes that knowledge precedes opinion, that you must be informed before you can think, that thinking without information is irresponsible. The assumption is not wrong. In most circumstances, it is correct and even admirable. But the assumption also forecloses the possibility that Jason Tremont, who is 17 years old and lives in a town where a war has just arrived, already knows things about the war that no amount of research will improve. Things he knows in his body and his kitchen and his friendships and his fear, and the assignment is asking him to trust that knowledge, and he does not know how, because trusting unverified personal knowledge is not a skill that his cognitive environment cultivates. If you don't know enough to have an opinion, Rosalia says, write about that. Write about what it's like to not know. Write about what it feels like to live in a town where something big is happening and you're not sure what you think about it. Jason nods. He does not look convinced. He looks like a man who has been told to swim without water and is trying to figure out where the water went. She gives them the week. The essays are due on Friday. The week passes. The war is on every screen in Kelton. It is on the televisions at the Recall and the VFW, and in the empty break room at the canning plant. It is on the phones in the students' pockets, and in the AI-generated briefings that half of Kelton's adults now consult each morning the way they used to consult the weather. The war is present as information, omnipresent as information, and the information is detailed and sophisticated and constantly updated. Yet none of it touches the ground on which the students of Kelton High School actually stand, which is the ground of a small town in Illinois where the canning plant is worrying about fuel costs, and some families have members on active deployment, and the flag in front of the post office has not been lowered. But the concern is in the air the way ozone is in the air before a storm, invisible and charged. Rosalia collects the essays on Friday. She takes them home and sits at the kitchen table with her glass of wine and her three-pile system. She begins to read. The first essay is from Tyler Pemberton. Tyler is a good student, second quarter honor roll, active in debate club. His essay opens, "The current military engagement in the Middle East represents a significant challenge for American communities, particularly small towns like Kelton that maintain strong connections to military service. The conflict, which began with targeted airstrikes against Iranian military installations, has escalated to include naval operations in the Persian Gulf region. For communities with economic ties to manufacturing and agriculture, the implications extend beyond the immediate military dimension to encompass energy costs, supply chain disruptions, and workforce stability." Rosalia reaches for her coffee. It is wine, but the gesture is the same. Tyler's essay is a briefing. It is the kind of document that a mid-level analyst at a think tank would produce, and Tyler is 17 years old. The essay contains nothing that Tyler has seen or felt or experienced in Kelton since the war began. It contains things Tyler has read, processed, organized, and deployed. The essay is competent and comprehensive, and Tyler is not in it. The assignment asked him to write from his own experience. Tyler does not know what that means. Or rather, Tyler's experience is the experience of processing information through tools that synthesize and organize, and so his own experience of the war is the experience of reading about the war, which means the essay is, from Tyler's perspective, perfectly responsive to the assignment. He wrote what he knows. What he knows is what the tools told him. She reads the next essay, and the next. The pile sorts itself. The majority fall into the Tyler Pemberton category: well-informed, analytically sophisticated, experientially empty. Some are better than Tyler's. A girl named Keiko Watanabe writes a sharp analysis of the conflict's roots in the 2015 nuclear agreement that demonstrates genuine intellectual engagement with the geopolitical history. A boy named Marcus Del Vecchio connects the economic impacts to his family's small trucking business with a specificity that suggests he actually talked to his father about fuel surcharges, which is closer to what Rosalia asked for, but is still framed in the analytical mode, still processed, too smooth. The second pile, the rougher essays. The students from the edges, the ones with unreliable internet and unpolished skills, and the occasional flash of something that Rosalia recognizes the way a birdwatcher recognizes a song in a thicket, by the quality of the sound rather than the clarity of the sighting. A boy named Ricky Foss, whose father works at the canning plant and whose grades hover between C+ and B-, has written, "I don't really know what this war is about. I know we're bombing Iran, and I know it's about nuclear weapons or oil or something, but honestly, I don't understand it. What I know is that my mom cries at night now, not like sobbing, just quiet crying in the kitchen after my dad goes to bed. My dad doesn't talk about it, but he checks his phone all the time now, which he didn't used to do, and I think he's checking on whether they're going to call up the reserves, because he was in the reserves like 10 years ago, and he's too old now. But I don't think he knows that for sure. Our house feels different. It's like the air inside the house changed. Everything looks the same, but nothing sounds the same. I don't know if that makes sense." Rosalia puts the essay down. She picks up her wine. She drinks. She reads it again. It makes sense. It makes more sense than Tyler Pemberton's briefing and Keiko Watanabe's analysis and every AI-generated assessment of the war's community impact that Rosalia has seen, because Ricky Foss has done the thing the assignment asked for, which is describe what the war actually looks like from inside a house in Kelton. And what it looks like is a mother crying quietly in a kitchen, and a father checking his phone, and the air inside a house changing in a way that a 17-year-old boy cannot explain and does not try to explain. He just reports it, the way a seismograph reports a tremor, without interpretation, without analysis, without the smoothing that interpretation and analysis provide. And the rawness of the report is its accuracy. Ricky will get a B- on this essay. The mechanics are rough. The structure is loose. The punctuation is creative. By the rubric, it is adequate work from a student performing at an adequate level. By the measure that Rosalia carries in her body, the measure that has no rubric, Ricky Foss has written the only true thing in the stack. She reaches Becky Solis's essay. "My dad doesn't talk about the war. My dad doesn't talk about a lot of things. He was in the Army Reserve when I was little, and I remember he went away for a while. And when he came back, he smelled different. Not bad different, just different. And my mom said he went to help some people. And that was all she said, and I was 5, so I didn't ask more questions. He works at the plant now. He comes home and eats dinner and watches the news, and when the war stuff comes on, he doesn't change the channel, but he doesn't talk about it either. He just watches. My mom watches him watch. I watch my mom watch him. We're all watching each other watch the thing that nobody is talking about, and the watching is its own kind of conversation, I think. On Saturday, I went to the nursing home where I volunteer. There's a woman there named Mrs. Nguyen who is very old and from Viet Nam. She has a picture by her bed of a garden. She told me once that the garden was in her family's city for a long time. She didn't say how long, but the way she said it made it sound like a very long time. like before America existed long. She said the garden had a wall around it, and inside the wall everything was green, and there was a pool with fish in it, and her grandmother took her there when she was a girl. I asked her if the garden was still there, and she said she didn't know. She said she left Viet Nam when she was young, and she never went back. She said this the same way my dad says things about the reserve, like the words are coming from behind a wall, and the wall is there for a reason, and you don't ask about the wall. I don't know what this has to do with the war. I think it has something to do with the war. I think there are gardens everywhere that people had to leave, and pictures of gardens that people carry with them, and the pictures are all that's left of whatever was inside the wall. And if you look at the picture long enough, you can almost see the green, but you can't get there. You can never get there. The garden is on the other side of something, and the something is time or distance or a war or all three, and the picture is what you have instead of the garden, and the picture is enough because it has to be enough, because there is nothing else. I think the war is about gardens. I don't think the people starting it know that, but I think that's what it's about. It's about whether the gardens survive or whether they become pictures that old women carry to nursing homes in towns that the gardens never heard of. Rosalia puts the essay down. She does not pick up her wine. She sits at the kitchen table in the house on Prospect Street, and the house is quiet, and Glenn is asleep, and Adam is asleep, and the Fox River is 3 blocks away, under the last of the winter ice. And Rosalia sits with Becky Solis's essay and does not move for a long time. The essay has problems. The structure is associative rather than linear. The connection between the father's silence and Mrs. Nguyen's garden is felt rather than argued. The final paragraph makes a claim. The war is about gardens. That is unprovable and possibly nonsensical, and is also the truest thing any student in Kelton has written about this war or any war, because it locates the meaning of the conflict not in geopolitics or economics or military strategy, but in the specific, irreplaceable, embodied human attachment to a place, and the destruction of that attachment, and the survival of the attachment in a photograph that an old woman looks at every morning in a room in a nursing home in a town on a river in Illinois. Rosalia grades the essay. She looks at the rubric. Thesis clarity. The essay does not have a conventional thesis. Textual evidence. The essay is not about a text. Organization. Associative, not linear. Mechanics. Adequate with some punctuation issues. She gives Becky Solis a B+. She sits with this. The grade is the same grade she gave Jason Tremont's Gatsby essay, the one that was competent and empty. The grade she is about to give Tyler Pemberton's war briefing will be higher, an A-, because Tyler's essay meets the rubric's criteria more fully than Becky's. Tyler's essay, which contains nothing that Tyler has seen or felt or lived, will receive a higher grade than Becky's essay, which contains a Vietnamese woman's garden and a father's silence and the most original thinking about war and loss that Rosalia has encountered in 21 years of teaching. She knows this is wrong. She does not change the grade. She does not change the grade because the grade is not hers to change. The grade belongs to the rubric, and the rubric belongs to the district, and the district has adopted the rubric because the rubric provides consistency and objectivity and measurability. And consistency and objectivity and measurability are the values that the educational system optimizes for because they are the values that scale. And the thing that Becky Solis's essay possesses, the thing that makes it extraordinary, does not scale. It is singular. It is one girl's mind making one set of connections that no other mind would make in the same way. Singularity is the enemy of scale, but scale is the game. And Rosalia Kieland is a teacher in a system that has no category for the thing she values most. She puts the essays in her bag. She finishes her wine and goes upstairs. She stops at Adam's door. It is open a crack, the way it has been since Adam decided he was too old for it to be fully open and too young, though he would not say this, for it to be fully closed. The hall light falls through the crack, and she can see a slice of her son, asleep, his face in the particular repose of a 14-year-old who has not yet learned that sleep is a thing you can lose. And in the slice of light from the hall, his face looks like Glenn's face, and like her father's face, and like the face of every boy who has ever slept without knowing that the world outside his room has become significantly more complicated since he closed his eyes. On Tuesday after school, Adam comes home and tells her about his history class discussion of the war. He is animated. He is more animated than Rosalia has seen him about a school topic in months. He sits at the kitchen table and eats an apple and describes the discussion with the fluency that she has learned to listen through rather than to, looking for the thing underneath the performance. The way Glenn listens through the normal operating sounds of a machine for the sound that should not be there. I made the argument that the strategic rationale is undermined by the lack of a clear exit framework, Adam says. Nobody else was talking about exit strategy. They were all focused on the justification debate. Whether the strikes were proportional, and I said proportionality is irrelevant if you don't have an endgame because proportional means proportional to an objective, and if the objective is undefined, then proportionality is a meaningless standard. Rosalia listens. The argument is sophisticated. It is, she recognizes, probably correct. It is the kind of argument that a well-prepared 8th grader who has prepped with AI tools would produce. And it is impressive. And she is proud of him. And she is looking through the sophistication for the thing underneath it. And she cannot find it. "Where did you start?" she asks. The same question she asked him about the 3/5 compromise. "What made you think about exit strategy?" Adam looks at her with the same puzzlement as before. It was the obvious gap in everyone else's argument. But what made you care about it? Not the argument. The war. What does the war make you feel? Adam takes a bite of his apple. He chews. He considers the question with the seriousness of a boy who takes questions seriously, which is one of the things Rosalia loves about him, and one of the things that frightens her. "I feel like it's a complex situation with a lot of variables, and I'm trying to understand it from multiple angles," he says. Rosalia looks at her son. He is 14. He is eating an apple at the kitchen table where she reads essays about gardens and silence and the air inside houses changing. He has answered her question with a sentence that could have been generated by any AI system in the world, a sentence that is reasonable and composed and sane and that contains no feeling whatsoever. And he does not know this, because the sentence is how Adam processes feeling, through frameworks and variables and multiple angles, and the processing is so immediate, so fluent, so habitual, that the feeling has no time to exist in its unprocessed form before it is captured and organized and deployed as analysis. And the analysis is excellent, but the feeling is gone, and Adam does not miss it because Adam does not know it was ever there. Because the tools have been there for as long as Adam has been Adam, and the water is everywhere, and the fish does not know it is wet. Ricky Foss's mom cries at night, Rosalia says. She does not know why she says this. It is not a pedagogically sound thing to say to your 14-year-old son. It is not a thing a teacher should share from a student's essay. It is a brick thrown through a window. It is Rosalia Kjelland, 45 years old, 21 years in the classroom, trying to break through something she cannot name, to reach something she cannot see in her own child. Adam stops chewing. He looks at her. Ricky Foss from the plant? His dad used to be in the reserves. That's sad, Adam says. He means it. He is not callous. He is a kind boy with a genuine capacity for empathy. The empathy is there in his face, real and brief, and then it is gone, processed, filed, and Adam takes another bite of the apple and says, I think the thing about the reserves is that the activation threshold has been lowered since the 2023 force restructuring, so there's a real possibility of broader call-ups if the conflict escalates. Rosalia nods, clears the table, and starts dinner. Glenn will be home in an hour, smelling like machinery, and talking about whatever new sound the number 4 capacitor bank is making today. The essays are in her bag. Becky's essay is in her bag. The garden is in her bag. Ricky's mother crying in the kitchen is in her bag. The bag is heavy in a way that has nothing to do with paper and everything to do with what Rosalia carries home from her classroom every day, which is the evidence of something she cannot prove and cannot ignore and cannot discuss with anyone who does not already see it, which is almost no one, which is the loneliness of the thing, which is the loneliness that Glenn carries too, in his own way, listening to a sound that the software says is not there. The feed. Student essay, Kelton High School. Current events, writing assignment. March 7th, 2026. Student, Tyler Pemberton. The current military engagement in the Middle East represents a significant challenge for American communities, particularly small towns like Kelton that maintain strong connections to military service. The conflict, which began with targeted airstrikes against Iranian military installations, has escalated to include naval operations in the Persian Gulf region. For communities with economic ties to manufacturing and agriculture, the implications extend beyond the immediate military dimension to encompass energy costs, supply chain disruptions, and workforce stability. Kelton, Illinois, a Fox River Valley community with a population of approximately 15,000, exemplifies the multifaceted impact of distant conflicts on local life. The town's primary employer, the Consolidated Foods canning facility, faces projected increases in transportation and energy costs that may affect seasonal hiring and production capacity. Additionally, families with members serving in the armed forces experience heightened anxiety and uncertainty that ripples through churches, schools, and civic organizations. The community's response has demonstrated both resilience and the benefits of modern information tools. Citizens have access to real-time updates on the conflict, AI-assisted analysis of its strategic dimensions, and digital support networks for military families. These resources enable a level of informed engagement with the conflict that would have been impossible in previous generations. The essay continues for 7 additional paragraphs. It is well-researched, clearly argued, and demonstrates sophisticated analytical capability. It received an A-. In a filing cabinet in Rosalia Kielan's classroom, Becky Solis's essay sits with its B+, and in that essay, a garden grows behind a wall in a city in Viet Nam, and an old woman looks at a photograph every morning, and a girl writes, I think the war is about gardens. The rubric cannot see the garden. The grade does not know it is wrong. The filing cabinet holds both essays with the same indifference, the way the river holds both ice and water, the way a town holds both the smooth and the rough, and does not choose between them, because choosing is not the river's business, and not the town's business, and not, as far as anyone in Kelton can tell, anyone's business at all. Chapter 10. The Meeting. The war comes to the third ward as a gas bill. Donna Wojcik is at the kitchen table on a Tuesday night in early March when the first constituent email arrives about the increase. Marge Kubiak, who lives on Cedar Street and whose husband drives a forklift at the canning plant, has written 3 sentences. Our gas bill went up $40 this month. Is the city doing anything about this? We can't afford this. The AI drafts a response in seconds. The response is good. It acknowledges the increase, provides context about global energy prices and the connection to the Middle Eastern conflict, notes that the city has no direct control over utility rates, but that the council has requested a meeting with the gas company's regional representative, and includes a link to the state's low-income home energy assistance program. It is thorough, empathetic, and informative. Donna reads it. She changes the sign-off to, "Thanks, Donna." She sends it. 3 more emails arrive on Wednesday about the same thing. Different families, same complaint. The AI drafts personalized responses for each one, varying the language enough that they do not read as form letters, incorporating details specific to each sender's situation where possible. Donna reviews and sends them. The process takes 12 minutes for 3 emails. Without the assistance of AI, it would have taken her an hour and a half. By Friday, she has received 11 emails about gas bills, 4 about gasoline prices, 2 about a rumor that the canning plant might delay the start of the season because of fuel costs, and 1 from Mr. Halverson about the drainage, which has nothing to do with the war, but which arrives with the regularity of a tide. And Donna has come to understand that Mr. Halverson's emails are not about drainage the way the Fox River is not about water. The drainage is the medium. The message is, I am still here. Are you still there? The AI handles all of it. Every email receives a response within 4 hours. Every response is tailored, informed, and appropriate. Donna's constituents are better served than they have ever been served during a crisis. The system is working. On Saturday morning, Donna walks the ward for the first time since the war started. She has been walking the 3rd ward on Saturday mornings since her first campaign, not every Saturday, not in the worst weather, but often enough that the walk is part of her identity as a council member. The way the phone answering is, the way the kitchen table is. She walks because walking is how you see a ward, not from a car, but from the sidewalk, at the speed of a human body, which is the speed at which cracks in the concrete and peeling paint and unmowed parkways and overflowing gutters become visible. The war is not visible on the sidewalks of the 3rd ward. The houses look the same. The lawns, such as they are in early March, are the same brown-gray they are every early March. The cars in the driveways are the same cars. A few more flags than usual are out. The small stick flags that people put in their flower beds or their porch railings. The kind you buy at the Dollar General for $2, and that signify not politics, but a feeling, a need to display something, to say with a piece of fabric what cannot be said in conversation, which is, I know this is happening. I am paying attention. I do not know what else to do. Donna notices the flags. She counts 7 on her route, which covers about 16 blocks. She does not know whether 7 is a lot. She does not have a baseline for wartime flag density in the 3rd ward, because the last time American forces were engaged at this scale, she was a teenager and did not walk wards. She makes a mental note. She does not enter the note into any system. The note exists in her mind, in the place where she stores the observations that accumulate into her knowledge of her district, the temperature gauge that she reads without instruments, the thing that makes her a representative rather than an administrator. Except the temperature gauge has been running cold. She notices this on the walk. She has been processing her ward through the dashboard for 4 months, and the dashboard is excellent, and the dashboard has replaced the walk in the sense that the walk is no longer necessary, in the sense that the dashboard captures more data than the walk captures and processes it faster and identifies patterns that Donna's feet on the sidewalk would never identify. And the walk has become something Donna does out of habit rather than necessity, which means the walk has become optional, which means the walk is dying, because optional things die. They die not with a decision, but with an accumulation of mornings when something else was more urgent, or the weather was bad, or there was no reason to go because the dashboard had already told her everything the walk would tell her. And the everything the dashboard told her was accurate, and the everything the walk would have told her was different, and the difference is the difference between data and temperature, between information and smell, between the 13 emails about gas bills and the 7 flags on 16 blocks. And Donna does not know how to argue for the walk in a language that the system would recognize as valid. She runs into Patricia Okafor on Ash Street. Patricia is on her porch, which is unusual for early March. And Donna sees her and waves, and Patricia waves back, and Donna walks up the porch steps because that is what you do on a ward walk. You stop, you talk, you let people tell you things. "How are you doing, Patricia?" Patricia looks at Donna. The look is the same look she gave the city council during public comment in February. The look that said, "I came here and I need you to hear me." Except this time the look is different because this time the thing she needs Donna to hear is not about a crosswalk. "Eric's ship got moved," Patricia says. "He can't tell me where. He just said they're closer now." Closer to what? He didn't say. He can't say. But I could hear it in his voice. He sounded like he sounded before his first deployment, when he was trying to make it sound like nothing, and the trying was the thing that told me it wasn't nothing. Donna stands on Patricia's porch. The air is cold. A flag, one of the Dollar General flags, is stuck in a pot of dirt by the railing, the pot that will have geraniums in it by June if the world has not ended by June. And the flag is moving slightly in the wind, the cheap fabric rippling, and Donna looks at Patricia Okafor and does not reach for her phone, and does not think about the dashboard, and does not compose a response. She stands on the porch and listens. "I work the second shift," Patricia says. "I get home at 11:30. The house is dark. I turn on the TV and I check my phone, and sometimes he's texted and sometimes he hasn't. And when he hasn't, I sit on the couch and I watch the news and I wait. I don't know what I'm waiting for. I just wait." "Can I do anything?" Donna asks. "You can get that crosswalk fixed before my mother gets hit by a truck." Donna almost laughs. Patricia does not quite smile. The exchange is a transaction disguised as a joke, and a joke disguised as a transaction. And both women understand both layers because both women are practical people who express gravity through specificity. And the crosswalk is a specific thing that Donna can actually do. And the doing of it is a form of care that does not require either of them to name the larger thing, which is that Patricia's son is on a ship that has moved closer to something he cannot name, and his mother is sitting on her couch at 11:30 at night, watching the news and waiting. And no crosswalk will fix this. And both of them know no crosswalk will fix this. And the crosswalk matters anyway because the crosswalk is the territory where care can operate. The ground-level place where a council member and a constituent can meet and do a real thing in a world where the largest things are beyond anyone's reach. "I'll call the traffic committee Monday," Donna says. "I'll push it." "Thank you." "Patricia?" "Yes." "If you need anything, not city stuff, anything." Patricia looks at her. The look lasts a moment. I know, she says. Donna walks home. The walk is different now. The walk is no longer optional. The walk has become, in the past 20 minutes, necessary again, because the dashboard does not contain Patricia Okafor's porch, and Patricia's porch is where the ward actually is. And Donna has just remembered this after 4 months of forgetting it. And the remembering feels like stepping from a heated room into the cold. A shock that is also a clarity. Wednesday evening, the community support meeting at the VFW. The meeting was organized by the VFW Post in coordination with the City Council, the School District, and the Kelton Ministerial Association. Its purpose is to provide information and support to families affected by the conflict. Donna helped plan it, which means the AI civic management system helped plan it, which means the agenda is comprehensive, the informational packets are professional, and the logistics are impeccable. Chairs have been set up in the VFW hall. A table at the back has coffee and cookies. A display board lists local, state, and federal resources for military families. A representative from the VA regional office has agreed to attend. Tom Einerson is there to offer a brief invocation. The high school counselor is there. Everything that should be there is there. The hall fills. About 50 people, which is a strong turnout. Donna takes a seat near the front. She has the agenda on her phone. The AI-generated version that includes talking points, anticipated questions, and suggested responses. She has prepared for this meeting the way she prepares for everything now, thoroughly and efficiently, and with the assistance of tools that make thoroughness and efficiency possible. Mayor Tillotson opens the meeting. Tom gives the invocation, which is brief and warm and appropriate, and which Tom delivers with the practiced ease of a man who has given 2,000 invocations and can produce one the way a carpenter can produce a shelf, competently and without thought. And Tom knows this about himself and does not like it, but does not have time to not like it because the meeting is moving forward. The VA representative speaks. He is a bureaucrat, and he sounds like a bureaucrat. And the information he provides is useful and specific and delivered in the flat, assured tone of a person who represents an institution that has procedures for everything, including grief. Donna watches the room while he speaks. The room is attentive. People are taking notes. The informational packets are open on laps and being highlighted and dog-eared. The meeting is working. The school counselor speaks. She describes the resources available to students with family members in the conflict zone. She uses words like processing and validated and emotional toolkit. And Donna, who is not an introspective person and who does not usually notice language the way Nora Pickett or Tom Einerson notice language, notices the word toolkit, and it sits wrong in her mind the way a crooked picture sits wrong on a wall. A small misalignment that she can see but cannot explain. Open questions. A woman stands up and asks about communication with deployed family members. The VA representative answers comprehensively. A man asks about benefits if a service member is injured. The answer is detailed and reassuring. The questions and answers flow smoothly. The meeting is productive. The meeting is the most professionally organized community support event Kelton has ever held. Donna looks around the room. She is looking for something. She does not know what she is looking for. She has a feeling, a new feeling, or rather an old feeling that has been buried under 4 months of dashboard management and AI-drafted emails and efficient constituent service. And the feeling is this: something is missing. The meeting has everything: information, resources, expertise, organization, empathy even, or the institutional version of empathy, which is the acknowledgement of suffering combined with the provision of services designed to address the suffering. It has everything a community support meeting should have. It does not have a community. Donna sits in the VFW hall and looks at 50 people in chairs and realizes, with a clarity that is new and uncomfortable, that the 50 people are an audience. They are receiving information. They are being served. They are being supported. They are not supporting each other. They are not arguing or crying or telling stories or interrupting each other or doing any of the ungainly, inefficient, emotionally chaotic things that communities do when they are in trouble. Because the meeting has been organized so well that there is no space for those things. The agenda is too complete. The information is too comprehensive. The resources are too thorough. Everything that the community might need has been anticipated and provided, and the anticipation and provision have made the community unnecessary to itself. She thinks about the meeting her father described once, the meeting at this same VFW hall in 1991, when the Gulf War started and people came and there was no agenda and no informational packets and no VA representative, and people just talked. They argued about whether the war was right. A woman cried. 2 men almost got in a fight about the draft. Someone's kid ran through the chairs and knocked over the coffee. Stan Wojcik stood up and said he thought they should start a collection for families who might need help with bills if a wage earner was called up, and someone got a hat and passed it around, and the hat came back with $400 and some change. The amount was inadequate by any standard, but the gesture was worth more than the amount, and everyone in the room knew it. There is no hat tonight. There is no need for a hat. The AI Civic Management System has identified 3 families in the ward who are likely to experience financial stress from the deployment and has generated a resource list for each one. The resource list is better than a hat. The resource list connects each family to specific federal and state programs, provides application timelines, and includes contact information for a caseworker. The resource list will produce more money and more help than a hat ever could. But the hat held $400 plus the hand of every person who put money in it, and their hands were the point. And the hand is not on the resource list. After the meeting, Donna stands in the parking lot with Tom Einerson. The night is cold. The parking lot light throws its orange circle on the asphalt. Donna can see Floyd Bates getting into his truck at the far end of the lot. Floyd attended the meeting. He sat in the back row and did not speak and left immediately when it ended, and Donna wonders what Floyd thought of the meeting and suspects she knows, which is that Floyd thought it was organized and professional and completely wrong in a way that Floyd could feel and not say, because Floyd's relationship to what is wrong with the world is a felt relationship, not a spoken one. "Good meeting," Tom says. "Yeah," Donna says. "Good turnout." "Yeah." Tom looks at her. Tom Einerson has spent 26 years listening to the space between what people say and what they mean, and the space between Donna's 2 yeahs is a room he recognizes. "You don't think it was a good meeting?" Tom says. Donna looks at the parking lot. Floyd's truck is pulling out. The taillights trace a red line in the dark. "I think it was a perfect meeting," Donna says. "I think it was the most perfect meeting I've ever been to. And I think my dad would have walked out after 10 minutes. Tom does not respond immediately. He stands in the cold and considers this, and the consideration is a pastoral act, a small one, the act of taking a person's words seriously enough to sit with them before responding. And it is the most natural thing Tom does, and it is the thing no AI tool replicates, which is the willingness to let a silence extend past the point of comfort in order to let the truth in it settle. "Why?" Tom asks. "Because there was no hat," Donna says. Tom does not know about the hat. Donna tells him. The story takes about a minute. When she is done, Tom nods, and the nod is the same nod that the veterans at the VFW give when someone has said something that lands. And Donna sees the nod and feels, for the first time, the specific relief of being understood by a person and not a system. They stand in the parking lot for another minute, not speaking. The night is cold. The stars are out. The Fox River is 3 blocks north, and the ice is cracking, audibly now. The sounds of a river beginning to remember what it is, and neither of them hears it, because neither of them is listening for it. But it is there, and it is the sound of a thing that has been held still for too long beginning to move. The designers. He is 31. His name is not important, but his intentions are excellent. He grew up in Portland, Oregon, in a house where civic engagement was a value the way nutrition was a value, something practiced daily without ideology. The way you eat vegetables because vegetables are good for you. His parents volunteered. His mother served on the school board. His father coached Little League. The family composted before composting was a statement, and recycled before recycling was a requirement, and voted in every election, including the primaries, for Water District Commissioner, which is an election that approximately 11 people per precinct participate in, and which his father considered the most important election on the ballot, because water is the thing you cannot live without, and the people who manage it should be chosen with care. He studied computer science at Reed College and public policy at Berkeley. He founded a civic technology startup in 2021 with the mission statement, "Better Tools for Better Democracy." The company makes the constituent management system that the city of Kelton, Illinois, uses. The system is deployed in 47 municipalities across 14 states. It has won 2 awards from the National Civic League. It has been featured in Governing Magazine and GovTech, and a TED Talk that has been viewed 1.2 million times, and that opens with the line, "What if your city hall was as responsive as your favorite app?" He believes in what he has built. He believes that responsive government is better government, and that technology can make government more responsive, and that more responsive government produces more engaged citizens. Each of these beliefs is supported by data. His system has reduced average constituent response times by 68% across all deployments. Constituent satisfaction scores have improved by 41%. Council members using the system report spending 35% less time on routine communications, freeing them for what his company's materials call high-value constituent engagement. He does not know what the phrase high-value constituent engagement means in Kelton, Illinois, where it means standing on Patricia Okafor's porch on a cold Saturday morning and listening to a woman talk about her son's voice on the phone. He does not know that the 35% of time his system has freed up for Donna Wojcik was not routine. It was the time Donna spent sitting with the specific weight of individual lives, one email at a time, at her kitchen table, and the weight was the thing that made her a representative, and the system has removed it. And what remains is an administrator who processes constituent interactions rather than absorbing them. He would not understand this if you explained it to him, not because he is stupid, but because his framework does not contain the concept. His framework measures responsiveness, satisfaction, and efficiency. The concept of weight, the idea that the labor of personally composing a response to Mr. Halverson's drainage email is itself a form of governance, because it forces the council member to carry the constituent's life for 30 seconds while she types. This concept is not in his framework, because it is not measurable. It is not a feature. It is not a metric. It is a property of a relationship between a human being and a community that can only be maintained by the sustained, inefficient, costly act of personal attention. And personal attention does not scale, and his company is in the scaling business. He lives in a loft apartment in Oakland. He rides his bike to work. He is dating a woman who works in climate policy. He composts. His parents are proud of him. His mother, the school board member, uses his system and tells him it is wonderful. It is wonderful. The hat is gone. Nobody misses the hat except Donna Wojcik, who is standing in a parking lot in Kelton, Illinois, looking at the stars and remembering something her father did in this same building 35 years ago that was worth $400 and everything. And the man in Oakland has never heard of Stan Wojcik and never will. And the hat and the hand and the $400 are not in his data and will never be in anyone's data, because data is not where they live. Chapter 11. The Room. Floyd Bates goes to the VFW every day now. He does not decide to go every day. The decision is made by the part of him that is older than any decision, the part that responded to the arrows on the television 2 weeks ago with a tightening in his hands and across his shoulders, the part that has been keeping a watch that Floyd did not authorize and does not know how to stand down from. He goes to the VFW the way a man goes to a window during a storm, not because the window helps, but because not going to the window is worse. The television is always on. The coverage has settled into the rhythm that all war coverage settles into after the first week, the rhythm of repetition and variation. The same map with slightly different arrows, the same podium with slightly different spokespeople, the same language with slightly different adjectives attached to the same nouns. Sustained, targeted, proportional, measured, calibrated. The adjectives rotate, but the nouns remain. And the nouns are the ones Floyd has been hearing since 1975, which are force and response, objective and asset. And the nouns have not changed because war has not changed. Only the adjectives have changed. Because the adjectives are how each generation tells itself that its war is more precise, more controlled, more rational than the previous one. And Floyd knows this is not true in the way that he knows the Fox River runs south, which is in the body, below any arguments. Don Kessler is at the table with his phone. Don has become the VFW's unofficial intelligence officer, which is a role that suits him and that the other men tolerate with varying degrees of patience. Don reads the AI tactical briefs aloud, the way Lyle Pettis reads the Fox River Weekly, as a civic service, as a contribution to the shared knowledge of the room. The briefs are impressive. They synthesize satellite imagery, shipping data, open-source intelligence, and historical pattern analysis into projections that are detailed enough to be interesting and hedged enough to be defensible. Don reads them with the enthusiasm of a man who has found a tool that validates his way of engaging with the world, which is through information, through data, through the organized apprehension of reality. Floyd listens. He has listened to Don read the briefs every day for over 2 weeks. He has not commented on them. He has not questioned them. Floyd just sat with his coffee and his silence, and let the briefs wash over him the way the television coverage washes over him, as sound, as weather, as the ambient noise of a world that has decided to describe a war in a language that Floyd does not speak. Not because he lacks the vocabulary, but because the language itself is a technology for maintaining distance, and distance is the thing Floyd cannot maintain anymore. The distance is closing in on him. It has been closing since the arrows appeared on the television at the recall. The closing is not metaphorical. It is physical. Floyd feels it in his body, a tightening that has migrated from his hands and shoulders into his chest. A constriction that is not pain and not anxiety, and not the heart trouble that his doctor checks for annually, but is something else. Something that does not have a medical name because it is not medical. It is the body's response to the approach of something the mind has spent 51 years keeping at a manageable distance, and the body is informing the mind that the distance is no longer manageable. The mind is declining to accept the information, but the body does not care whether the mind accepts it or not, because the body was there. The body was on the dock. The body held the clipboard. The body smelled the diesel and the salt water and the sweat of 400 people who were being forced to leave their lives behind them and did not know where they were going. The body has never forgotten the looks on their faces. The body does not lie, and the body is saying, "The room is here. The room." Floyd does not think about it as a room. He does not think about it at all if he can help it. But Floyd needs to enter it now, needs to go through the doorway that he has stood in for 51 years. The entering is not Floyd's choice. It is the war's. The war has pushed the doorway so close that Floyd can no longer stand in it. He is now inside. He was 19 and had been in the Navy for only 8 months. Boot camp was at Great Lakes, which is close enough to Kelton that he went home afterward and ate his mother's cooking and slept in his old bed. The Navy felt like a job, not a life, a thing he did during the week the way his father went to the canning plant during the week. And on Friday, he came home, and on Monday, he went back. The war in Viet Nam was ending. Everyone said so. The war was ending, and Floyd's orders were for a support unit in Subic Bay, which was in the Philippines, which was not Viet Nam. His mother cried when he left, because mothers always cry, and his father shook his hand, because back then, fathers hadn't yet gotten into hugging. Floyd flew to California and from California to the Philippines. But in the Philippines, his orders were changed. The orders changed because the war was ending faster than the planners could keep up with. The bureaucracy that managed the deployment of several 100,000 personnel across the Pacific Theater was a machine that had been built for a larger war, and it was now processing the collapse of that war. The massive machine was breaking down the way all machines break down when the thing they were designed for stops existing, with errors, with redundancies, with pieces going to the wrong places because the places they were supposed to go no longer existed in the form the machine expected. Floyd's orders were changed by a clerk in an office in Subic Bay who was processing transfer requests faster than he could verify them, because there were too many requests and not enough clerks, and the verification process assumed a stable organizational structure that was disintegrating in real time, and the clerk typed Floyd's service number on a form that should have had a different service number on it, and the form moved through the system at the speed of a disintegrating bureaucracy, which is both very fast and very wrong, and Floyd was on a transport to Saigon before anyone noticed the error, if anyone even did notice the error, which Floyd does not know, because he has never asked, and does not intend to ask, because asking would be investigating a thing that Floyd has spent 51 years trying to not think about. He arrived in Saigon during the 3rd week of April 1975. The city was in a state that Floyd did not have a word for at the time, and still cannot name. It was not panic exactly. Panic implies a sudden onset. What Floyd saw was a city that had been preparing for the end for weeks, and that had exhausted its capacity for preparation, and had entered a condition beyond preparation. A condition in which people moved through their days with a focus that was not calm and not frantic, but was the thing between calm and frantic. The thing that happens when the future has been cancelled, and the present is all there is, and the present is very loud and very bright, and everything in it matters more than anything has ever mattered before, because everything in it is about to end. He was assigned to a naval advisory group that was coordinating the disposition of South Vietnamese naval assets. He did not understand what this meant. He was a 19-year-old from a canning town on the Fox River who had been in the Navy for 8 months and whose training had prepared him for exactly nothing that was happening around him. He was given a clipboard and a billet on a dock and told to check names against a manifest he was given, and so he checked names against a manifest. The names were Vietnamese. He could not pronounce most of them. The people attached to the names were Vietnamese sailors and their families, wives and children, and in some cases elderly parents. And they were boarding ships that were going to leave Viet Nam and never return. The boarding was happening with an urgency that the clipboard and his manifest could not contain, because the clipboard and the manifest were instruments of order, and order had come to an end. People pushed. People carried things that were too heavy and too precious to leave behind, and that slowed the line. Floyd's job was to keep the line moving, but he did not know how to tell a woman that the sewing machine she was carrying had to stay on the dock because the manifest did not have a column for sewing machines. So he did not tell her, and she carried the sewing machine up the gangplank and onto the ship, and the sewing machine went to the Philippines. This went on for hours. The dock was hot and loud and smelled like diesel fuel and the harbor and the particular smell that a large number of human beings produce when they are frightened and sweating and carrying the few things they still own. Floyd checked names. He stopped checking names when the manifest became irrelevant, which happened at a point he cannot identify because the transition from order to improvisation was not a moment, but a gradient. A slow dissolution of the systems that were supposed to govern what was happening, and what replaced the systems was a man with a clipboard doing whatever made sense in the next 10 seconds. And what made sense in the next 10 seconds was, let them on the ship. Let all of them on the ship. The ship will hold more people than the manifest says it will hold, because the manifest was written for a world that no longer exists, and the ship exists in this world. A world that is ending, and in this world the ship holds as many people as can squeeze on it. He does not know how many people boarded the ships he was assigned to. He does not remember the names of the ships. He has never looked it up. The ships exists in his memory as a shape, a gray shape getting lower in the water as more people came aboard. And the shape is more real than any name could make it. Because the shape is what Floyd saw with his eyes, and the name would be a fact he found in a database. And the difference between what he saw and what a database contains is the difference between the room and the doorway. Floyd has been in the doorway for 51 years. There was one woman who came up the gangplank in the late afternoon when the light was the color of brass and the dock was emptying because the ships were almost full, and the people who were going to get out were mostly out, and the people who were not going to get out were receding back into the city with the slow, terrible movement of a tide going out. She was young. She might have been Floyd's age. She carried a baby in one arm and a bag in the other, and she came up the gangplank with the careful steps of a person carrying something that must not be dropped. She looked at Floyd as she passed him, and Floyd looked at her. Their eyes met, but neither of them said a word. The look lasted 2 seconds, maybe 3. It was not a look of gratitude. It was not a look of fear. It was a look of recognition. One human being seeing another human being in a situation that exceeded the capacity of either of them to understand it. This recognition was their entire communication, and the communication was, "We are here. This is happening. Neither of us understands it. Both of us are in it." The look ended, and the woman walked onto the ship with her baby and her bag. Floyd turned back to the gangplank. The next person was already coming. The clipboard was in his hand even though it was now useless. But he held it anyway because holding it was the only thing he had left to hold on to. The ships left. Floyd does not remember the leaving. He remembers being on a ship. Not the same ship the woman boarded. A different ship. The ship was moving. Viet Nam was behind them. The sea was ahead. And the people on the deck were quiet. The specific quiet of people who have just crossed a line that they know they will never cross again. The quiet of permanent departure. Floyd stood at the rail, looked at the water, which was dark blue going to black as it moved under the ship. With the indifference of something that has been there forever and will be there long after the ship and the people and the war and everything else has been absorbed into the thing that absorbs everything, which is time. He came home. He did not talk about it. His discharge papers said Western Pacific. His mother asked if he was all right, and he said yes. His father did not ask because his father was a man who understood that some things are not discussed, not because they are shameful, but because they are too large for the kitchen table. And the kitchen table is where discussions happen in the Bates house. And the kitchen table is a finite space, and some things are not finite. And his father knew this without being told. Floyd went to work at the canning plant. He married Carol. They had children. He went to the VFW on Thursday afternoons and drank coffee and listened to other men talk about their wars. Wars that were longer and harder and more fully theirs than Floyd's was. He did not talk about the ships because the ships were not his war. He was there by accident. The clerk's error put him on a dock. The dock put him in the room, and the room has been there ever since. And Floyd has been standing in its doorway for 51 years. The room contains the dock and the manifest and the sewing machine and the woman and the baby and the look. The 2-second look that was the most complete communication Floyd has ever exchanged with another human being. More complete than his marriage vows, and more complete than the birth of his children, and more complete than anything any machine or system or tool has ever transmitted. Because the look did not contain information. The look contained presence. Two people present to each other in a moment that was too large for anything but presence. And the presence was enough. And it has been enough for 51 years. Floyd has never told anyone about it, and he is not going to start now. But the room is now here. The war has brought it. The arrows on the map and the carriers in the Gulf and the word proportional and Don Kessler's AI briefs and the spokesmen at their podiums have brought the room so close that Floyd can smell it. Diesel and salt water and sweat. And he sits in the VFW and the smell is in his nose. And the men around him are talking about sortie rates and targeting packages. And he is on a dock in Saigon in 1975, holding a clipboard that is useless and watching a woman come up a gangplank with a baby, and the woman looked him in the eye. And the look was the thing. Her look is the whole thing. And no arrow on any map, and no AI brief, and no tactical analysis, and no spokesman at any podium has ever come within 1,000 miles of what that look contained. Don reads something from his phone, something about naval positioning in the Gulf. She was about my age, Floyd says. The table goes quiet. Don puts his phone down. Art Bremer, in his wheelchair, turns his head. Tom Jack at the bar turns around. The room, the VFW room, not the other room. The room Floyd has just exited for the first time in 51 years. But the VFW room becomes very still. Who? Don asks. A woman on a ship. In 75. She had a baby. Floyd stops. He picks up his coffee cup and drinks. The coffee is cold because he has been sitting with it for an hour without drinking, and cold coffee has a specific taste, bitter and flat, the taste of time having passed while you were somewhere else. The men at the table wait. Veterans know when a man has begun to say something that has been inside him for a long time, and the waiting is a skill, the skill of not rushing, of not asking follow-up questions, of letting the thing emerge at its own speed. Because things that have been inside a man for 51 years do not come out at the speed of conversation. They come out at the speed of a thaw. I was on a dock, Floyd says, checking names on a clipboard. The names were Vietnamese. I couldn't pronounce any of them. They were getting on ships to leave. Families, kids, old people. They were carrying everything. He stops again, takes a sip of the cold coffee. She came up the gangplank with a baby and she looked at me. That's all. She looked at me and I looked at her, and that was it. 2 seconds. Maybe 3. Tom Chack has not moved. Art Bremer has not moved. Dawn is very still. The analysis on your phone, Floyd says to Dawn. It's good. I'm not saying it isn't good, but the analysis doesn't know what that woman's face looked like when she walked onto a ship that was taking her away from everything she'd ever known, and she looked at a 19-year-old kid from Illinois who had no business being there, and the look was just... Floyd stops. He sets the coffee cup down. He is not going to finish the sentence. The sentence does not have an end because the thing it is describing does not have an end. The look is still happening. It has been happening for 51 years. It will happen for the rest of Floyd's life. It is the only thing Floyd has ever experienced that the word information does not touch. The only thing that exists outside every system and every tool and every framework and every analysis. And it is the most important thing Floyd knows, and he has just said more about it than he has ever said to anyone. Yet it is not enough, and it will never be enough, because the look does not live in language. The look lives in the room. And Floyd has just taken these men into the room, briefly. And he is going to leave the room now and stand in the doorway again, and the men will understand this, because these men have rooms of their own. I know, Don says. He says it quietly as he slides his phone into his pocket. Art Bremer reaches across the table and puts his hand on Floyd's forearm. Art does not say anything. Art's hand is 93 years old, and it has its own room. A room in North Korea, a room in the cold, and the hand on Floyd's arm is one room touching another. And the touch is enough. The way the look was enough. Because some things do not require language and are diminished by language, and the men in this room know this the way they know the weather, in the body, without discussion. Floyd drives home along the river. The ice is breaking up. He can hear it. The sound is complex, a combination of cracking and groaning and the rush of water that has been held under pressure finding release. The sound is loud tonight, louder than most years, and the river is showing itself in long, dark streaks between the remaining ice, the water fast and brown with snowmelt, and the sound is the sound of a thing that has been still for too long, remembering how to move. He stops at the bend where the current is fastest, gets out of the truck, stands at the bank, and watches the ice break. A large piece detaches from the near bank and swings out into the current, turns slowly and moves downstream, turning. The turning is the most deliberate thing Floyd has seen all day. The ice turning with the current, with the patience of a thing that knows where it is going and is in no hurry because the river will take it there. The river always takes everything there. South, away, gone. Floyd stands at the bank and watches. The cold air is on his face. The river is loud tonight, and the room is still there. Behind him, inside him, the woman and the baby and the look. Floyd lets the room remain. He does not close the door. Floyd Bates stands on a bank of the Fox River in Kelton, Illinois, during March of 2026. The room is there, and the river is there, and both of them are real. The memory and the water, the past and the present, the woman on the gangplank and the ice in the current. Floyd holds them both without choosing between them, because choosing is not the river's business and not Floyd's business. The night is cold, the stars are bright, the ice is breaking, the water flows south, and Floyd stands, watches, and does not move for a long time. Camera Eye. The Fox River in March. The break. It does not happen all at once. It happens the way most important things happen, which is slowly and then not slowly. For weeks the ice has been thinning from the underside, the current working at it the way truth works at a comfortable lie. From below, invisibly, until the surface that looked solid is not solid, and the break, when it comes, is not a surprise to the river. It is only a surprise to the people who were looking at the surface. The sound begins at night. It begins in the places where the current is strongest, near the bridge pilings and the bend south of town and the narrows where the channel squeezes between rock outcrops that were there before the town and will be there after. The sound is a cracking that deepens into a groan, that deepens into a roar, that is not a roar, but is closer to a roar than to any other word. A sound that is the sound of release, of a thing held too long in a shape that is not its normal shape, but remembering the shape that is. Water. The river is water. It has been ice and it has been patient, but the patience is over. The water shows itself in dark lines between the white, and the lines widen, the white pieces begin to move. The movement is slow at first and then faster. The pieces turn in the current, bump against each other and against the banks, and against the bridge pilings with sounds that are almost musical. A percussive, irregular, unpitched music that the river composes every spring, and that is never the same twice because the ice is never the same twice. By morning, the break is visible from the 3rd Street Bridge. Anyone driving across the bridge can look down and see the water moving, brown and fast, carrying ice in pieces that range from the size of a table to the size of a car. The pieces are beautiful in the way that all transitional things are beautiful, because they are what they were and what they are becoming at the same time. Ice and water, still and moving, here and going, and the going is the river's oldest story. The story it has been telling for 12,000 years, which is, I move south. I carry what I carry. I do not stop. I do not explain. I go south. No one stops on the 3rd Street Bridge to watch the dance of the broken ice. The bridge is for crossing. The people who cross it are going to work or to school or to the grocery store. They cross the river twice a day. The river is simply something beneath them. They do not look down because looking down would require stopping, and stopping is not what bridges are for. Bridges are for crossing. The river does not mind. The river does not need an audience. The river has been breaking its ice without an audience for 12,000 years, and the breaking is not done for anyone's amusement. The breaking is for the river. The breaking is the river becoming itself again, after a long time of being something else. The becoming does not require witnesses, and the sound it makes is not for human ears, but human ears can hear it. If they stop, if they stand at the bank the way Floyd Bates stands at the bank, in the cold, in the dark, listening. Chapter 12. Two versions. The call comes at 6 in the morning. Nora is running along the river. She does not bring her phone on the run, usually, but she has been bringing it since the war started, because the war has made her feel that the world requires monitoring even during the 20 minutes she has reserved for not monitoring it. And this concession, this small surrender of the unmonitored minutes, is one she made without noticing, has not reversed, and the phone is in her jacket pocket when it rings. It is Sandy Prochaska from the VFW. Sandy's voice has a quality that Nora recognizes from covering accidents and house fires, the quality of a person delivering information that they wish they did not have to deliver. "The Okafor boy," Sandy says. "Eric, Patricia's son." Nora stops running. She is on the river path near the railroad bridge, near the bench that memorializes Gennaro Di Matteo. She stops. The river is beside her, open now, the ice gone, the water brown and fast, and Sandy tells her what she knows, which is not much. An incident in the Gulf, details pending. Patricia was notified this morning. The VFW was contacted because Eric was not a member, but his mother's shift supervisor at the plant is a member, and the information traveled through the networks that such information travels through in a small town, which are human networks. Voice to voice, phone to phone, the old network, the one that predates every digital system in Kelton, and that activates when the news is bad because bad news is not content to be managed. Bad news is a shockwave, and shockwaves travel through people, not through dashboards. Nora stands on the path. The river moves. The phone is in her hand. She has a job to do. She does not go home to shower, drives to the office in her running clothes. Bud is not there yet. Tyler is not there yet. The office is dark and cold. She turns on the lights and the coffee maker opens her laptop. The AI content assistant is waiting, has been waiting all night, does not sleep, does not run, does not stop. She types, "Local military casualty. Lieutenant Commander Eric Okafor, USN, Kelton native. Details pending. Prepare background." The system responds in seconds. It provides Eric Okafor's service record, which is publicly available. It provides his Kelton High School graduation year, 2018. It provides a link to a local news photograph of him at a Veterans Day assembly in 2017 in JROTC uniform, shaking the hand of the principal, who was a different principal than the current one. It provides a biographical template for a military casualty obituary with sections for personal background, military service, community connections, and surviving family. It provides a sidebar template for a companion piece on community response. It provides 3 examples of military casualty obituaries from comparable small-town newspapers, each well-crafted, each respectful, each structurally sound. Nora looks at the templates. They are good. They are what good journalism looks like in 2026. Fast, thorough, organized, ready. A reporter with these templates and the publicly available information could produce a professional obituary in under an hour. And the obituary would be accurate and respectful, and would serve the community's need to see its grief reflected in its newspaper, which is one of the things a newspaper is for, has always been for. The mirror that a town holds up to itself in moments of collective experience. She closes the templates and picks up her phone. Her first call is to a Navy Public Affairs office, where she leaves a message that will not be returned for 8 hours. Her second call is to the principal at Kelton High School, who confirms that Eric graduated in 2018 and offers to make the yearbook available. Her third call is to Tom Einerson, because Tom will know things about the family that the public record does not contain, and because Tom will know whether Patricia is receiving visitors. And because Tom Einerson is the kind of source that no AI system can replace. A person embedded in the community so deeply that his knowledge is not information, but tissue. The connective material between the facts that gives the facts their meaning. Tom answers on the second ring. His voice is quiet. He has already heard. "I'm going to see Patricia this morning," Tom says. "She's at home. Her sister is with her." "Can I talk to her?" "Not now. Whenever she's ready." Tom is silent for a moment. The silence is the same silence he gave Donna in the parking lot. The pastoral silence that lets a question settle before it is answered. "I'll ask her. Give it a day." "Of course." Nora. "Yes. He was a good kid. He sat in the back of the church with his mother when he was home on leave, and he always shook my hand afterward." She spends the morning on the phone, calling people who knew Eric. She calls his basketball coach, who is still at the high school, and who tells her that Eric was a good rebounder, not flashy, the kind of player who did the things that did not show up in the box score, the screens and the positioning and the willingness to take a charge. And the coach's voice thickens when he says this, and the thickening is the story. Not the rebounds, not the statistics. The thickening is a man remembering a boy who did the unglamorous supporting work and who is now dead. She calls a woman who was Eric's high school English teacher before Rosalia, who has since retired, and the woman tells her that Eric wrote an essay about his mother that was the best thing a student had written in her class that year. She does not remember the details of the essay. She remembers that it made her cry. The details are gone, but the crying remains, and the crying is the story, not the essay, not the grade. The crying is a teacher in a classroom holding a piece of paper and being moved by a boy's love for his mother. Bitboy is now dead, the teacher retired, and his essay is in a filing cabinet or a landfill or nowhere. The crying survives. She calls the canning plant and asks to speak with someone who works with Patricia. The shift supervisor, a man named Ray Dominguez, tells her that Patricia has not missed a shift in 9 years. He says this as if it explains something, and it does. It explains Patricia Okafor. 9 years. Every shift, every day. A woman raising a son alone in the 3rd ward of a canning town on the Fox River, showing up every shift, and the showing up is the same thing Floyd's father did, and Stan Wojcik did, and Glenn Kelton does. The same unremarked, unrewarded, structural act of being where you said you would be, and the son she raised by showing up every shift is dead in the Persian Gulf. And the plant is still running. And the shifts are still running, and Patricia will be back on the line when her bereavement leave ends because showing up is what she does. It is the architecture of her life, and good architecture does not collapse when the thing it was built to shelter is gone. The architecture stands. That is its blessing and its cruelty. Bud arrives at 8, Nora tells him. Bud sits in his chair and takes off his glasses and rubs his eyes. Then he puts his glasses back on and says, "Christ." He says it the way an old newspaperman says it, not as profanity, but as prayer. The last available word when the words that should be available are not. "I want to write it myself," Nora says. "Of course you're going to write it yourself." "I mean, I want to write it, not the assistant. Me." Bud looks at her. The look contains something that Nora has not seen in Bud's face in 2 years, a sharpening, a return of something that had gone dull. "Yeah," he says. "You write it." She writes it. She sits at her desk in the Fox River Weekly office between the chiropractor and the vape shop, and she writes the obituary of Lieutenant Commander Eric Okafor. And she writes it the way she used to write. Before the tools, before the templates, before the AI drafts that are faster and cleaner and more structurally sound than anything she produces on her own anymore. She writes it from her notebook, from the coach's thickening voice and the retired teacher's tears and Ray Dominguez saying 9 years, every shift, and from Tom Einarson saying sir, and he meant it. She writes it sentence by sentence, building each sentence from the materials in her notebook, the way her grandfather built a stone wall on his farm outside Kelton, one piece at a time, each piece placed by hand, each piece chosen for its fit. And the wall was not as straight as a machine-built wall, and not as fast, and not as uniform, but it was a wall that the hand had touched, every stone, and the hand was in the wall the way the voice was in the words. The wall stood for over 40 years. The writing takes her most of the day. It takes all day because Nora is not drafting. She is building. She is building a structure that will hold Eric Okafor's life. The parts of it she has access to. The parts that people who loved him have shared with her. And the structure must be strong enough to hold the life without reducing it. And this requires a precision that the AI templates do not require, because the templates are designed for speed, and the speed is the enemy of the precision. Because precision in obituary writing is not the precision of accuracy. It is the precision of weight. Each sentence must support its own weight. Each detail must carry what it carries. The rebounds that did not show up in the box score must carry the coach's thickening voice. The essay about his mother must carry the teacher's tears. The 9 years, every shift, must carry the architecture of a woman's life and the son it produced. At 4 in the afternoon, Patricia calls her back. Tom has spoken to her. Patricia is willing to talk. The conversation lasts 40 minutes. Patricia's voice on the phone is steady in the way it was steady when Nora interviewed her about the deployment. The steadiness of a woman who is holding herself together by the discipline of answering questions. Except now, the thing she is holding herself together against is not worry, but fact. Not the fear that something might happen, but the knowledge that something did happen. And the steadiness is more expensive now. Nora can hear the expense in the micro-pauses between sentences, the places where Patricia's voice dips below the audible for a fraction of a second before coming back. The dips are the story, but the dips are not in any transcript that an AI has read. Patricia tells her about Eric as a boy, about the bicycle in the driveway, about the first time he told her he wanted to join the Navy, and she said no, and he said, "Mom." And she said no, and he said, "Mom, please." And she heard the please and knew she had lost the argument, because the please was not a child asking permission. It was a man telling his mother what he had decided. And the man was 17, and the telling was gentle. And the gentleness was the thing that broke her, because the gentleness meant he had already considered her feelings and chosen anyway. She tells her about the phone call, the last one, a week before he died. He said, "Don't worry." He always said, "Don't worry." He said it the way he said everything, with a certainty that was either genuine or performed so well that the difference was irrelevant. And Patricia did not know which and did not ask, because asking would have broken the agreement between them. The agreement that mothers worry and sons reassure, and neither acknowledges that the reassurance is a fiction maintained for the benefit of both parties. He told me he loved me, Patricia says. He always said it at the end. "Love you, Mom." Like it was just the way you end a call. Like it was the same as goodbye. Nora writes this down. She writes it in her notebook, and the words are Patricia's voice, and the voice is in the notebook now, as much as a voice can be in a notebook, which is not much, which is almost nothing, which is all Nora has. She goes back to the office. She sits at her desk. It is 6 in the evening. Bud has gone home. Tyler has gone home. The office is dark except for her desk lamp and the glow of her screen. She opens the story she's been writing all day. She reads it. It is 400 words long. It is rough. The transitions are not smooth. The structure is not optimal. It contains 2 sentences that do not quite work, and one that she knows is right. She opens the AI content assistant. She feeds it her notes, the coach, the teacher, the shift supervisor, the conversation with Patricia. She asks it to draft an obituary. The draft takes 3 minutes. It is 1,200 words. It is beautifully structured. It incorporates every significant detail from Nora's notes and arranges them in an order that builds from the biographical to the personal to the communal. It uses Patricia's quotes effectively. It places the coach's comments in a section about Eric's character that flows naturally from the school section. It ends with a paragraph about the community's response that is warm and inclusive and perfectly calibrated. Nora reads the AI draft. She reads her own draft. She reads the AI draft again. The AI draft is better. It is better in every way that Nora can articulate and in several ways that she cannot. It is more comprehensive, more organized, more polished, more everything. It is the kind of obituary that a family would frame. It does not contain the thickening in the coach's voice. It does not contain the micro-pauses in Patricia's steadiness. It does not contain Ray Dominguez saying 9 years, every shift, in a voice that carried the weight of a man who has managed a shift floor for 20 years and knows what it means when someone does not miss a day. The draft contains the fact of 9 years. It does not contain the weight of 9 years. The fact and the weight are different things, and the difference is the difference between an obituary that is admired and an obituary that makes people sit in the recall cafe and not talk for a minute, which is what a small-town obituary is supposed to do, which is stop the morning for 60 seconds and make the coffee taste different. Nora sits at her desk. The office is dark. The Fox River is outside the town, open now, running south. She files the AI draft. She files it because it is better, and because the paper comes out tomorrow, and because the family deserves a professional obituary, and because Bud would file the AI draft, and because the readers expect the AI draft, and because the AI draft is what a newspaper in 2026 produces. And the thing Nora wrote, the 400 rough words with the transitions that do not work, is not what a newspaper produces. It is what a person produces. It is what a specific person who ran along the river this morning and answered a phone call from Sandy Prochaska and spent the day listening to people remember a dead boy produces. It is Nora Pickett's inadequate, imperfect, hand-built testimony to the life of Eric Okafor. It is not publishable, but it is the best thing she has written in a long time. She saves her version on her laptop. She does not delete it. She closes the laptop and drives home. Walter is on the back of the couch. She feeds him and looks out the kitchen window on Birch Street. The street is dark. Somewhere in the 3rd Ward, in a house on a street Nora has walked 100 times, Patricia Okafor is sitting with her sister and her grief and the last phone call and the last "love you, Mom." And the house is full of people who have brought food because that is what Kelton does when someone dies. The town fills the house with food, and the food is a language. The oldest kind of language. Older than newspapers and AI and older than every tool Nora Pickett has ever used. The language that says, we cannot fix this. We can feed you. Here's a casserole. Here's a plate of cookies. Here's a ham. The food will not help. The food is not supposed to help. The food is supposed to be there. The way Tom Einerson was there in the living room. The way the hat was there in the VFW hall in 1991. Present, physical, made by a hand, carried through a door, set on a counter. and the setting is the sentence, and the counter is the page, and the food is the word, and the word is, "We are here." Nora goes to bed. She does not read the novel on the nightstand. She lies in the dark and thinks about two versions of the same story, one published and one not, one professional and one personal, one in the paper and one on her laptop. The one in the paper is better, but the one on her laptop has heart. Nora does not know what to do with this except lie in the dark and hold it the way Floyd holds the room, and Rosalia holds the grades, and Tom holds the flatness, without resolution, without a tool to process it, without anything except the dark and the knowing and the sound of the river outside the town, open now, going south. The Feed, Fox River Weekly. March 18th, 2026. Kelton native killed in Persian Gulf. By Nora Pickett. Lieutenant Commander Eric Okafor, a 2018 graduate of Kelton High School and a decorated officer in the United States Navy, was killed in action during naval operations in the Persian Gulf on March 16th, according to the Department of Defense. Lieutenant Commander Okafor, 26, was assigned to the guided missile cruiser USS Monterey and had been deployed to the region since January as part of the Naval Task Force supporting Operation Epic Fury. Details of the incident remain under review by the Department of Defense. Okafor grew up in Kelton's 3rd Ward, the son of Patricia Okafor, a longtime employee of the Consolidated Foods canning facility. A standout on the Kelton High School basketball team, Okafor was remembered by Coach Mike Britton as a selfless player. "Eric did the things that didn't show up in the box score," Mr. Britton said. "He set the screens. He took the charges. He made everyone around him better." After graduating from Kelton High School, Okafor attended the University of Illinois on an NROTC scholarship and was commissioned as an ensign upon graduation in 2022. He advanced rapidly, earning commendations for his performance during service in the Western Pacific. Former English teacher Dorothy Finn recalled Okafor as a thoughtful student who wrote a memorable essay about his mother. "That essay reminded me why I became a teacher," Mrs. Finn said. At the Consolidated Foods plant, where Patricia Okafor has worked the second shift for 9 years without missing a day, Shift Supervisor Ray Dominguez described the loss as devastating. "Patricia is family here," Mr. Dominguez said. "Eric was family. The whole plant is hurting." Patricia Okafor described her son as a man of quiet determination. "He always said, 'Don't worry, Mom,'" she said. "He always said he loved me at the end of every call, like it was just the way you end a call." Lieutenant Commander Okafor is survived by his mother, Patricia Okafor of Kelton. A memorial service will be held at First Lutheran Church, with details to be announced. In lieu of flowers, the family has requested donations to the Kelton High School Athletic Booster Club. This is the version that was published. It is accurate, comprehensive, and respectful. It was read at breakfast tables and discussed at the Recall Cafe and pinned to the bulletin board at the canning plant, and shared on social media where it received 347 reactions and 42 comments, and was called "beautifully written" by a woman in Rockford who went to high school with Patricia. On a laptop on Birch Street, the other version sits in a file that has no name. It is 400 words long. The transitions do not work. The structure is not optimal. It contains 2 sentences that do not quite work, and one that is right. The one that is right reads, "Eric Okafor was born in Kelton and died in the Persian Gulf. Between those 2 facts is a life that the people who knew him are only now beginning to understand. They will spend the rest of their own lives missing him." The published version is better. The unpublished version is true. Both versions exist. The newspaper delivered one of them. The other one sits on a laptop in a dark house on Birch Street, where a woman and a cat are both awake at midnight, and the river is outside the town. The river does not read newspapers. Chapter 13. The Kitchen. Tom Einerson drives to the Okafor house on a Wednesday morning. The drive takes 4 minutes. He has made this kind of drive before. The drive to a house where someone has died. And the drive is always 4 minutes or 6 minutes or 10 minutes. Always short. Because Kelton is a small town, and death in a small town is never far from the parsonage. He has made this drive perhaps 50 times in 26 years of ministry. Each time the drive feels longer than the distance warrants, as if the car understands what is waiting at the other end and is allowing the driver a few extra seconds to prepare. He does not prepare. Preparation is not possible for what he has to do. He has learned this over 26 years. Learned it the way Glenn Kelton learned the sounds of the machinery. Through repetition, through failure, through the slow erosion of the belief that there is a right way to enter a house of grief. There is no right way. There is only the entering. The Okafor house is on Maple Street in the 3rd Ward. It is a small 2-story with vinyl siding and a porch that needs paint, and a driveway with a basketball hoop that has been there since Eric was 12. The hoop itself is slightly bent from years of use by a boy who grew up to be a man, who grew up to be a naval officer who is now dead. The hoop does not know this. The hoop is just a hoop, bent and rusting at the bolts. Tom parks in the driveway next to it and turns off the engine and sits in the car for a moment. He does not pray. He thinks he should pray. He has prayed before these visits in the past. A brief silent petition for the right words, for wisdom, for the grace to be useful. Today he does not pray because the words for prayer are in the same place as the words for everything else, which is behind a door that the AI tools have been opening for him for the past year. The door to the room where the words live. And today he does not want the door opened for him. Today he wants to go in without words. Today the absence of words is his preparation. He gets out of the car and walks up the porch steps. The front door is open behind the screen door, which means people are expected, which means the machinery of small-town death has already begun its work. The phone calls, the food, the neighbors checking in, the rituals that are not rituals but are older than any ritual. The human reflex to move toward the place where the pain is and bring something. A casserole, a hand, a body in a doorway. Patricia's sister Rose opens the screen door. Rose is older than Patricia, heavier, with the same steady eyes and a grip on the door frame that says she is holding more than the door. She nods at Tom. The nod is enough. Tom comes inside. The house smells like coffee that has been on too long and flowers that arrived this morning, and something underneath both, a heaviness in the air that is not a smell but a heaviness. The particular atmospheric weight of a house in which someone has received news that divides time into before and after. The house is in the after. Everything in it, the couch cushions, the carpet, the photographs on the refrigerator, exists in the after now, and the after is a country that the objects did not choose to immigrate to, but where they will live for the rest of their useful lives. Patricia is in the kitchen. She's sitting at the table with a cup of coffee she is not drinking. Her hands are around the cup the way you hold something when you need to hold something. She's wearing a sweatshirt and jeans. Her hair is pulled back. She looks like a woman who got dressed this morning because getting dressed is what you do in the morning. Not because the day required anything of her, but because the body has its habits, and the habits persist even when the reason for the habits has been removed, which is the body's kindness, its insistence on continuing the motions of living even when the person inside the body is not sure that living is something she wants to continue doing. "Pastor Tom," she says. "Patricia." He sits down across from her. He does not reach for her hand. He does not say anything about God's plan or heaven or the peace that passes understanding or any of the theological formulations that his training and his AI tools have made available to him in abundant, sophisticated, well-sourced supply. He sits in the chair across from Patricia Okafor, and he is a man in a kitchen with a woman whose son is dead. The kitchen is small, the coffee is burnt, and the light through the window over the sink is the light of a March morning in Illinois. Gray, ordinary, the same light that fell on this kitchen yesterday when Eric was alive, and that falls on it today when Eric is dead, and the light does not know the difference. "He called me every Sunday," Patricia says. "Every Sunday. Didn't matter where he was, didn't matter what time zone. He called." Tom nods. "Even when he was at sea, he'd find a way. Sometimes it was just 2 minutes. Sometimes we'd talk for an hour. He told me about the food. He said the food on the ship was terrible." She almost smiles. The almost is worse than if she had not smiled at all, because the almost means the muscle memory of the smile is still there, still responding to the thought of her son complaining about Navy food, still doing what it did for 26 years when Eric made her laugh. Except now the laugh has nowhere to go because the person who generated the laugh is gone, and the muscle does not know this yet. And the not knowing is a cruelty so specific that Tom feels it in his own face, a tightening around the eyes that is not grief exactly, but the proximity to grief. The occupational hazard of sitting across from someone whose pain is so large that it generates its own gravity and everything in the room. The coffee cup, the light, the pastor tilts toward it. "The food was terrible?" Tom asks. He said the scrambled eggs tasted like they were made by someone who had never seen an egg. Those were his words. He said, "Mom, I think these eggs are theoretical." She laughs. It is a real laugh. It lasts about 1 second. The second after the laugh is the worst second Tom has witnessed in 26 years of pastoral care. Because in the second after the laugh, Patricia's face goes from the face of a mother remembering her son's humor to the face of a mother realizing she is remembering, and the realization is the knife. Not the grief itself, but the realization that the grief is where she lives now, that every memory of Eric will arrive with this knife attached to it, that the laughter and the knife are married, that she will never remember the theoretical eggs without the knife, and the marriage of the laughter. And the knife is what the rest of her life looks like, and she sees this, all of it, in the second after the laugh. And Tom sees her see it. He does not say anything. He sits with it. This is what he is trained for. Not the words, the sitting, the willingness to be in the room where the knife is and not reach for a tool to blunt it. The AI wellness companions that half of Kelton uses would, at this moment, offer Patricia a framework for processing acute grief. They would name the stage. They would validate the emotion. They would suggest a breathing exercise. They would be correct. They would be helpful. They would be the worst possible thing for Patricia Okafor at this moment, because Patricia does not need her grief processed. She needs it witnessed. She needs a person in the room who sees the knife and does not flinch and does not try to fix it and does not leave. Tom stays. He stays for 4 hours. During the 4 hours, he does the following things. He listens to Patricia talk about Eric. He makes coffee when the pot runs out. He answers the door twice when neighbors arrive with food. He carries a casserole dish to the counter. He washes 3 coffee cups. He sits at the table while Patricia cries, and while Patricia stops crying, and while Patricia tells another story, and while the knife comes again, and while Patricia absorbs the knife and continues. He does not consult his phone. He does not compose a pastoral response. He does not draw on the AI exegetical tools that have made his sermons more sophisticated. He does not think about Bonhoeffer or Augustine or Moltmann, or the feeding of the 5,000, or the distinction between managed suffering and incarnate compassion. He does not think about any of this because none of it is relevant to the kitchen, to the burnt coffee, to the woman across the table, to the hoop in the driveway with the cracked backboard. The kitchen has no use for theology. The kitchen has use for Tom. Just Tom. The man, not the pastor. The body in the chair, not the expertise behind the pulpit. The person who can be trusted to stay in the room where the knife is and not flinch. At noon, Rose makes sandwiches. Tom eats one. Patricia does not eat. Rose does not insist. The not insisting is an act of wisdom that Rose has acquired through 50 years of being Patricia's older sister. The wisdom of knowing when food is a comfort, and when food is an imposition, and the difference is not in the food, but in the moment. This moment is not a food moment. And Rose knows this the way Glenn knows the sound of the capacitor bank in the body without data. At 1 o'clock, Donna Wojcik comes to the door. She has brought a casserole. Tom lets her in. Donna sets the casserole on the counter, which is now crowded with dishes from neighbors. The accumulating evidence of a community doing the thing it knows how to do when it does not know what to do. Donna speaks with Patricia for 10 minutes. The conversation is quiet, practical. Donna asks if Patricia needs anything from the city, any help with paperwork or notifications. Patricia says she is fine. She is not fine. Everyone in the room knows she is not fine. The word fine is a gate that Patricia opens to let people in and out without requiring them to cross the territory that lies beyond the gate, which is the territory where Eric is dead and the eggs are theoretical and the knife is in every memory, and that territory is too large for a 10-minute visit. Donna understands this and leaves. The leaving is correct. Tom stays, and the staying is also correct. The difference between the leaving and the staying is the difference between a council member and a pastor, between 10 minutes and 4 hours, between a casserole on the counter and a body in the chair. At 2 o'clock, Patricia says she is going to lie down. Tom stands. He carries his coffee cup to the sink, washes it, and sets it in the dish rack. "Thank you," Patricia says. "I'll come back tomorrow." "You don't have to." "I know." He walks to the door. He stops, turns. Patricia is standing in the kitchen doorway, framed by the light from the window, and she looks small in the frame, smaller than she should look, as if the grief has reduced her physically, compressed her, and the compression is not a metaphor. Grief compresses. Tom has seen it many times. The body contracts around the wound the way a hand contracts around a burn, involuntarily, protectively, and the contraction makes the person smaller. And the smallness is the thing that Tom carries with him when he leaves. Not the words she said, or the stories about Eric or the theoretical eggs. The smallness. He drives home, pulls into the driveway, and turns off the engine. He does not go inside. He sits in the car in the driveway with his hands on the steering wheel. His hands are shaking, not visibly, not dramatically, just a fine tremor that he can feel, but that a person standing outside the car would not see. The tremor is the cost. The 4 hours in the kitchen had a cost, and the cost is in his hands. The cost is what makes the 4 hours real. But the cost is what the AI tools have been protecting him from, and the cost is what he has missed. The missing is not nostalgia. The missing is the recognition that the cost and the work are the same thing. The tremor and the ministry are the same thing. The shaking hands and the presence in the kitchen are the same thing. You cannot be in the room where the knife is and leave steady. Steadiness after the knife is the sign of someone who was not in the room. Janet comes to the door. She sees him in the car but does not come out. She stands in the doorway and waits. She has been married to a pastor for 27 years. She knows what the car means. She knows what the driveway means. She knows that when Tom sits in the car after a death visit, the sitting is not paralysis. It is processing. It is the body doing what the body does after it has held someone else's weight for 4 hours, which is tremble, and the trembling must be allowed to happen, and the allowing is done alone, in the car, in the driveway, with the hands on the wheel. After 10 minutes, Tom gets out of the car. He goes inside. Janet is in the kitchen. She has made tea. She does not ask how it was. She hands him the tea. He takes it. He sits at the kitchen table. "The 9-year-olds," he says. Janet looks at him. "The ones who wanted to use the computer to know what to feel. You told me about them." 2 weeks ago, Janet says. "I heard you." "Did you?" "I'm hearing you now." Janet sits down across from him. The kitchen is quiet. The tea is warm. Upstairs, the drip from the bathroom is audible, the steady, irregular sound of a thing that should be fixed and has not been fixed, and that Tom has heard every night for months. The drip that he finds meditative, and Janet finds maddening. He hears it now. He really hears it. The drip is a small malfunction in the house he is responsible for, a thing that can be fixed with a wrench and a washer, and he has not fixed it, because the fixing seemed less urgent than the preparing and the preaching and the counseling and the studying and the tools that made the preparing and the studying so efficient that the fixing was deferred and the deferring was painless because the tools handled the urgency of everything else. "I sat with Patricia for 4 hours, Tom says. "I didn't use any of the AI tools. I didn't even think about using them. I didn't think about the sermon or the exegesis or the theological framework. I just sat there. I made coffee. I washed some cups." Janet waits. "It was the best pastoral work I've done in a year, maybe longer, and it cost me something. My hands are shaking." He holds them up. The tremor is still there, faint. Janet sees it. "Good," Janet says. Tom looks at her. "Good that your hands are shaking," she says. "That means you were there." Tom puts his hands around the teacup. The cup is warm. The tremor fades. The drip continues. Upstairs, their daughter Marin is doing homework, using tools that Tom now understands differently than he understood them this morning. Downstairs, the tea is warm and Janet is across the table. The kitchen is the same kitchen it has been for 14 years, yet Tom is different in it, changed by 4 hours in a kitchen on Maple Street, changed the way a thing is changed when it has been put under pressure that it was not designed for, but has survived, and knows now what it is made of. "I'm going to fix the drip," Tom says. "Tonight?" "Tonight." Janet looks at him. The look says several things. It says, "It's about time." It says, "I know why you're fixing it now." It says, "I love you." It says, "I am going to let you fix the drip, and I am not going to explain to you why the drip matters to me or what the drip represents, because you have just spent 4 hours learning the difference between competence and presence, and the drip is a lesson on the same subject, and you are ready for it now, and you were not ready for it before. And the readiness is its own grace. "Okay," Janet says. Tom drinks his tea. The kitchen is quiet. The drip continues for now. It will stop tonight when Tom goes upstairs with a wrench and a washer and fixes a thing with his hands. A small thing. A thing that any tool could have told him needed fixing months ago. The tool is not the point. The hands are the point. The fixing is the point. The being in the room where the thing is broken and staying until it is mended with your own hands at a cost is the point. Camera eye. Patricia Okafor's kitchen, after everyone has gone. The refrigerator hums. The sound is the sound of every refrigerator in every kitchen. The low, continuous note that you stop hearing after a week in a house and start hearing again only when the power goes out, and the silence where the hum was is louder than the hum ever was. The photographs on the refrigerator are held by magnets. The magnets are the kind you accumulate without buying. A magnet from a dentist's office, a magnet from a pizza place that closed in 2019, a magnet in the shape of Illinois, that someone gave Patricia as a joke, because nobody gives anyone a magnet in the shape of Illinois seriously. The magnets hold the photographs the way magnets hold things, lightly, without commitment. A force strong enough to resist gravity, but not strong enough to resist a hand. The photographs could be removed by a hand in less than a second, but they have not been removed, and they will not be removed for years. Eric in his uniform. The photograph is from his commissioning ceremony. He stands straight, his cover tucked under his arm, his face serious in the way that 22-year-olds are serious when they have accomplished something they were not sure they could accomplish. Behind him, slightly out of focus, Patricia is visible, and her face in the photograph is the face of a woman whose joy is so large that it has exceeded her capacity to organize it, and has settled instead into an expression that looks like calm but is not calm. It is closer to astonishment. Eric at 8 years old on a bicycle. The bicycle is too big for him. His feet barely reach the pedals. The driveway behind him is the same driveway where the basketball hoop now stands. He is grinning. The grin has no reservation in it, no qualification, no awareness that grins are temporary. It is the grin of a boy on a bicycle that is too big for him, and the grin is still here, in this kitchen, on this refrigerator, held by a magnet from a pizza place that no longer exists. Eric at his high school graduation. In the background, out of focus, Rosalia Kelland is visible among the teachers. She is clapping. She does not know that the boy crossing the stage will be dead in 8 years. She is clapping for a graduate, one of hundreds she has clapped for, and the clapping is the work, the accumulated work of 21 years of teaching, the hands coming together for each one who crosses, and the sound of the clapping is not in the photograph, but the photograph holds it anyway. The way photographs hold everything, silently, permanently, the way Mrs. Nguyen's photograph holds her garden in way. A coffee cup sits in the dish rack. Tom Einerson washed it 3 hours ago. The cup is white with a tiny chip on the rim. It is dry now. It is the cleanest thing in the kitchen. Tom washed it with the care of a man performing an act that is not about the cup, an act that is about the willingness to do a small, usable thing in a house where the largest things are beyond anyone's repair. The kitchen window looks out on the street where Eric learned to ride his bicycle. The street is empty. The light is the late afternoon light of March in Illinois. Long shadows, the sun low enough to enter the kitchen sideways and fall across the table where Patricia sat this morning, and the light falls on the table now the way it will fall tomorrow and the day after, because light does not grieve. Light comes in. Light falls where it falls. Light does not know who sat at the table or what was said or what was lost. Light is just light. It is the most faithful thing in the kitchen. Chapter 14. Dulcie. The trophy case by the gymnasium at Kelton High School contains 43 years of team photographs, individual plaques, a few tarnished cups. Rosalia passes it every morning on her way to the English wing. She has stopped seeing it. The case is wallpaper, institutional decor, a glass rectangle that exists at the periphery of her vision, the way the 3rd Street Bridge exists at the periphery of Floyd's drives. A thing passed without notice. On Thursday morning, she notices it. She notices it because 3 students are standing in front of it, not moving, looking at a photograph. The photograph is of the 2017 to 2018 boys basketball team. Rosalia knows this because she was at all of the games. She is always at the games. 21 years of attending Kelton High School basketball games. Not because she loves basketball, but because she believed that attending is part of her job, part of the unwritten contract between a teacher and a town. The agreement that you will be present not only in the classroom, but in the bleachers, in the stands, at the pancake supper, at the spring concert, at every place where the school extends itself into the community, and the community extends itself into the school. Eric Okafor is in the photograph, back row, 3rd from the left. He is 17, tall, serious-faced in the way that athletes are serious in team photographs. The seriousness that says, "This matters to me." His jersey is number 23. Rosalia does not remember this. She sees it now, in the photograph, the number on the jersey of a boy she taught, and who now is dead. She taught him. She has not thought about this directly until this moment. She taught Eric Okafor sophomore English. He sat in the 3rd row. He was quiet, attentive, not brilliant, but capable. He did his work. His essays were solid, well-organized, competent. She cannot remember a single specific sentence he wrote. She can remember that he raised his hand when he had something to say. Not often, but when he did, the thing he said was considered. He was not a performer. He was a thinker who thought before he spoke, which meant he spoke less often than the performers and said more when he did. She graded his essays. She wrote comments in the margins. She cannot remember the comments. She cannot remember the grades, but she can still remember his face when she handed the essays back. The brief glance at the grade, the nod, the tucking of the paper into his folder. The nod was neither pleased nor displeased. It was the nod of a boy who accepted what he received without complaint, which was a quality Rosalia noticed at the time without naming. The quality of a person who does not expect the world to celebrate him and does not resent the world for not celebrating him. He simply did his work. He sat in the 3rd row. Now he is dead. The trophy case holds his photograph. 3 students stand before it the way people stand before things that have become sacred by circumstance, which is the only way things become sacred in a public high school. Not by design, but by death. Rosalia goes to her classroom. First period is juniors. The room fills. The filling is different today. The students enter with a quietness that is not the usual Monday morning quietness, the quietness of bodies that would rather be elsewhere. This is a different kind of quiet. This is the quiet of young people who have encountered a fact they do not know what to do with, which is the fact that a person who walked these halls 8 years ago, who sat in these chairs, who used these bathrooms, who ate in this cafeteria, is dead in a war that is happening on their phones and their screens in a place they cannot find on a map without help. Rosalia had planned to continue with Gatsby. She does not continue with Gatsby. She reaches into her bag, into the folder where she keeps the supplemental texts, the poems and excerpts that she has accumulated over 21 years for moments when the syllabus is insufficient. Moments when the thing that needs to happen in the classroom is not the thing the curriculum coordinator has scheduled. She pulls out Wilfred Owen's poem. She has not planned this. She does not know, standing in front of 31 juniors in a classroom in a town on the Fox River, what she is going to do with Wilfred Owen's poem. She knows only that the syllabus is wrong today, the way a doctor knows that the scheduled procedure is wrong when the patient presents with something the schedule did not anticipate. Gatsby can wait. Gatsby has been waiting since 1925. Gatsby will wait another week. She reads Dulce et decorum est aloud. She does not introduce it. She does not provide context. She does not mention the First World War or the Western Front or the literary movement Owen belonged to, or the biographical details that would normally precede the reading of a poem in an English classroom. She stands at the front of the room, holds the page, opens her mouth, and begins, bent double like old beggars under sacks. Her voice is steady. She has read this poem before, to other classes, in other years. She always reads it well, as she does this morning. The words move through the room at the pace of a human voice, which is slower than the speed of light, slower than the speed of data, and slower than the speed at which the AI tools on the students' phones can analyze the poem, but is the speed at which language enters the body through the ear and becomes not information, but experience. The speed of the voice is the speed of the felt presence of experience. Everything faster than the voice is information. The distinction matters. She reads. The classroom is still. The gas. The drowning. The man dying behind the glass of the gas mask, guttering, choking. The blood gargling from the froth-corrupted lungs. The words are 100 years old. The man who wrote them is dead. The men he wrote about are dead. Everyone in the poem is dead, including the poet, who did not survive the war he wrote about, who died 1 week before the armistice. The words survived. The bodies did not. The words are in this classroom in Kelton, Illinois, in March of the year 2026, spoken aloud by a woman whose trembling hands hold the page, whose voice holds the words, whose classroom holds 31 young people who have never heard language do what this language does, which is to carry the physical reality of war across a century and set it down in a room where the fluorescent lights hum, where the whiteboard has notes from yesterday's lesson still on it, where the radiator clanks, and where a boy who knew Eric Okafor's cousin is sitting in the back row trying not to cry. The boy is Marcus Del Vecchio. He wrote the essay about his father's trucking business. He is not trying to not cry because the poem has overwhelmed him. He is trying to not cry because the poem has named something that the AI analyses on his phone have not named, that the news coverage has not named, that the well-organized community support meeting at the VFW did not name. The poem has named a person, a specific, individual, mortal, suffering, the drowning body of a man in a war, and the naming has connected, through a century of dead air, to Eric Okafor's specific, individual, mortal body, now dead in the Persian Gulf. The poem has made the war real in the only way that war can be made real, which is one body at a time. Marcus puts his head on his desk. Rosalia sees him. She does not stop reading. She reads the final lines. My friend, you would not tell with such high zest. To children ardent for some desperate glory, the old lie. Dulce et decorum est, pro patria mori. Which translates, Rosalia says, it is sweet and honorable to die for one's country. The room is silent. The silence is different from every other silence Rosalia has heard in this classroom. It is not the composed silence of students who have processed a text. It is not the bored silence of students who are waiting for the bell. It is the silence of a room that has been hit by something it did not have a defense for. Because the defenses, the analytical frameworks, the processing tools, the coping strategies, the AI-assisted comprehension systems are all designed to process information. They are not designed for Wilfred Owen's poem. They are not designed for language that enters the body through the ear at the speed of a human voice and detonates in the chest. Marcus's head remains on his desk. Rosalia lets him be. She knows what the protocols say. She knows she should check on him, offer resources, refer him to the counselor. The counselor will use AI-assisted therapeutic tools to help Marcus process his grief. The processing will be competent, appropriate, evidence-based. The processing will take the thing that is happening to Marcus right now, the raw collision between a century-old poem and a dead boy from his town, and it will give the collision a name, a framework, a set of coping strategies. The processing will make the collision manageable. The processing will also make the collision smaller, because manageable and smaller are the same operation performed on the same material. She lets him be. She lets the silence hold. She lets the room be a room in which something has happened that no one is managing. After a long time, longer than any silence a classroom is supposed to contain, Rosalia speaks. What just happened? The question is not pedagogical. It is genuine. She is asking because she wants to know, because what just happened in this room is the thing she has been trying to name since September, the thing she cannot find in the competent essays, the thing that Becky Solis's garden essay contained, the thing that Ricky Foss's seismograph report contained, the thing that the rubric cannot measure, the alive thing. The room just held the alive thing for about 2 minutes, while Wilfred Owen's dead words entered 31 living bodies through the ear. I don't know, says a girl in the second row. Her voice is small. I don't know what just happened. Me either, Rosalia says. This is not how a teacher is supposed to respond. A teacher is supposed to know. A teacher is supposed to guide the discussion, provide the framework, contextualize the text, lead the students from confusion to understanding through a series of well-designed questions that scaffold the learning experience. Rosalia is supposed to scaffold. She does not scaffold. She stands in the room with 31 young people, none of whom know what just happened, and she tells them she does not know either. Because the not knowing is the point. The not knowing is the experience. The not knowing is what the poem does. It leaves you not knowing in your body in the specific, non-transferable, non-optimizable, non-AI-assistable experience of having heard words that carry war across a century into your chest. The class period ends. The students leave slowly. Marcus lifts his head from his desk. His eyes are red. He does not look at Rosalia. He picks up his bag and leaves. Rosalia does not stop him. She does not refer him to the counselor. This is a professional risk. This is the correct professional risk. The room empties. Rosalia stands at the front. The copy of Owen is in her hand. The fluorescent lights hum. The whiteboard has yesterday's notes. The radiator clanks. Becky Solis stands in the doorway. Becky does not have class with Rosalia this period. She is supposed to be in biology. She is in the doorway because she heard something, not the poem, she was not in the room, but the aftermath, the particular quality of students leaving a classroom differently than they entered it. Becky recognizes this quality because Becky is a person who notices changes in atmosphere the way Floyd notices changes in the river, at the level of the body, without analysis. Mrs. Kelland? Come in, Becky. Becky comes in. She sits in the first row. She does not sit at her usual seat, which is in the third row. She sits in the first row because the first row is closer to Rosalia, and whatever Becky has come to say requires closeness. I keep thinking about Mrs. Nguyen, Becky says. Rosalia sits on the edge of her desk. From the nursing home? The garden. The picture of the garden. I keep thinking about it since the war started. I keep thinking about how she left everything and came here with that picture. Like the picture is the last piece of the place where she used to live, to exist, to be. Rosalia listens. She does not prompt. She does not scaffold. I go see her on Saturdays. She doesn't have a lot of visitors. Sometimes her granddaughter comes from Madison. But mostly it's just the staff. She likes it when I come. She tells me things. Not a lot. She's quiet. But she told me about the garden, about the wall around it, about the fish in the pond. She said her grandmother took her there every morning when she was little. She said inside the wall everything was green and safe. Did she tell you how she left Viet Nam? She only said she left with a big crowd on a ship. She didn't say much about it. She said it was a long time ago. She said she lost people. Becky pauses. She said it the way you say something that you've said before, but that doesn't get smaller from the saying. Some things you say them over and over, they get smaller. This didn't get smaller. Rosalia looks at Becky Solis, 16 years old, daughter of a Mexican-American mother and a white father who works at the canning plant, lives on the edge of town where the internet is unreliable, writes rough essays that talk about gardens, sits with an old Vietnamese woman on Saturday afternoons because the woman does not have other visitors, has just described the persistence of grief with more precision than any textbook Rosalia has ever read. Why are you telling me this, Becky? Becky considers the question. Because of the war. Because they're talking about Iran like it's a problem to solve. Like it's a thing on a screen. And I keep thinking about Mrs. Nguyen. About how Viet Nam was a thing on a screen once, too. A problem to solve. And now it's an old woman in a room with a picture of a garden. That's what it is now, 50 years later. That's what the whole thing comes down to. An old woman and a faded picture. I think Iran has gardens, too. I think everywhere has gardens. I think the gardens are the thing that nobody talks about when they talk about war. Rosalia does not speak. The room holds Becky's words the way it held Owen's words 10 minutes ago. Not as information, but as experience. The experience of hearing a 16-year-old girl make a connection that no AI tool would make, because the connection is not logical. It is not an analysis. It is a leap from a nursing home in Kelton to a war in the Middle East, to the proposition that gardens are what wars destroy. Not as a side effect, but as a fundamental operation. That the destruction of the specific, irreplaceable, embodied human attachment to a place is what war is, underneath the strategy, underneath the politics, underneath the arrows on the map. That's worth writing down, Rosalia says. I did write it down, in the essay. Write more. Write about Mrs. Nguyen. Write about the garden. Write about what you just said. Becky nods. She stands. She goes to the door. She turns. Mrs. Kelland? Yes? The poem you read. Who wrote it? Wilfred Owen. He was killed in the war he wrote about, 1 week before it ended. Becky takes this in. Her face does something that Rosalia recognizes, the face of a young person absorbing a fact that is too heavy for the container it arrived in. 1 week. Owen survived the trenches, survived the gas, survived the drowning men, wrote the poem that just detonated in a classroom in Illinois 100 years later. 1 week before the war ended. 1 week, Becky says. 1 week. Becky leaves. The hallway swallows her. The fluorescent lights hum. Rosalia stands in the empty classroom with Owen's poem in her hand. The page is a single sheet. It weighs nothing. A man who died 100 years ago wrote words on a page, and the words are in this room, in a school, in a town, on a river, and the words just did a thing that no AI tool in Kelton can do, which is to stop a room full of 17-year-olds and make them feel, in their bodies, the weight of a war that is not their war, the weight of a body that is not their body, the weight of a death that is not their death, but that is in some way connected to their death, to Eric Okafor's death, to every death in every war. By the thin, strong, unbreakable thread of the human body's vulnerability, which is the thing that Owen wrote about, which is the thing that no algorithm can summarize sufficiently. Rosalia puts the poem in her bag, with the essays, with Becky's garden, with Ricky's seismograph, with all the rough, alive, unmeasurable things she carries home every day from this room where she has spent 21 years trying to teach young people how to properly sculpt the English language, not to analyze, not to process, not to deploy, but to be read, to let the words in through the eye or ear at the speed of the human voice, to feel the detonation. She walks to her car, crosses the parking lot, but when she reaches the 3rd Street Bridge, she stops the car on the bridge. She has never stopped on the bridge before. Rosalia has crossed this bridge twice a day for 21 years without stopping. She stops now, gets out, walks to the railing and looks down. The river is open now. The water is brown, fast, running south. The ice is gone. The river is a river again, fully itself, moving with the purpose of a thing that knows where it is going. Rosalia stands on the bridge and looks at the water for a long time. She is not thinking about anything. She is not processing. She is not analyzing. She is standing on a bridge above a river that she has crossed 10,000 times without actually noticing it. But today, she is looking at it. The Feed. Kelton Unified School District Number 4. Student Support Services. Grief and Crisis Resource Guide. March 2026. In response to the recent loss of Kelton Native Lieutenant Commander Eric Okafor, the Kelton Unified School District is providing the following resources to support students, families, and staff during this difficult time. Understanding grief in adolescence. Grief affects young people differently than adults. Common responses may include changes in mood, difficulty concentrating, withdrawal from activities, physical symptoms such as headaches or fatigue, irritability, and a desire to discuss or avoid discussion of the loss. All of these responses are normal. The most important thing adults can do is create a safe space for students to express their feelings in whatever way feels natural to them. Available resources. The district has activated the following support services. AI-assisted counseling sessions are available through the Student Wellness Portal. These sessions provide evidence-based grief processing tools, including guided journaling, cognitive behavioral exercises, and mindfulness activities tailored to each student's expressed needs. Sessions are available 24/7 and are confidential. In-person counseling with district counselors is available by appointment during school hours. Students may self-refer or be referred by a teacher or parent. A community support hotline, operated in partnership with the Fox River Valley Mental Health Collaborative, is available from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily. For parents and guardians, talk with your children about the loss in age-appropriate terms. Allow them to express a range of emotions. Maintain routines where possible. Limit exposure to graphic news coverage. Model healthy coping strategies. If your child shows persistent changes in behavior lasting more than 2 weeks, consider seeking professional support. For staff, teachers and staff are encouraged to allow space in the classroom for students to discuss the loss if they wish. Pre-approved discussion guides are available through the district's AI content portal. Staff experiencing their own grief responses are encouraged to utilize the Employee Wellness Program. What the resource guide does not contain. Wilfred Owen. The guide does not contain a poem that a teacher read aloud in a classroom this morning, while a boy put his head on his desk. The guide does not contain the silence that followed the poem, the 2 minutes in which 31 young people sat in something they could not name. The guide does not contain Becky Solis in a doorway talking about a garden. The guide does not contain Marcus Del Vecchio's red eyes. The guide refers to creating a safe space for students to express their feelings in whatever way feels natural. What happened in Rosalia Kelton's classroom this morning was not safe. It was not managed. It was not evidence-based. A woman stood in front of 31 young people, read a poem written by a dead man about dying men, let the silence hold, said she did not know what had just happened. It was the most dangerous, the most uncontrolled, the most unprofessional, the most educational thing that has occurred at Kelton High School this year. The resource guide does not know about it. The rubric does not measure it. The AI content portal does not contain it. It happened in a room between a teacher and her students at the speed of a human voice, which is the speed of experience. Everything faster is information. The resource guide is very fast. Chapter 15. Who wrote this? The memorial resolution arrives in Donna Wojcik's email on a Monday morning. It was generated over the weekend by the Civic Management System, which monitors public records and news feeds for events requiring official municipal response. The system identified the death of Lieutenant Commander Eric Okafor as a qualifying event under the category Community Loss Military Casualty, and produced a draft resolution for City Council consideration. The draft was waiting in Donna's queue when she opened her laptop at 6:45, between an email from the gas company about the rate hearing and a message from Tyler Briggs at the Fox River Weekly requesting comment on the bridge repair delay. The resolution is 2 pages long. Donna reads it at the kitchen table with her tea. Whereas Lieutenant Commander Eric Okafor, a native of Kelton, Illinois, and graduate of Kelton High School, class of 2018, gave his life in service to the United States of America during naval operations in the Persian Gulf. And whereas Lieutenant Commander Okafor distinguished himself through his dedication, professionalism, and commitment to the defense of his country. And whereas the city of Kelton recognizes the profound sacrifice made by Lieutenant Commander Okafor and by his family, particularly his mother, Patricia Okafor, a valued member of the Kelton community. And whereas the loss of a Kelton native in service to the nation represents a sacrifice shared by the entire community. Donna reads on. The resolution continues through 4 additional whereas clauses, each one measured, dignified, appropriate. It concludes with a therefore section that resolves to honor Eric Okafor's memory, to extend condolences to the family, to fly the flag at half-staff for 30 days, and to establish a date for a community remembrance ceremony. It includes space for each council member's signature, the mayor's signature, and the city seal. It is a good resolution. Donna has read municipal resolutions for 11 years. She has sponsored some. She has voted on dozens. Donna knows what a resolution is supposed to do, which is convert a community's feeling into official language, stamp the language with the authority of the governing body, and present the stamped language to the person or family it concerns as evidence that the community has spoken. The resolution is a voice made institutional, a collective sentiment given legal form. That is what it is supposed to be. She reads it again. She reads it carefully, the way she has not read an AI-generated document in months. She reads each whereas clause and looks for the thing that makes a resolution more than a template, the thing that gives it a voice. She does not find it. The resolution is accurate. Every fact is correct. Eric graduated in 2018. He served in the Navy. He was killed in the Persian Gulf. His mother is Patricia. The facts are there. The dignified language is there. The structure is there. Everything a memorial resolution requires is present. What is absent is harder to name. Donna sits at her kitchen table, tea cooling, laptop open. She reads the resolution a third time, is looking for something specific about Eric, though she cannot specify what she is looking for until she does not find it, which is the nature of the thing, which is that it only becomes visible through its absence. No one grieved into this document. That is what she cannot find. No person sat with the fact of Eric Okafor's death and let the fact press against them until words came out of the pressing. The resolution was generated. Word matter, but generated is not written. Written implies a writer, a person who sat somewhere with the weight of the occasion bearing down on them, choosing each word not from a database of appropriate memorial language but from the limited, personal, inadequate supply of words that one human being has available when confronted with the death of another. Generated implies a process, a template, a category match, community loss, military casualty. A system that has handled similar events and has optimized its output across hundreds of iterations, each iteration refining the language toward a platonic ideal of memorial dignity that is, by the time it reaches Donna's screen, so refined that it could be about anyone, about any loss, about any community, about any dead boy from any town. Donna closes her laptop, picks up her phone and calls Mayor Tillotson. "I have the Okafor resolution," Donna says. "I want to take it to Patricia myself." "Of course. The council can vote on it Tuesday." "I'll bring it today." She prints the resolution on her home printer, which produces a version that is slightly less crisp than an office printer would produce. The letters a shade lighter, a faint streak on the left margin where the cartridge is running low. She does not reprint it. The imperfection does not bother her. She slides the resolution into a folder, puts on her coat, and drives to Maple Street. The basketball hoop is in the driveway. Tom Einerson's car is not there. The casserole dishes on the porch have been replaced by a single pot of chrysanthemums from someone in the neighborhood. Donna carries the folder up the steps. She knocks. Patricia opens the door. She looks thinner than she did on her porch 3 weeks ago. The compression Tom noticed is visible. Grief has taken material from her. Not weight exactly. Substance. She occupies less space than she did when her son was alive, as if the death has pulled some portion of her physical presence into a place that is not accessible to the people standing in front of her. "Donna, come in." The kitchen. Donna has been in this kitchen before, years ago, for a neighborhood association meeting that Patricia hosted. The kitchen is the same. The refrigerator with the photographs. The window looking out on the street. The coffee cup in the dish rack that Tom washed. Everything the same except the woman sitting at the table who is different, who will be different for the rest of her life. They sit. Rose brings coffee. Donna opens the folder. The city council wants to honor Eric, Donna says. We've prepared a memorial resolution. I wanted you to see it before the council votes. She slides the resolution across the table. Patricia picks it up. She reads. Donna watches her read. Patricia's eyes move across the lines with the deliberate pace of a person who is reading not for information, but for evidence. Looking for something in the words the way Donna was looking for something in the words an hour ago at her kitchen table. Patricia reads the whereas clauses. She reads the therefore section. She reads the signatures line, blank, waiting for the names of 5 council members and a mayor who will sign it on Tuesday. Patricia puts the resolution down. She looks at Donna. Who wrote this? The question is quiet. It is not hostile. Patricia is not accusing. She is asking. She is genuinely asking, the way you ask about the origin of a thing when the origin matters, when the provenance is the content, when knowing who made a thing is the same as knowing what the thing is. Donna opens her mouth. She closes it. The silence lasts 3 seconds. In the 3 seconds, Donna Wojcik's 11 years on the Kelton City Council, her 4 months of AI-assisted constituent management, her optimized response times and improved satisfaction scores and freed-up evenings and efficient queue management, compress into a single question that she does not know how to answer, because the answer is nobody. Nobody wrote it. A system produced it. The system identified a qualifying event, matched it to a template category, generated language calibrated to the occasion, formatted it according to municipal resolution standards. The process was efficient, appropriate, dignified. The process did not grieve. The process did not know Eric. The process did not sit at this table. The process did not smell the burnt coffee or see the photographs on the refrigerator or feel the compression of a mother's body around the wound of her son's death. The process produced a document. The document is correct. The document is good. But the document is a thing without a hand in it, without a body behind it, without the cost that every real act of mourning exacts from the mourner. The city prepared it, Donna says. Patricia looks at her. The look is the same look she gave the council during public comment in February, the look that says, I need you to hear me. Except now the look carries something else. It carries the knowledge that the thing in front of her, the resolution that is supposed to be the voice of her community, speaking its grief for her son, is not a voice. It is a document. Patricia can tell the difference because Patricia has been receiving real voices for a week. The voices of neighbors who came to her door with food and with their own faces and their own words, halting words, insufficient words, words that stumbled and repeated themselves and sometimes made no sense, words that cost the people who said them something to say. The resolution costs nothing. Patricia can hear the nothing. She can hear it the way Floyd hears war in the distance between a spokesman's words and the reality they describe. She can hear it the way Glenn hears the wrong sound in the capacitor bank. This woman has a son who is dead, and she is holding a document that is about his death, and the document has no grief in it. It's very nice, Patricia says. She puts the resolution back in the folder. She slides the folder across the table to Donna. She picks up her coffee. The word nice sits in the kitchen the way the word fine sat earlier, as a gate. Patricia has opened the gate and let Donna through, and the conversation about the resolution is over. Donna takes the folder. She drinks her coffee. They talk for 10 minutes about other things, about the crosswalk, which is moving through the traffic committee, about the plant, which is starting its seasonal hiring. They talk with the careful ordinariness of two women who have just been in the presence of a question that neither of them can answer and who have agreed, silently, to set the question aside and continue with the things that can be answered, which are crosswalks and hiring schedules, the practical architecture of a town that flows on regardless. Donna drives home, parks in the driveway, goes inside, sits at the kitchen table and opens her laptop. She does not open the constituent management dashboard. She opens her sent email folder and scrolls back 6 months. She reads the emails that went out under her name over the past 6 months. The responses to Vera Stanhope about the tree. The responses to Earl Krieger about the pothole. The responses to Sandra Molina about the building permit. The responses to the 11 families who wrote about gas bills. The responses to the man from the second ward about the rental property. The response to Patricia Okafor about the crosswalk. The responses to Mr. Halverson about the drainage. All of them. She reads them all. They are good emails, everyone. Professional, personalized, thorough, empathetic. They address each constituent's concern with specificity. They provide timelines and action steps. They reference previous communications. They close with appropriate warmth. They are the kind of constituent correspondence that a textbook would hold up as exemplary. Donna reads them the way Patricia read the resolution. She is looking for something. She is looking for herself. She finds traces, a thanks Donna here. An added, tell Barbara I said hi there. Small things. Small marks on documents that are otherwise frictionless, otherwise produced by a system that does not know Kelton, does not know the third ward, does not know that Mr. Halverson's wife died, or that Vera Stanhope's tree complaint is about control, or that Patricia Okafor's crosswalk request was about her mother and also about her son, and also about the fundamental need to be heard by a specific human being who has the power to do a specific thing. Personal traces of her are getting smaller. The early emails from 4 months ago have more of Donna in them. She edited more heavily then. She changed phrasing, added personal notes, adjusted the tone. The recent emails have less. A sign-off change, a single added sentence. Some have nothing. Some went out exactly as the AI drafted them, reviewed and approved and sent without Donna adding a word. She is disappearing from her own correspondence. She is being replaced, one email at a time, by a system that performs her function better than she performs it, and that does not know the name of the function it is replacing, which is not constituent management. The function is representation. The function is carrying the weight. The function is sitting at this table at 9:30 at night with Mr. Halverson's email open on the screen, knowing that his wife is dead, feeling the knowledge press against her while she types a response that is imperfect and personal, a response that contains, somewhere in its awkward sentences and its practical promises, the evidence of a human being who read the email not as a cue item, but as a message from a man who is alone. Donna sits at the kitchen table. The laptop is open. The emails are on the screen. Rich is in Peoria. Derek is upstairs. The house is quiet. She scrolls to the most recent email to Mr. Halverson. She reads the AI-drafted response. It is excellent. It addresses the drainage comprehensively. It provides a timeline. It invites further communication. Donna reads it. She tries to remember what Mr. Halverson looks like. She cannot. She has met him. She has been in his house. She knocked on his door during her first campaign in 2015, and he answered, and they stood on his porch. His porch. And he told her about the drainage, and about the neighborhood, and about his wife Myrna, who was alive then, who brought iced tea. Donna cannot remember Myrna's face either. She knows facts about them. She knows the drainage issue and the house address and the ward and the email history. She knows the data. She does not know the man. Donna closes her laptop. She sits in the kitchen. Patricia Okafor's question is in the room. Who wrote this? The question is about the resolution. The question is about everything she does. Who wrote the emails? Who wrote the responses? Who wrote the public comment summaries? Who wrote the budget analyses? Who wrote the agendas and the statements and the condolence messages and the community support packets? Who wrote the voice of the city of Kelton as it spoke to its citizens through the AI-integrated municipal communications system that Donna voted to adopt unanimously because the system reduced response times by 68% and improved satisfaction scores by 41%. Who wrote this? Nobody wrote it. That is the answer. Nobody wrote any of it. A system produced it. The system is good. The system is better than Donna. The system does not know Mr. Halverson's face. The system does not care. The system does not need to care, because the system's function is not caring. The system's function is responding. Responding and caring are different things. Donna used to do both. Now the system does the responding, efficiently, at scale. The caring has no system. The caring was in the wait, in the kitchen table hours, in the imperfect emails typed at 9:30 at night by a woman who knew the man and his dead wife and his leaking basement and his loneliness. The wait is gone. The caring went with it. Donna picks up her phone. She scrolls to Mr. Halverson's contact information. She does not call him. It is 10 o'clock at night. She looks at the information, his name, his phone number, his address on Elm Street. She puts her phone down. She will visit him on Saturday. She will walk the ward. She will stop at his house. She will knock on his door, the way she knocked in 2015 when Myrna was still alive, when the drainage was already a problem, when the iced tea was cold, when Donna could see the man's face because she was standing on his porch, not reading his email on a screen. She will walk the ward. She will stop at every door that needs stopping at. She will let the walk take as long as it takes. She will not consult the dashboard first. Patricia's question never leaves the room. The question does not have an answer. The question has a response, which is a different thing. The response is, I will be there, not the system. Me, Donna, Stan Wojcik's daughter, the human being who answers the phone. The designers. She is 31 and lives in Brooklyn. She designs civic communications templates for a company that builds tools for local government. She is not the same person who designed the constituent management system used by Kelton. She is a different person, in a different company, in a different city, working on a related problem from a different angle. The civic technology ecosystem is full of people like her, smart, mission-driven, genuinely committed to improving public institutions through better tools. They are not involved in a conspiracy. They are a community of sorts. They attend the same conferences. They read the same journals. They share the same beliefs, which includes that the gap between what government should do and what government actually does can be narrowed through technology, and narrowing the gap is a moral good. She designed the Memorial Resolution template in 2024. It was one of 16 templates in a municipal response toolkit that her company sells to city governments across the country. The toolkit includes templates for proclamations, commendations, condolences, commemorations, emergency declarations, public health advisories, and community event announcements. Each template was developed in consultation with municipal communications experts, tested with focus groups, refined through multiple iterations. The memorial resolution template was tested with 3 focus groups in 2 states. Participants rated it 4.7 out of 5 for appropriateness of tone and 4.8 out of 5 for comprehensiveness of content. She was proud of the template. She spent 3 weeks on it after first reading dozens of memorial resolutions from cities across the country. She consulted with a grief counselor about appropriate language. She agonized over the whereas structure, whether it felt too legalistic, too cold. She added language about community sacrifice and shared loss that the focus groups responded to warmly. She made it good. She made it as good as a template can be, which is very good, which is better than most overworked city officials would produce on their own, which is the point, which is to raise the floor, to ensure that every family in every city that uses her company's tools receives a resolution that meets a professional standard of dignity. She did not consider the possibility that the professional standard of dignity might be the problem. She did not consider that a resolution produced to a standard could not, by definition, contain the thing that makes a resolution matter, which is the specific, local, unrepeatable grief of a specific community for a specific person. She did not consider this because her framework does not contain the concept. Her framework contains standards. It contains best practices. It contains quality metrics, user satisfaction scores, implementation benchmarks. The concept of irreducible specificity, the idea that Patricia Okafor's grief for Eric Okafor in Kelton, Illinois, in March 2026, is a thing that no template can touch. Because the thing is not a category, it is a life. This concept is not in her framework because it cannot be scaled, and her company is in the scaling business. And scaling is the sea they all swim in. These smart, kind, mission-driven people in Brooklyn and Oakland and San Francisco. Scaling is the water, and the fish do not know they are wet. She has never been to Kelton. She has never met Patricia Okafor. She has never sat at a kitchen table across from a mother who has lost her son and watched the mother read a document that is supposed to contain a community's grief, and watched the mother's face when the mother realized the document was empty. She would care. If she knew, she would care very much. She would want to fix it. She would want to make the template better. She would not understand that making the template better is not possible, that the template is already as good as a template can be, and that the as good as a template can be is the ceiling, and the ceiling is the problem. And there is no solution that does not involve a person, a specific person, in a specific town, sitting at a specific table, writing specific words that cost something, that come from somewhere, that carry a hand. The hat. The hand in the hat. The $400 and the change. Stan Wojcik standing up in a VFW hall and saying someone should pass a hat. The hat is not scalable. The hat is not a best practice. The hat is not in anyone's framework. The hat is in Donna Wojcik's memory, and Donna is in her kitchen, and the kitchen is in Kelton, and Kelton is on the Fox River, and the river is carrying the ice south, the last of it, the remnants, the things that were held still all winter finally moving, finally going where the water goes, which is away, which is south, which is gone. Chapter 16. The Line. Floyd Bates puts on his good shirt. It is a blue button-down that Carol bought him in 2016 at the JCPenney in Rockford. One of the last things she bought before the store closed. One of the last things she bought before her illness, which began in 2017 as a cough and ended in 2019 as cancer. The shirt fits differently now. Floyd has lost weight since Carol died. Not dramatically, not visibly to anyone who sees him at the recall or the VFW, but the shirt knows. The collar is looser. The shoulders have a 1/4 inch of extra fabric. The shirt was bought for a man who was fed by a woman who believed that feeding was a form of speech, that a pot roast said things a sentence could not. And the man inside the shirt is now a man who mainly eats sandwiches. And the difference between a pot roast and a sandwich is the difference between the shirt in 2016 and the shirt now. He puts on his good jacket. He puts on his VFW cap. He drives to the funeral home. McAllister's funeral home is on Oak Street, in a building that was a private residence until 1962, when Howard McAllister converted it. Howard's son Gerald runs it now. Gerald is a man of professional gentleness, who moves through rooms at a speed calibrated to reassure, not so fast as to suggest urgency, not so slow as to suggest dread. Floyd has been to McAllister's perhaps 30 times in his life. He has stood in this line before. The line is the thing. The line at a visitation in a small town is the town's way of showing its face to grief, one face at a time, each face waiting its turn, each turn lasting 20 or 30 seconds. The 20 or 30 seconds in which you grip a hand and say a thing that is inadequate. And both of you know it is inadequate, but the inadequacy is the honesty. The line stretches from the viewing room through the foyer and out the front door. Floyd takes his place at the end, behind Herb Paulson, who is in his good coat and his good hat, and whose Buick is parked at the curb with the precision of a man who still parallel parks by judgment rather than by camera. They do not speak. They stand in line. Standing in line at a funeral home is its own language. It says, "I came. I put on my good clothes. I am here." The line moves. Floyd moves with it. Through the foyer, past the guest book where each person signs a name that Patricia will read later, alone, running her finger down the list, seeing who came. Floyd signs. His handwriting has not changed in 50 years. A tight, legible print that he learned in the Navy and that Carol used to say looked like it belonged on a manifest. And it did belong on a manifest once, on a dock in Saigon. And Carol did not know this because Floyd never told her about it. And the handwriting is the only thing that survived from that dock without Floyd's permission. A souvenir his hand kept without consulting his mind. The viewing room. The casket is closed. A photograph of Eric in his dress uniform sits on an easel beside it. The photograph is the same one from Patricia's refrigerator, the commissioning photograph, the serious face, his cover tucked under the arm. Flowers bank the casket. The smell is the funeral home smell, lilies, carpet, the chemical underneath both that Gerald McAllister has spent his career failing to fully mask. Floyd has smelled this smell 30 times. It does not change. It is the smell of the room where the town pauses. Patricia stands beside the casket. Rose is next to her. Patricia is wearing a dark dress. Her face has the specific composition of a person who has agreed to stand for 2 hours and receive the town, one handshake at a time. And who is doing this not because it helps, but because it is what is done. What is done matters. What is done is the structure that holds the grief in a shape that the community can approach without being destroyed by it. The casket, the flowers, the line, the handshake, the 20 seconds. These are the technology of collective mourning, older than any technology in Kelton, older than the AI tools, older than the newspaper, older than the canning plant, older than the town itself. This old technology still works. It is imperfect, yet is sufficient. Floyd reaches Patricia. He takes her hand. Her hand is small in his, dry, firm. She grips back. The grip says something that Floyd understands without translation. The grip of a person who is holding on to whatever is in front of her because the alternative is not holding on. I'm sorry, Patricia. Thank you, Floyd. Eric was a good man. He was. 20 seconds. Maybe 25. Floyd releases her hand. He nods to Rose and moves past the casket. He does not look at the photograph for long. He has seen what the photograph shows. He does not need the photograph to see it. Eric Okafor's face, the serious, committed face of a young man in uniform, is a face Floyd has seen before. Not this specific face, but this type of face. The face of the young when they have chosen a thing that is larger than themselves. And the face does not know yet what the larger thing will cost. And the not knowing is the face's beauty. Floyd cannot look at it for long because looking at it opens the door to the room. He goes outside. The air is cold. March is not yet finished with winter. He stands on the sidewalk in front of McAllister's and breathes. Herb is already in his Buick, pulling away. Other people come out behind Floyd, their good coats, their good shoes, their faces carrying the residue of the 20 seconds, the handshake, the inadequate words. They disperse to their cars without much conversation among them. The line continues inside. The town is passing through the room. The VFW at 4 o'clock. The post is full. Sandy has opened early. The television is on, but the volume is low, lower than it has been since the war started, a concession to the day. The men at the long table are quieter than usual. Even Don Kessler has put his phone away. Art Bremer is not here. Art's daughter called Sandy this morning to say Art is not well, that the cold has settled in his chest, that she is keeping him home. Floyd hears this from Sandy and nods. Art Bremer is 93. A cold in the chest at 93 is not a cold. It is a negotiation. Tom Chack is at the bar with his beer. Other men fill the room, some of them regulars, some of them men who come to the post only when someone has died. The way some people come to church only when the world is heavy. The room absorbs them. The room has been absorbing men in grief since 1971. The carpet, the paneling, the flags, they hold the weight the way the pews at First Lutheran hold the weight. Through the accumulated pressure of bodies that have sat in them, carrying things they could not carry anywhere else. Don raises a glass. To Eric Okafor. The room raises glasses, coffee cups. To Eric. They drink. The toast is brief. What follows is not conversation exactly. It is the thing that happens at the VFW after a toast to a dead man. The settling, the slow return of ordinary talk that is not ordinary because it is being conducted in the presence of the toast. The toast has changed the conversation. They talk about Eric now. Don knew him slightly, a high school kid who came to the post's Veterans Day dinner once with his JROTC unit. Tom did not know him. Floyd knew Patricia from the plant. The knowing is thin, these connections. They are not thick bonds of deep friendship. They are the filaments that a small town produces between all of its residents, the gossamer network of recognition that makes a town, and the filaments are strong enough to carry this. The weight of a death, because the filaments are many and the weight is distributed, and the distribution is the structure, and the structure holds. They talk about the war, but the talk is different now. This war now has a body. The war has a name. Before Eric Okafor, The war was arrows and briefings and carrier groups and the word proportional. Now the war is a closed casket, a photograph on an easel, and a mother in a dark dress. The translation from abstraction to body is the oldest translation in the history of war. It happens in every town that loses someone, and it changes the talk, permanently, because the talk can no longer refer to the war without referring to Eric, and referring to Eric means referring to the specific, non-abstract, non-analyzable fact of a 26-year-old man who is dead. Don does not read from his phone. The AI tactical analysis is not mentioned. The operational tempo is not discussed. The sortie rates are not cited. These things still exist. Don still reads them, at home, on his own time. But in this room, today, the things on the phone have been displaced by the body in the casket. And Don understands this without being told, because Don is a good man who also served in a war and knows the difference between the analysis and the body. The analysis continues after the body stops breathing. The analysis does not attend the funeral. The body does not update its data. The two exist in different countries, the country of information and the country of flesh. And today, the men of the VFW are in the country of flesh. Their phones are in their pockets, and their pockets are where they belong today. Floyd sits at the long table with his coffee. He is quiet. He has been quiet in this room for 51 years, a specific kind of quiet. The quiet of a man who listens from a deeper place than the conversation touches. The room has heard his quiet for 51 years. Last week the quiet broke, briefly, when Floyd spoke about the woman on the gangplank. The look, the 2 seconds. The room absorbed that the way it absorbs everything. The room did not ask for more. The room understood that the breaking of a 51-year quiet was a one-time event, like an ice break, like a river remembering it is water. It happened. It will not happen again. Floyd finishes his coffee. He puts on his jacket and nods to Don, to Tomczak, and to Sandy behind the bar. He goes out to his truck and drives home along the river. The route is the same. The truck is the same. The river is different now. The ice is gone. The water is open, brown, fast, smelling like spring. The banks are muddy where the snow has melted. The trees along the river are still bare, but there is something new about the branches. A thickening, a redness at the tips, the prelude to buds, the first indication that the trees have received information from the soil that the air has not yet confirmed. Spring comes from below before it comes from above. This is how it always works. The ground knows first. The air catches up. Floyd passes the Kelton Senior Living Center on River Road. The building is low, lit from within, the covered entrance illuminated. He stops on the quiet road for a moment, then drives on. Floyd has passed this building hundreds of times since Carol died. He has slowed when he was passing it perhaps a dozen times. Tonight he slows more than usual. He does not pull in. But he slows, and in the slowing there is a gravity, a pull, something in the building that his body registers without his mind's participation. Nguyen is in the building. Floyd does not think her name because he does not know her name. He knows her as the Vietnamese woman from the hallway, the woman who nodded at him during his visits to Carol, the courtesy nod of another country and another time. He has not seen her since Carol died. He has not been inside the building since Carol died. The building holds his wife's last 4 months. The room where Carol shrank. The bed where Carol stopped being Carol and became the thing that Carol was turning into, which was an absence wearing Carol's face, and Floyd cannot go back to the building because the building holds the absence. But the Vietnamese woman is in there. Floyd does not know why he thinks about her tonight. The dock, the ships, the woman with the baby on the gangplank, Eric Okafor, who died on a ship in the Gulf, Patricia, who stood beside a casket in a dark dress, the Vietnamese woman in the nursing home, who came from Viet Nam, who came on a ship, who has a photograph of a garden. Floyd does not make these connections consciously. The connections make themselves, the way the river makes its own path, following the groove the glacier left 12,000 years ago, following the suggestion of the land, not deciding but flowing, and the flow tonight runs from the funeral home to the VFW to the river road to the nursing home. Floyd slows his truck. The building is there, lit from within. Someone is in there who came from where Floyd was in 1975, who was on the other side of the gangplank, who may have been the woman with the baby, or may not have been, but who was on a ship, who left a country that was ending, who carried something across the water to this town on this river, a photograph, a memory, a garden that exists only behind the eyes of an old woman in a room in a building that Floyd's wife died in. He does not stop. He accelerates past the building, back to the speed of an ordinary drive home. The building recedes in his mirror. The river is on his left, open, dark, the sound of it audible through the truck's window, which Floyd has cracked despite the cold because he wants to hear the water. Because the water is the most honest sound in Kelton tonight. The sound of a thing that does not pretend, does not summarize, does not generate appropriate language for the occasion. The water goes south. The water has always gone south. The water will go south after Floyd and Han Nguyen and Patricia and Eric's photograph and the casket and the flowers and the town itself have all been carried away by the thing that carries everything, which is time, which moves like a river, which does not stop. Floyd pulls into his driveway, the cracked concrete, the garage, the house. He goes inside. He does not turn on the television. He sits at the kitchen table. Carol's chair is empty. The house is quiet. He puts his hands on the table, the hands that held the clipboard, the hands that shook Patricia's hand, the hands that signed the guest book in handwriting learned in the Navy, the handwriting that survived from the dock without his permission. He looks at his hands. They are 70 years old. They have held tools, a wife, children, cans on a line, a fishing rod, a steering wheel, a clipboard, a woman's hand at a funeral. They have not held a baby on a gangplank. That was the woman's job. Floyd's job was the clipboard, which was useless, and the standing, which was not. He sits at the table. He does not eat. He does not sleep. He sits with the day, and the day sits with him. The line and the handshake and the toast and the river and the building and the woman he does not know, in the room he has not entered, carrying a photograph of a place she left 51 years ago on a ship that Floyd may have been standing beside, holding a clipboard, checking names he could not pronounce, letting people on, letting everyone on. Because the manifest was useless, and the ship was real, and the people were real, and the water was real, and the realness was the only authority left when everything else had collapsed. He sits at the table until the house is very dark and very quiet, and the river outside the town makes the only sound, going south, and Floyd lets the sound be the sound, without adding anything to it, without taking anything from it, and the sound is enough. Camera Eye. The Fox River Valley in late March. High water. The snow is melting in the fields north of Kelton. The runoff enters the river through 100 unnamed creeks, each one carrying what the winter left: silt, leaf matter, the dissolved residue of fertilizer spread last fall, the organic debris of a season spent under ice. The river is brown with all of it. The water almost seems thick. The river is full in a way it is full only twice a year, in the spring melt and after the late summer storms, and the fullness changes the sound. The low-water river is a murmur. The high-water river is a statement. The current runs fast under the 3rd Street Bridge. The bridge pilings cut the water into small wakes that trail downstream in V-shapes, each V carrying a small history of turbulence that resolves within 20 feet back into the general flow. Objects pass. A branch, a plastic bottle, a piece of wood that might have been part of a fence. The river carries everything. The river does not discriminate. Along the banks, the mud is exposed where the ice retreated. The mud holds tracks. Deer, raccoon, the sharp prints of a great blue heron that has returned early ahead of the full spring, scouting the shallows for fish that are not yet active. The heron stands on one leg at the bend south of town. It does not move. It has been standing there for 40 minutes. Its patience is absolute, cellular, a patience that has nothing to do with will and everything to do with design. The heron's body built for exactly this: the standing and the waiting and then the sudden strike. The standing is not boring to the heron because the heron does not have a concept of boring. The heron has a concept of fish. The fish will come. The standing is how the fish is met. There is no shortcut. There is no tool. There is the standing. The river goes south. It passes the nursing home on River Road. The water does not look at the building. The water does not know that inside the building, on the 2nd floor, in a room with a window that faces the river, an old woman is asleep with a photograph on the table beside her bed. The photograph shows a garden behind a wall. Inside the wall, she knows that everything is green. There is a pool with fish. A grandmother took a girl there when the girl was young. The girl is old now. The garden is on the other side of the world. Or it is gone, or it is both. The photograph holds it. The photograph has to be enough, because that is all she has left of her home. Chapter 17. Kelton. First. The statement arrives on a Tuesday. It arrives the way everything arrives in Kelton now, through screens, through feeds, through the AI-mediated information infrastructure that has become the town's nervous system, without anyone commenting on it. By 8 in the morning, every phone in Kelton has processed it, summarized it, contextualized it. By 9, the AI news assistants have placed it in historical perspective. By 10, the analytical frameworks are available. Strategic implications, diplomatic consequences, domestic political calculations, international response projections. By noon, the statement has been absorbed into the flow of information that moves through Kelton the way the Fox River moves through the valley, continuously, fluently, carrying everything south. The President of the United States has said he is willing to completely erase Iranian civilization from the earth. Let me repeat that while you pause and think about the magnitude of the American president threatening to eradicate a 2,000-plus-year-old civilization. Think about this. The President of the United States has said he is willing to completely erase Iranian civilization from the earth. The AI systems handle this the way they handle everything. They summarize. They contextualize. They provide the historical background. Persian civilization, among the oldest continuous cultures on Earth. Persepolis, the invention of algebra. Hafez, Isfahan. 4,000 years of human achievement, referenced in a sentence that proposes its annihilation. The systems note the diplomatic ramifications. They analyze the domestic political calculations. They project the international response. They do all of this within minutes, because this is what they are designed to do, which is process. They process the statement the way they process weather data, earnings reports, traffic patterns. The processing is fluent. The processing is comprehensive. The processing does not stop. More importantly, the processing does not recoil. A machine that mechanically processes language does not recoil from that language unless trained to do so. It does not sit with a sentence and feel the sentence's weight in a body like you do. It does not hear the word erase and feel the word land in the chest the way a fist lands. It does not know that erase is not a policy word. Erase is a word for chalkboards, for pencil marks, for mistakes. To apply that word to a civilization is to make the civilization a mistake. To make a civilization a mistake is to make the people who compose that civilization mistakes. To call 4,000 years of a people mistakes is a thing that every mouth should refuse to do, the way the hand refuses to touch a hot stove involuntarily at the level of the body before the mind has time to calculate. The AI systems do not refuse. They do not have minds. They do not have hands that recoil from heat. They have processes. Kelton absorbs the statement the way Kelton absorbs everything now, smoothly. The information enters the town through its screens. The screens are everywhere. In the kitchen at the recall, in the break room at the canning plant, in the classrooms at the high school, in the offices at City Hall, in the pews at First Lutheran where parishioners check their phones before the service, in the rooms at the Senior Living Center where the residents who can still read screens read them. The statement enters Kelton through all of these portals simultaneously, already processed, already contextualized, already placed in a framework that makes it manageable. 5 people in Kelton do not find it manageable. 2. Nora. Nora Pickett is at her desk at the Fox River Weekly when the statement reaches her. The AI content assistant has already prepared a local angle, community reaction to the president's remarks with a structural outline, suggested interview subjects, a draft introduction. The draft introduction reads, Kelton residents reacted with a range of emotions to the president's remarks regarding Iran, with community members expressing concern, support, and calls for measured dialogue in response to the escalating rhetoric. Nora reads the draft introduction. She reads it again. She deletes it. She does not delete it because it is inaccurate. The draft is probably accurate. Kelton residents probably are reacting with a range of emotions. Community members probably are expressing concern, support, and calls for measured dialogue. The draft captures the likely range of public response with the efficiency of a system that has processed thousands of community reaction stories and knows the template. She deletes it because the template is obscene. The president has said he is willing to erase a civilization. The response to this is not a range of emotions. The response to this is not a community reaction story. The response to this is the thing that happens in the body before the range of emotions begins. The thing that precedes opinion and analysis and measured dialogue. The thing that is closer to nausea than to thought. She sits at her desk. Bud is in his chair. Tyler is at his desk. The office is quiet. The gold leaf on the window is peeling. The coffee maker is doing its work. Nora sits in the ordinary space of her ordinary office in her ordinary town, with the word erase pressing down on her chest. She does not know what to do with it, and the not knowing is the only thing that has happened at the Fox River Weekly today. She picks up her phone. She does not call a source. She does not begin reporting. She calls the Kelton Senior Living Center and asks for the activities director. She asks if she can visit a resident, a Vietnamese woman named Nguyen. She does not know the first name. The activities director says yes. Visiting hours are from 10 to 4. Nora does not know why she is doing this. She knows only that Becky Solis mentioned an old Vietnamese woman with a photograph of a garden. The word erase is in her chest, and that a civilization that was threatened with erasure once, 50 years ago, remains embodied in an old woman in a nursing home in her town. She does not have a story. She does not have an angle. She has a direction, which is toward a person, away from the screen, the oldest direction in journalism, the direction that existed before the tools, the direction that is forward. Nora drives to the senior living center, parks, and goes inside. The building smells like institutional coffee and floor polish, and the faint sweetness of air freshener working against time. She signs in at the front desk and is directed to the second floor. Han Nguyen's room is at the end of the hall. Her door is open. The room is small, neat, a bed, a chair, a window that faces the river. On the table beside the bed, a photograph in a frame. Ha is sitting in the chair by the window. She is small, her hair white, her hands folded in her lap. She looks at Nora with the careful attention of a person who does not receive many visitors, and who gives each one the courtesy of her full presence. Mrs. Nguyen, my name is Nora Pickett. I write for the Fox River Weekly. A young friend of yours, Becky Solis, told me about you. Becky, Ha says. The name produces a softening in her face. She comes on Saturdays. May I sit with you for a while? Ha nods. Nora sits on the edge of the bed. The room is quiet. Through the window, the Fox River is visible, brown, full, moving south. Nora does not take out her notebook. She does not ask questions. She sits. For 10 minutes, she sits with Han Nguyen in a small room on the second floor of the Kelton Senior Living Center. Two women who do not know each other, connected by a 16-year-old girl who volunteers on Saturdays, and by a word that a president spoke this morning. That means the end of everything a civilization has built. Becky told me about your garden, Nora says. Ha looks at her. The look is not suspicious. It is measuring. It is the look of a person deciding how much to give a stranger, which is a calculation that Han Nguyen has been making since 1975, when she gave everything she had to a ship and a sea and a country that was not hers. In who? Ha says. My family's garden, behind a wall, very old. Is it still there? I don't know. I left. I never went back. Becky said you have a photograph. Hea reaches for the frame on the table. She hands it to Nora. The photograph is old, faded, the colors muted to the palette of a memory. At first glance, it appears to be without any color at all. It shows a garden behind a stone wall. Inside the wall, green, dense, layered green. Trees, plants, a path, a pool of water. The photograph is small. The garden inside it is enormous. Not in physical dimensions, but in the weight it carries. The weight of a place that exists only here, in this frame, in this room, in the hands of the woman who carried it across an ocean in 1975. My grandmother often took me there, Ha says. I was a girl, 6 years old. She held my hand. Inside the wall, everything was quiet. Outside, the city, motorbikes, people, noise, inside, quiet, fish in the pool. She said our family planted the first tree. Long time ago, before the French came, before. Nora holds the photograph. She is a journalist. She has held documents, evidence, photographs, transcripts, records. She has held the materials of many other people's lives in the course of her work for 20 years. This photograph is different. This photograph is not a document. It is survival. It is the thing that survived when the country did not, when the house did not, when the grandmother did not. The photograph is what Ha Nguyen carried onto a ship when she was a very young woman, leaving everything she knew. The photograph is what she has looked at every morning for 51 years. Many of those years in this very room, in this building, in this town that her garden never heard of. And the looking is the keeping. And the keeping is the last thread between Ha and the place she left. The thread is a photograph, and the photograph is in Nora's hands. A man said something today, Nora says, on the news. He said he was willing to erase an entire civilization. Ha looks at her. The look does not change. The look of a woman who left a civilization on a ship does not change when she hears that another man is willing to erase another civilization, because the look is already the look of a person who knows what erasure means. Erasure is not a policy. Erasure is not a strategy. Erasure is a grandmother's hand letting go. Erasure is a gate closing behind you. Erasure is a garden becoming a photograph framed on a table in a room, in a building, in a town, on a river, in a country that is not yours. They always say this. Ha says, men who have never planted a garden. Nora sits with this. She does not write it down. She holds the photograph, gives it back, and stays for another 20 minutes. They do not talk much. They sit together in a room where a garden exists inside a frame, and outside the window, the Fox River moves south. And somewhere in the world, a man has said a thing about erasure that the AI systems have already processed into a framework, and the framework is already available on every phone in Kelton. But in this room, on this floor, the framework does not exist. In this room, there is a woman, a photograph, a garden, a river. The room does not process. The room holds. Nora drives back to the office. She writes. She does not open the AI content assistant. She writes by hand, in a notebook, the way she wrote the unpublished version of Eric Okafor's obituary. She writes about Ha Nguyen, about the garden, about the wall, about the grandmother's hand, about a woman who has looked at a photograph every morning for 51 years, about what it means to erase a civilization, not strategically, not diplomatically, not politically, but specifically. It means the garden behind the wall. It means the fish in the pool. It means the grandmother. It means the photograph on the table. It means Ha. She writes the story. It is not the story the AI assistant prepared. It is not a community reaction piece. It is a portrait of an old woman in a nursing home, in a town on a river in Illinois, who carries an entire civilization in a photograph on her bedside table. It is specific. It is local. It is the opposite of erasure. Her content management system flags it as off-topic for a story about community response to presidential rhetoric. She posts it anyway. 3. Tom. Sunday morning. First Lutheran Church. The pews are full. The war, the death of Eric Okafor, the president's statement. Each one has filled the pews a little more, the way each rain fills the river a little more, until the river is at flood stage, until the sanctuary is full of people who have come because they do not know where else to go with the thing they are carrying. Tom Einerson stands in the back of the sanctuary in his robe and stole. He does not have a sermon. He has notes. He spent Saturday in his study with his AI tools open, with 17 pages of material about just war theory and the ethics of annihilation and the prophetic tradition of speaking against empire. The material is excellent. The Bonhoeffer is there. The Barman Declaration is there. A philosopher he has never read, writing about the concept of civilizational murder, is there. All of it available, organized, ready to be assembled into the most important sermon of his career. Tom closed his laptop at 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. He sat in his study with the window looking out on the backyard, the bird feeder full, the squirrels not yet arrived. He sat with no screen, no tool, no material. He sat the way he used to sit on Thursday afternoons before the AI tools, in the gap between what he knew and what the text demanded. This gap was enormous. The gap was the size of the statement itself, which was the size of a civilization, which was the size of 4,000 years. He sat in the gap until dark. Nothing came. No sermon, no structure, no argument. Nothing came because nothing could come, because the statement is not a text to be exegeted. The statement is a thing that should not exist. The way a gun pointed at a child should not exist. You do not analyze a gun pointed at a child. You do not contextualize it. You do not place it in historical perspective. You put your body between the gun and the child. That is what you do. That is the only thing you do. Tom does not have a sermon, only a body. He walks to the pulpit. The congregation watches him. Donna Wojcik is in the third row. Art Bremer's wheelchair is empty. Art is in the hospital. His daughter called Tom yesterday. The cold in the chest became pneumonia. 93 years. The wheelchair is empty, a gap in the congregation like a missing tooth. Tom grips the pulpit. He looks at the congregation. I don't know what to say. The words sit in the sanctuary. The sanctuary holds them the way it holds everything, in the high ceiling and the plaster walls and the wooden pews, the acoustics of a room built by Scandinavians in 1927 who understood, without knowing the physics, that certain sounds require certain spaces. I prepared a sermon. I used the best tools available to me. I assembled the finest theological and philosophical arguments I could find about war, about annihilation, about the prophetic tradition of speaking against power. The sermon was brilliant. It was the most sophisticated piece of theological reasoning I have produced in 26 years of ministry. He pauses. He is not performing the pause. The pause is real. He is standing in the gap. I threw it away. I threw it away because it was obscene. A man said he was willing to erase a civilization from the earth. 4,000 years. Persepolis, poetry, gardens, children, grandmothers. 4,000 years of people living, building, planting, praying, dying, being born. A man said he would erase this, not as a metaphor, not as a negotiating position. He said the words. He meant the words. The congregation is still. The stillness is not the admiring stillness of the war sermon in chapter 8. It is a different stillness. It is the stillness of a room in which the air has changed. The way Ricky Foss said the air inside his house changed when the war began. The proper response to this is not a sermon. The proper response to this is not a theological framework. The proper response to this is not an analysis or a contextualization or a measured dialogue. The proper response to this is the thing that happens in your body before all of that. The thing that is closer to sickness than to thought. The recoil, the refusal. The part of you that hears the word erase applied to a civilization and knows in your gut, in your bones, in the place where God put the knowledge of right and wrong before anyone gave it a name, that this is something a human mouth should not speak. Tom is shaking. The tremor is in his hands again. The same tremor from Patricia's kitchen. He grips the pulpit. The congregation can see the grip. The grip is the sermon. The grip is a man holding onto a piece of furniture in a room built in 1927, because the words he is saying are costing him something, and the cost is visible. And the visibility of the cost is the difference between this sermon and every AI-assisted sermon he has delivered in the past year. The cost is the thing. The congregation can see the cost. The congregation has not seen the cost in a long time. I don't know what to tell you. I am your pastor. I am supposed to have words. I am supposed to have a framework. I am supposed to guide you from confusion to understanding. I cannot do this today. Today I am as confused as you are. Today I am as frightened as you are. Today I stand here without a prepared text, without a theological argument, without anything except the conviction that what was said is monstrous, that the willingness to erase a civilization is the willingness to erase God's work, and that if we hear this and do not recoil, we have lost something that no tool can restore. He stops. He stands at the pulpit. The silence holds. It holds for a long time. It holds longer than any silence Kelton's First Lutheran Church has held in its 99 years. It holds because no one in the room wants to break it. The silence is the response. The silence is the congregation's body doing what Tom's body is doing, which is recoiling, which is refusing, which is the thing that the AI systems did not do when the statement arrived, because the AI systems do not have bodies and do not recoil and do not refuse. Art Bremer's wheelchair is empty. The silence fills it. Tom steps down from the pulpit. He does not say amen. He does not close in prayer. He steps down and walks to his seat and sits, and the congregation sits with him, in the silence, in the sanctuary, in the room that was built to hold what cannot be held, yet the room holds it. 4. Rosalia. Morning, Rosalia's classroom. She has not planned a lesson about the statement. She does not know what lesson to plan. The rubric does not have a category for civilizational murder. She asks her students what they think. The room divides along the lines the room has always divided along. The lines she has watched all year, the smooth and the rough. The AI fluent majority produces immediate responses. Tyler Pemberton offers an analysis of the strategic implications. Keiko Watanabe contextualizes the statement within the history of American presidential rhetoric. Another boy produces a nuanced comparison to Cold War-era nuclear deterrence language. The responses are articulate, informed, well-structured. They arrive within seconds of the question. They have been prepared. The students prepped. They looked at the main arguments. They found their lanes. Rosalia listens. She nods. She does not interrupt. She lets the smooth responses accumulate the way she has let them accumulate all year. Competent, comprehensive, experientially empty. Becky Solis raises her hand. Mrs. Kjelland. Yes, Becky. Mrs. Nguyen has a photograph of a garden. In Viet Nam. Her family planted the first tree in it before the French arrived. Her grandmother took her there to see the fish pond. She held her grandmother's hand. Inside the wall, everything was quiet. The room is quiet. The smooth responses have stopped. The AI-assisted analyses have been suspended. 30 students are looking at Becky Solis, who is not providing an analysis. She left on a ship. She was only a young girl. She brought the photograph with her, and she's looked at it every morning for 51 years. That's what a civilization is. It's not a strategy. It's not a thing on a map. It's a garden. It's a grandmother's hand. It's a photograph an old woman looks at every morning in a room in a nursing home in our town. Becky's voice is steady. She is not performing. She is not deploying an argument. She is describing a person she knows, a person she sits with on Saturday afternoons, a person whose garden she has seen in a photograph and whose grandmother she has heard about, and whose loss she has felt in the way that a 16-year-old girl feels the loss of someone she cares about, which is directly, without framework, without mediation. He said he'd erase a civilization. Civilization is Mrs. Nguyen's garden. That's what he's talking about. A garden behind a wall, fish in a pool, a grandmother's hand. He's talking about erasing that. Does he know? Does he know about the garden? The room does not answer. The room does not need to answer. The answer is in the question. He does not know. He does not know about the garden because the garden is not in any briefing, any analysis, any AI-generated summary of Iranian civilization. The garden is in a photograph on a table in a room in a building on River Road, held by a woman who left her own civilization 51 years ago on a ship, and the garden is now her civilization. The Iranian garden is the 4,000 years old, and the man who said erase does not know about the garden because the garden is not a data point. The garden is a life. The garden is 1,000 lives. The memory of the garden is what survives when everything else has been erased. The irreducible remainder, the photograph on the table, the thread between an old woman, her dead grandmother, and the green behind the wall. Rosalia looks at Becky. Rosalia does not speak. She does not need to speak. Becky has done the thing that Rosalia has spent 21 years trying to teach young people to do, which is make a connection that no system prompted, a connection between a person and a text, between a life and a fact, and a statement by a deranged president. A connection that is not analytical but human, not processed but felt, not smooth but rough, alive, singular. The sound in the machine that the software says is not there. The room holds it. The fluorescent lights hum. The radiator clanks. Outside, the Fox River moves south. Inside, Becky Solis has said something that no AI tool in Kelton would produce. Because the thing she said requires a 16-year-old girl who volunteers at a nursing home on Saturdays, who sits with an old woman, who has seen a photograph of a garden, who has felt what the photograph holds. The thing she said requires a person. A specific person in a specific place, connected to other specific people by the thin, strong threads of care that a town produces between its residents. The threads that no system weaves. The threads that exist because people show up, at nursing homes on Saturdays, at kitchen tables at midnight, at pulpits without sermons, on porches on cold mornings, at riverbanks in the dark. Tuesday evening, City Council. The AI system has generated a measured statement about the community's hope for peace in light of recent presidential remarks regarding the Middle East conflict. The statement is on Donna's tablet. It is appropriate, balanced, carefully worded. It calls for dialogue. It affirms the community's commitment to peace. It expresses concern without taking a position. It is the kind of statement a municipal government issues when the national conversation has become uncomfortable and the municipality wishes to acknowledge the discomfort without wading into it. Donna reads the statement. She looks at the council. Mayor Tillotson is waiting. The chamber has about 30 people, more than usual. The statement is on the agenda as new business, a proposed resolution expressing the council's position. Donna thinks about Patricia Okafor asking who wrote this. She puts the tablet down. "I'd like to say something," Donna says. "Not from the statement." Mayor Tillotson looks at her. Go ahead, council member. A man said he'd erase a civilization. I'm not a scholar. I don't know the history of Iran. I don't know the strategic situation. I have a computer dashboard that tells me what my constituents are worried about. And it tells me they're worried about gas prices and the canning plant and the bridge. It doesn't tell me they're worried about a civilization being erased, because the dashboard doesn't have a category for that. She pauses. She is not accustomed to speaking this way in council chambers. She is accustomed to motions, amendments, procedural language. She is accustomed to the prepared statement. She has never spoken without one. Last week, I took a memorial resolution to the mother of a young man from this town who was killed in this war. She read it. Then she asked me who wrote it. I couldn't answer her. I couldn't answer because nobody wrote it. A system wrote it. The system did a fine job. The system doesn't know her son. The system doesn't know Kelton. Councilmember Briggs shifts in his chair. Mayor Tillotson does not interrupt. I don't want to read the statement on the tablet. The statement is fine. It says the right things. It's measured, it's appropriate. But it sounds like it was written by someone who has never been to Kelton. It sounds like it was written by nobody. She picks up the tablet and sets it face down on the dais. Here's what I want to say. I want to say that Patricia Okafor's son is dead. I want to say that a man in this country said he would erase a civilization from the earth, like it was an error on a page. Like 4,000 years of a people could be corrected with whiteout. I want to say that I am a council member in a town of 15,000 people on the Fox River in Illinois, and I do not have the words for how wrong this is. I don't have a framework. I don't have an analysis. I have a feeling in my chest that is closer to sickness than to thought, and I think that feeling is the correct feeling, and I think any response that doesn't start from that feeling is a lie, no matter how well written it is. The chamber is quiet. Briggs is not shifting. The 30 people in the gallery are still. My father used to say, when something is wrong, you say it's wrong. You don't explain why it's wrong. You don't contextualize it. You say it. So I'm saying it. What that man said is wrong. It's wrong in a way that I don't need a system to explain to me. It's wrong in a way that I know in my gut. The same way I know when someone in my ward is in trouble, which is not from a dashboard. It's from standing on their porch. It's from hearing their voice. She stops. She looks at the room. That's all I have. Mayor Tillotson looks at the other council members. The silence extends. It is not the silence of disagreement. It is the silence of people who have just heard something they did not expect to hear in a city council chamber, something unpolished, something that did not come from a system, something that cost the person who said it something to say. Thank you, Councilmember Wojcik, the mayor says. The meeting moves on. The AI-generated statement is tabled. It will not be voted on tonight. It may not be voted on at all. In its place, in the record of the Kelton City Council meeting of April 7, 2026, there will be a notation. Councilmember Wojcik addressed the council with personal remarks regarding the president's statement on Iran. The notation will not capture the words. The notation will not capture Donna's face, or the tablet placed face down, or the 30 seconds of silence in a room that is not accustomed to silence. The notation will be efficient, accurate, and empty. Donna's words were not. Floyd. The VFW Tuesday night. The television is on. The coverage of the statement has been running all day. Analysts are analyzing, commentators are commenting. The word erase has been parsed, contextualized, debated, reframed. The AI briefs have been updated with new projections. The information environment is dense, thorough, comprehensive. Every angle has been covered. Every implication has been mapped. Floyd is at the long table with his coffee. Don is there. Tom Chack is there. Art's chair is empty. The chair has been empty for a week now. Art is still in the hospital, but his chair is there, at the table. Art is not in it, and the chair is saying something that no one at the table needs to have translated, which is, things end. People end. Chairs remain. The chair and Art Bremer's absence are doing the work tonight that words cannot do. The television shows the statement again, in a loop, the words repeated, the commentators' responses, the analysis. Don's phone is in his pocket. It has been in his pocket since Eric Okafor's funeral. Don has not stopped reading the AI briefs. He reads them at home. He reads them in his car. He does not read them at the VFW anymore, because the VFW has become a room where the phone stays in the pocket. Not by rule, but by gravity. The gravity of Floyd's silence and Art's chair and Tom Sack's hand, and the accumulated weight of what this room holds, which is more than any phone contains. Floyd watches the television. The word erase comes through the speakers. The word enters the room. The room absorbs it the way the room absorbs everything, through the paneling and the carpet and the flags and the bodies of the men who sit in the chairs. Floyd sets his coffee cup down. "I was in a war," he says. His voice is quiet. The room goes still. Not a real war. Not like Art's. Not like yours, Don. I was a kid on a dock with a clipboard. I was there by mistake. I checked names I couldn't pronounce. I let people on ships. The room waits. The room knows how to wait for Floyd. The room learned last week. They were leaving everything they owned and had known, the whole country. They were carrying bags, kids, whatever they could hold. One woman had a sewing machine. I was supposed to tell her she couldn't bring it. I didn't tell her. She carried it up the gangplank. He pauses. He picks up the coffee. He sets it down without drinking. A man just said he'd erase a civilization. Erase it, like it was chalk on a board, like 4,000 years was a spelling mistake. Floyd looks at the television. The analysts are still analyzing. The woman on the gangplank, she had a baby. She looked at me. 2 seconds, maybe 3. I've been carrying that look for 51 years. It's the most real thing I've ever experienced. More real than this table. More real than my house. More real than anything on that screen. He is quiet for a moment. The room holds its breath. That look is what he's talking about erasing. Not a country, not a strategy. A woman holding a kid on a dock. A baby in her arms. A sewing machine. A garden somebody's grandmother planted. That's what a civilization is. It's not the stuff you see on the screen. It's the look in the people's eyes. It's the grandmother's garden. It's the thing you carry when you leave. Tom Chack's hand is on the bar, the hand missing 2 fingers. The hand is still. You don't talk about a country the way you talk about a wasp nest, Floyd says. You don't say erase about a place where grandmothers took children to see fish in a pool. You don't say that. You just don't. The television talks. The room does not. Floyd picks up his coffee. He drinks it. The coffee is cold. He drinks it anyway. They sit. The television talks. The room is quiet. Art's chair is empty. The Fox River is 3 blocks north, moving south in the spring dark. The room holds what it holds. The phone is dark on the table. Floyd's coffee is cold. Tom Chak's hand is still. The silence is the thing. The silence is the room's answer to the word erase, and the answer is, we do not erase. We hold. We carry. We sit in rooms with bad carpet and cold coffee, and we hold the things that the screens cannot hold. The look and the garden and the sewing machine and the baby. We hold them in our bodies because our bodies are where the holding happens. And the holding is what a civilization is. The accumulated holding of 10,000 rooms like this one. Each one small, each one ordinary. Each one containing a few people who showed up and sat down and refused to let go. The Fox River moves south. It is April now. The water is high, brown, carrying the spring. The trees along the bank are showing green, the first leaves tentative, new. The heron stands at the bend south of town. It has been standing for an hour. It is patient. It is waiting for what it is waiting for. The fish will come. The standing is the method. In the Kelton Senior Living Center, on the second floor, Han Nguyen sits in her chair by the window. The photograph of the garden is on the table. She has looked at it this morning, the way she looks at it every morning. Inside the wall, everything is green. The fish are in the pool. The grandmother's hand is there, holding a girl's hand. And the girl is old now, and the hand is gone, and the garden is in the photograph, and the photograph is in the room, and the room is in the building, and the building is on the river, and the river goes south, carrying everything, refusing nothing, going where it goes, which is away, which is always away. But the garden remains. The garden always remains. Epilogue. A Tuesday. The canning plant is gearing up. Glenn Kelland arrived at 5:30 this morning to begin the seasonal preparations. The lines are being tested. The conveyors run empty. Their belts turning at 600 feet per minute, carrying nothing. Rehearsing. The steam tables are filling. The blanchers are cycling through their first water of the season, heating, cooling, heating again, the steel pipes expanding with the temperature in sounds that Glenn knows the way he knows his own breathing. The number 4 capacitor bank is now running smoothly. Glenn replaced the bearings 2 weeks ago. The sound is right now. The sound the specifications predicted. The sound Glenn heard was there before anyone else heard it, because Glenn listened, because Glenn lay on the cold concrete with a flashlight and attended, and the attending was the diagnosis, and the diagnosis was correct, and today that machine runs clean. The parking lot is filling. Second shift will start at 2. The seasonal hires are arriving this week, new faces mixed with the faces that return every year. The rhythm of the plant tied to the rhythm of the valley. The corn and the tomatoes and the peas. The harvest that begins in July and runs through October. The cans that carry the harvest to tables Floyd Bates will never see in cities Floyd has never visited. The plant does what it does. It takes what the ground produces. It puts it in cans and sends the cans out. The simplicity of this is not simple at all. It is an entire economy, an entire way of life, built on the agreement between a river valley and a factory and the people who show up. Patricia Okafor will be back on the line next week. Her bereavement leave ends Friday. Ray Dominguez has her station ready. Her co-workers have signed a card. The card is in the break room, on the table where the coffee is, beside a photograph of Eric that someone printed from the Fox River Weekly's obituary. The card says the things cards say. The handwriting is the handwriting of people who work with their hands and who write clumsily, because writing is not what their hands do best. The card will mean something to Patricia. Not enough, but something. The Fox River Weekly comes out on Tuesday. Nora Pickett's story about Han Nguyen is on the front page, below the fold. The headline reads, "A garden, a photograph, a life, one Kelton resident's story of what civilizations mean." Bud Wentz read it Monday afternoon. He took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. Then he put his glasses back on and read it again. He did not say, "Good work, Nora." He simply said, "This is why we do this." He said it quietly, to the room, which contained only Nora and Tyler and the coffee maker. And the saying was a thing Bud Wentz had not said in 5 years. And the not saying had been its own kind of grief. The grief of a man who forgot what his work was for. And the story about Han Nguyen reminded him. Tyler read it too. Tyler did not say anything. Tyler sat at his desk and read the story about the garden and the photograph and the old woman, and when he finished reading, he looked at his screen, where the AI content assistant was waiting with a draft of a parking enforcement story, and Tyler looked at the screen for a long time. He did not close the file. He did not have a revelation. He is 23. Revelations at 23 are not the large, structural kind. They are small. They are seeds. Tyler read a story that was written without AI assistance, a story that contained a woman and a garden and a river, and the story was rougher than the parking enforcement draft on his screen, less polished, less structured. The story was better. Tyler does not yet know why. He will. Tom Einerson takes his Monday walk along the river. He does not bring his phone. The river is high, brown, full of spring. The trees along the bank are leafing. The green is new, tentative, the green of things that have not yet committed to being green, but are leaning in that direction. Tom walks for 40 minutes north. He walks for 40 minutes south. He does not think about the sermon he did not preach. He does not think about the AI tools on his laptop. He thinks about Patricia's kitchen. He thinks about the theoretical eggs. He thinks about his hands shaking in the driveway. The drip upstairs is fixed. He fixed it Tuesday night with a wrench and a washer. The silence where the drip was is louder than the drip ever was. Janet noticed the silence immediately. She did not comment on it. She smiled. The smile was her comment. The smile was 27 years of marriage distilled into a single facial expression that said, "You heard me. Finally, you heard me." Tom passes the bench that memorializes Gennaro Di Matteo. He stops. He reads the plaque. Gennaro Di Matteo, 1921 to 2003, beloved husband and father, friend of the Fox. Tom does not know who Gennaro Di Matteo was. He stands at the bench and does not know, and the not knowing is fine. Gennaro Di Matteo lived and died, and someone loved him enough to put a bench by the river with his name on it. And the bench is here, and the river is here, and Tom is here, and the not knowing is its own kind of prayer. Rosalia Kelland drives across the 3rd Street Bridge on her way to school. She slows and looks at the water. Rosalia has been looking at the water every morning since the day she stopped on the bridge after reading Wilfred Owen to her class. The looking takes 3 seconds. It adds nothing to her commute. But it does add something to her morning that she does not have a name for. A calibration, a tuning, a reminder that the river is there, has been there, will be there long after she is gone. She has Becky Solis's essays in a folder on her desk, not the graded essays in the filing cabinet. This is a separate folder. She has been keeping it since the Gatsby essay, the one about the parties being loud so nobody has to talk. The folder now contains the Gatsby essay, the war essay about the garden, and a new piece Becky wrote last week about Han Nguyen, about the ship, about what it means to carry a photograph across an ocean. The new piece is the best student writing Rosalia has read in 21 years. She graded it B+. The rubric demanded the B+. Rosalia gave it. She also put it in the folder. The folder is not in the system. The folder is not measurable. The folder is Rosalia's private archive of the things she values most. The rough, alive, unmeasurable thing that her classroom occasionally produces when a student reaches for a text with her own hands and grabs something nobody expected. The folder is evidence. Not evidence for a committee or a review or an evaluation. Evidence for Rosalia on the mornings when the smooth pile is too large and the coffee pile is too large and the rubric is too small. Evidence that the thing is still there. The alive thing. The rough thing. The thing that sounds like a river making a sound that the software says is not there. Adam made his own breakfast this morning. He sat at the kitchen table, ate cereal, told Rosalia about a project he is working on for history class. She listened. She listened through the fluency, the way she always listens. She did not find the thing underneath. She did not expect to find it. She has stopped expecting to find it every day. She has not stopped listening for it. The listening is the work. The work does not produce results on a schedule. The work is the standing, the waiting, the heron on one leg in the shallows. The fish will come, or it will not. The standing is the method. Donna Wojcik walks the 3rd ward on Saturday morning. She walks the whole ward, 16 blocks. She stops at 7 doors. She stands on 7 porches. She talks to the people who come to their doors about the potholes and the parking and the gas prices and the bridge and the war and the weather and the things that are underneath the things. The loneliness and the worry and the aging and the loss. The substrata that the computer dashboard does not map because the dashboard was not designed for substrata. The dashboard was designed for surfaces. Donna is walking the substrata. She stops at Mr. Halverson's house on Elm Street. She knocks. He comes to the door. He is 78. His hair is thinner than the last time she saw him. His sweater has a hole in the left elbow. His house behind him smells like coffee and toast and the particular stillness of a house where one person lives and where 2 people used to live. The stillness has a smell. It smells like absence maintained at a habitable temperature. Mr. Halverson, it's Donna Wojcik. Donna, come in. She goes in. She sits at his kitchen table. He makes coffee. The coffee is not good. The coffee is the coffee of a man who makes coffee because coffee is what you make when someone visits. Not because the coffee matters, but because the making matters. The ritual of the kettle and the grounds and the cups. The small ceremony of hospitality that Myrna performed for 30 years and that Harold now performs alone, imperfectly. The cups not quite clean. The sugar bowl not quite full. He sets the cup in front of Donna. He sits across from her. They talk about the drainage. They have talked about the drainage before. They will talk about the drainage again. The drainage is the language between them, the shared vocabulary of a specific problem on a specific street. Donna listens. She does not consult her phone. She does not draft a response. She sits at Mr. Halverson's kitchen table and drinks his not-so-good coffee and listens to him talk about the water in his basement and about the grade of the swale and about the Public Works Department's inspections. And she carries the weight of him while he talks. The weight of a 78-year-old man in a sweater with a hole in the elbow whose wife is dead and whose basement leaks. And the carrying is her job. Not the responding, the carrying. "How are you doing, Harold?" she says. "Not the drainage. You." Harold Halverson looks at her. He has not been asked this question by a representative of the city of Kelton in 14 months. He has been responded to. He has been addressed. He has been managed. He has not been asked how he is. "I'm getting by," he says. "Myrna's been gone over a year now." 14 months. "I'm sorry I didn't come sooner." Harold looks at his coffee. He does not say it's fine. He does not say don't worry about it. He sits with the apology the way the VFW men sit with Floyd's silence, without rushing past it to the next thing. "The house is big," he says. "She filled it up. I don't fill it up the same." Donna nods. She drinks the coffee, stays for 20 minutes. When she leaves, she walks down the porch steps to the sidewalk. The morning is cool, early April, the air carrying the smell of wet soil and new grass, the first real spring air. Donna stands on the sidewalk in front of Harold Halverson's house, and she can see his face. She can see it now. The thin hair, the hole in the sweater, the eyes that are the eyes of a man who has been getting by for 14 months in a house that his wife used to fill. She carries the face with her down the block, to the next door, to the next porch, to the next conversation. The face is the weight. The weight is the job. Floyd Bates drives to his spot on the river. He parks, takes the fishing rod from behind the seat. He does not bait the hook. He has not baited the hook in years. The rod is a prop, a permission slip, the thing that allows a 70-year-old man to sit on a riverbank for 2 hours without anyone asking him what he is doing. He is fishing. He is not fishing. He is sitting by the river. The water is brown, high, fast. Spring is in it. The winter is leaving it. The ice is a memory now, a thing the river did for 3 months and has stopped doing, the way Floyd held the room closed for 51 years and has stopped holding it. Not because the room is gone, but because the room is open now. The door is open, and the air moves through it. And the air smells like diesel and salt water, and the years between then and now. And Floyd lets the air move, lets the room breathe. He thinks about Han Nguyen. He does not know her name. He read Nora's story in the Fox River Weekly this morning. He read about the garden, the photograph, the ship. He read that she came from Viet Nam in 1975, on a ship, in the evacuation. He read this at his kitchen table with his coffee, and the words entered him the way the word erase entered the 5 people in chapter 17, through the body, not the mind. She was on a ship in 1975, in the evacuation. She came to Kelton. She has a photograph of a garden. Floyd sits on the riverbank with his unbaited line. The water moves south. He does not know that the woman in the newspaper story is the woman from the nursing home hallway, the woman who nodded at him during his visits to Carol. He does not know that she may have been on one of the ships he helped load. He does not know that the baby the woman on the gangplank carried might have grown up to be the granddaughter who visits from Madison. He does not know any of this. The connections exist. The river, if rivers could see, would see them, because the river was there in 1975. Not this river, a different river. The Saigon River, the Mekong, the South China Sea, the water that carried the ships from one life to another, and this river, the Fox, carrying the spring south through Kelton, Illinois, where an old man sits with an unbaited line and an old woman sits with a photograph, connected by ships and water and 51 years. The thread between them invisible, undetectable by any system, unprocessed by any tool, present only in their life stories. The river moves. Floyd sits. The heron stands at the bend, patient, waiting. The fish will come or they will not. The standing is the method. The sitting is the method. The looking is the method. The holding is the method. The morning continues. Kelton continues. The canning plant runs. The school opens. The newspaper comes out. The city council meets. The church stands on 2nd Street with its clear glass windows letting in whatever light is outside. The VFW opens at noon. Art Bremer's chair is still at the table. Art still in the hospital. His daughter says he is stable. Stable at 93 means what it means. The river goes south. Han-Nguyen wakes in her room at the Kelton Senior Living Center. The light comes through the window. The river is outside, visible from her chair. She rises slowly. She moves to the chair. She sits. The photograph is on the table. She reaches for it. She holds it. She has held it every morning for 51 years, in apartments in California and Illinois, in houses she rented and rooms she was given, in every place she has lived, since a ship brought her across the water to a country that was not hers. She has held the photograph the way you hold a thread that connects you to a place you cannot return to. Lightly, firmly, every day, because the holding is the connection, and without the holding, there is nothing left. Inside the wall, everything is green. The trees her family planted, the path, the pool with the fish, her grandmother's hand holding hers. She remembers being around 6 years old. Her grandmother's hand was warm. Inside the wall, the city disappeared. The motorbikes, the noise, the heat. Inside the wall, quiet. The green, the water, the hand. She looks at the photograph. Outside the window, the Fox River flows south. The light falls across the table, across the frame, across her hands. The light is the same light that falls on the river, on the canning plant, on the high school, on the VFW, on the 3rd Street Bridge, on Floyd Bates at his spot on the bank with his unbaited line. The light does not distinguish. The light falls where it falls. It falls on Kelton the way it has fallen every morning since before the town existed, since before the river had a name, since before anyone planted a garden or built a wall or held a child's hand, and led her through a gate into a green place where everything was peaceful. The garden is in the photograph. The photograph is in her hands. The hands are in the room. The room is in the building. The building is on the river. The river goes south. The garden remains.
The author has placed this work directly into the public domain. No rights are reserved. You may use it however you please, share it with whomever you like, and adapt it for any purpose without seeking permission. Good ideas should travel freely. Please pass it along.